The Ex-Proposal by Nia Arthurs. Chapter 1. Giselle Stone pulled her small pink food truck into the Belize City Park and scared the crap out of 6 pigeons. Though she'd given them a little adrenaline rush, she thought the white splotch one particularly frightened bird left on her window was a tad unfair. Unfortunately, the birds didn't stick around for an explanation of why her truck was making such a terrible, high-pitched sound when it idled. According to her mechanic, the vehicle was a piece of junk, but that was beside the point. The flock took flight, obviously annoyed, and the one who'd left his mark turned to glare at her. Giselle glared right back, not in the mood to be outdone by a bird with half her brain cells. "Are you just going to stare at them, or are you going to clean that up?" She shifted her glare from the poop-giving bird to her sister Marcy. I'm going with option B. You are option B." Marcy smacked a hand against the handles of her wheelchair. "Unless you're suggesting that I climb on top of the truck, to which I would say, you're insane. That would never happen, even if I had working legs." Giselle huffed. "I say we wait for it to rain and see if it washes off." Marcy bobbed her head in agreement as she rolled toward the napkins and plucked out a few. Giselle insisted nervously. "It's part of the circle of life. Our customers will understand. What's a little poop in the grand scheme of things?" Marcy grabbed liquid soap from their mini sink. "I think everyone will have nothing but great things to say. We should make a sign pointing to it. Actually, we should post it online. Come see what made the Public Health Service shut us down." All right. You win this round," Giselle said reluctantly. She snatched the napkins from Marcy and stomped out of the food truck. The door opened with a lazy creak, admitting more of the early morning sunshine. The tropical breeze shoved her in the face as if it wanted to fight. She battled the Jedi Force winds and tried to figure out how she'd climb the truck. It was only 6 in the morning, but the sun had already burned through the dew. It sparkled against the choppy Caribbean Sea. Rather than turquoise, the water looked like sharp silver. Every wave was a metallic tongue gliding toward the heavens. It was a rather unconventional picture set against the backdrop of the colorful city park. She smiled at the pebbled pathways, thatch roof vendor huts, and sprawling coconut trees. Giselle made a mental note to capture the sunrise on her phone tomorrow so she could share it on the food truck's social media page. A group of joggers slowed down to gawk at her as she carefully scrambled atop the truck. They were all dressed in fancy gear, complete with leggings, shorts, and sparkly matching tank tops. Seeing an opportunity, Giselle balanced herself against the windshield and waved at them. "Good morning, folks. Having a nice run?" No one responded, and she felt her smile crack in half. Still, she maintained her cheerful tone. "Can I offer you a—" Her words ended on a yelp as her grip on the vehicle loosened. In a second, she slid down the windshield like a happy kid on his first run down a water slide. The crowd of joggers gasped and stared at her. "I'm okay!" Giselle flipped over on the hood and struck a pose. Her chest heaved and her hair flew all over her face, but she did her best to salvage her pitch. You get a free green tea cookie with every smoothie purchase, so please come back after your run. You won't be disappointed." Once again, she got no response, but she definitely had their attention. The group kept on jogging, but cast hesitantly confused glances over their shoulders. Giselle tried to assure herself that all publicity was good publicity, but her pride stung as much as her wrist did. She must have pulled something on the slide down the windshield. The truck door creaked open and a rattling sound followed. Marcy flew down the ramp and wheeled around the hood of the truck. "Are you okay?" her sister asked. "It's all good." Giselle pushed her smile higher, hoping it hid the pain. "I think we'll definitely get a few takers from that group." Marcy chewed on her bottom lip. "We need to. Our business won't survive if we keep bleeding money." "Don't worry." Giselle finished cleaning the window and returned to the ground. "When Belize discovers our drinks, we're going to be crowded with customers." Marcy's hesitant grin made Giselle's heart sing. Most people thought she'd been crazy to abandon her cushy job at an accounting firm to open a food truck with her sister, but it hadn't been a hard decision at all. Marcy's dream was to become the biggest name in fresh smoothies, not only in Belize, but in the entire world. Giselle would stop at nothing to see her sister's dream come true. Besides, she'd poured all her savings into this business. Failure was not an option. Back in the truck, Giselle washed her hands and took stock of their ingredients. Bananas, papayas, coconuts, grapefruit, lime, and watermelon overflowed. And there was plenty more where that came from. Belize's second largest industry was agriculture, and she had connections with an amazing farmer in the Cayo district who supplied the best ingredients. But she didn't stop there. Giselle fitted the truck with the latest blenders, food processors, and tools. Everything, from the counters to the bottle openers, had been modified so Marcy could reach what she needed easily. That meant that Giselle had to hunch her back to cut fruits or wash utensils, but she didn't mind. Marcy's independence meant way more than a couple aches here and there. Her sister's sigh caught Giselle's attention. She stopped peeling an orange to ask, "Is something wrong?" Marcy answered her, "Our Instagram page barely has any likes." Giselle studied her sister's face. "How about that picture of me eating a banana while making a shake?" Marcy shook her head slowly. Giselle gasped in astonishment. "And that did nothing?" "It did the opposite." Beneath her brown skin, Marcy turned a little red. "You and your banana brought out all the pervs." Giselle gasped in horror as her sister continued. "Let's just say they wanted to replace the banana with something else." "Ooh!" Marcy's eyes lit up. "What is it?" Giselle inched around her sister, wondering if there had been another perv post under the food truck's page. Instead, her eyes snagged on a brown-haired, bearded man holding the hand of a little girl, not more than 5 or 6 years of age. Giselle stared at the picture and felt a jolt of electricity. It traveled from her throat to her collarbone, weaving through her chest to her fingertips and stomach. The sensation took her by surprise, as did the warmth and levels of intense secondhand embarrassment that followed. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced since high school. "Are you and West friends on social media?" Giselle inquired, her voice carefully tight. Marcy shook her head. "This isn't his page, actually. I follow his older sister, Amy. She taught me for a few years in primary school. She's nice." Marcy showed her the phone. "Isn't her brother so handsome?" Giselle made a non-committal sound in the back of her throat. "He's all right." He was definitely more than all right. Her eyes greedily drank in every inch of West, dressed in a suit that had been pulled off some designer rack and tailored perfectly to his sculpted torso. The silly party hat strapped to his head clashed with the suit in a way that was endearing. His thick black hair looked mussed, as if he'd been playing around and didn't care how he appeared. She hadn't seen West since they broke up back in high school. Time had treated him like a god because he'd only gotten sexier. Life is so unfair. "Sis, you're drooling," Marcy called to her. Giselle blinked rapidly, focusing on her sister. Marcy spoke with a grin. "You're looking at him the way you look at your shirtless K-pop idols." Giselle cleared her throat, slightly offended. Her K-pop idols brought her happiness and joy, and West Phillips only brought her, well, West brought out very different emotions. "Excuse me," a voice called from the window. One of the joggers was standing outside the food truck peering in. Giselle perked up. "I'll be right there." She and Marcy exchanged happy glances and jumped into action, leaving the conversation about West Phillips behind. Chapter 2. At home, Giselle noticed her front door was slightly ajar. As she inched inside, the scent of heavy floral perfume gave the burglar away. Horror flooded her, and she burst inside. "Mom, no!" Christina Stone whirled around, a scowl on her bright red lips. "What the heck is all this?" She held Giselle's prized cutout of Ong Sung-hoon in her grip. The Korean heartthrob had a swooped bowl cut and almond-shaped eyes. His fingers were twisted in a heart sign. Giselle approached her mother, hand outstretched. "Please put Ong down." Her mother frowned. "I thought you'd outgrown this Chinese phase in high school." "They're Korean, not Chinese. And it isn't a phase, Mom." Her mother scolded her. "It looks like a teenager threw up all over your living room." She blinked rapidly, trying to see things from her mother's perspective. Sure, every pillow in her couch had the faces of the gorgeous Gen 10 group, a male K-pop band with mad vocals. And sure, she had K-pop posters on the walls and K-pop mugs in her cupboard and a shelf of her most prized K-pop items, including the blessed V-Monster Speedo she'd won in an international K-pop fan contest. "You have a problem," her mother told her heatedly. "Loving K-pop is a problem?" Giselle grabbed Ong from her mother and set him tenderly back in place. Brushing him down lovingly, she murmured, "I gave you my extra key for emergencies. You can't barge in and start judging me." Christina gestured to all of Giselle's K-pop paraphernalia. "This isn't healthy," her mother said. "I'm a perfectly functioning adult, Mom. My love of K-pop does not get in the way of my work or my business. It gets in the way of your love life." Her mother shot back. "Not this again." "Me being single has nothing to do with K-pop, Mom." Christina shook her head. "You need to get yourself a real man and stop fantasizing about these little boys who wear makeup and crop tops. It's called fashion." Giselle rolled her eyes. "And everyone in showbiz wears makeup. Lastly, they are not boys." She stopped. "Okay, not all of them are boys." Giselle shook her head. "Besides, I don't fantasize. That sounds so creepy." "It is creepy," her mother said. "I just support them. They have amazing talent, and it makes me happy to listen to their music and buy their merch." Her mother waved a hand. "That's it. I'm done talking. You're out of control." "Mom!" Giselle's eyes widened when Christina pulled out her phone. "Mom, what are you doing?" Her mother tapped on the phone screen. I'm going to set you up on a date. Giselle's shoulders sagged. I can't go on dates. I'm too busy. That's not an issue. I'll have them come to you. Christina tapped on her phone screen. I'll set you up on a date every day if I have to. I'll make a profile on every dating website in existence. I'll stop at nothing until I find a good match for you. Giselle shuddered at the threat. She had no time to deal with her mother's ridiculous expectations. The food truck needed all her attention. She was exhausted enough trying to get that business off the ground. Hello? Her mother spoke into the phone. Yes, Mallory. You said your son Melvin was single, right? Mom! Giselle launched at her mother, trying to get the phone. Christina nudged her away. My daughter with your Melvin would be perfect. Giselle successfully grabbed the phone and hung up on Mallory. Give me back my phone, young lady. I'm not interested in dating your friend's sons, Mom. Christina hefted her chin in the air. My friends have lovely sons, and it's not like you're unavailable. She opened her mouth to protest. Christina stuck a finger in the air. If you say you're in a relationship with these Korean boys, Giselle, I will wheel you to the psych ward myself. Casting about for anything to throw her mother off, Giselle blurted the first name that popped into her head. West Phillips. Her mother's jaw dropped when she heard that name. I'm dating West Phillips, Giselle clarified to her mom. She let the words flow even if they didn't make sense. It's long distance, and it wasn't like her mother could prove otherwise. You remember West, right? West Phillips, your high school boyfriend? Her mother arched an eyebrow. She nodded vehemently. Taking her mother's arm, Giselle gently nudged her to the door. In fact, I just remembered I have a video call with him. Sorry, Mom. I'll tell you all about it later. She opened the front door and pushed her mom out. Christina's suspicious expression was the last thing Giselle saw before she shut the door. Her heart pounding wildly, she wilted against the wall in relief. That was too close. She only hoped her lie would stick long enough to protect her precious singlehood from her mother's claws.
Chapter 3. The view of Belize from overhead was breathtaking. Crystal blue waters cut against white sand and masses of green marsh. West closed his book and peered through the airplane's tiny window. Gorgeous. Tearing his gaze away from the stunning display, he took out his phone and swiped to his last conversation with Uncle Finn. The old man insisted on picking him up from the airport, but West figured he'd have a long wait ahead of him. Uncle Finn functioned on Belize time. He'd probably be late. West sighed and buckled up when the pilot announced they were about to land. The plane taxied over tarmac, and a blasting heat welcomed him to the Belize City airport. Excitement stirred in the pit of his stomach. The scent of coconut trees and clean, fresh air filled his nose. It was the fragrance of a new adventure. West stretched out his legs, enjoying the room he had to do so in first class, and then leisurely rose to grab his bags. An older woman was struggling to retrieve her case in the aisle across from him. He inched over to her. "Can I help you, ma'am?" She gave him a relieved look, and he made quick work of her suitcase before returning to his own carry-on luggage. A buxom stewardess stopped him with a hand on his arm. "That was very kind of you." "It was no big deal," he answered her. She smiled flirtatiously. Actually, it was. West just shrugged. It amazed him when people seemed shocked by common courtesy. Maybe helping someone out without expecting anything in return was not on trend. If that was the case, the world had a problem, not him. "This is my number." She slid a card inside his suit pocket and patted it seductively. If you ever need someone to show you around Belize. Flashing dark brown eyes filled with suggestion, she inched closer. I'm off for a few days. His smile hitched up. I may take you up on that. She grinned and sashayed through the door, her hips swaying lightly. He watched because it was a nice view and tucked the card into his pocket. West didn't tell the pretty flight attendant that he was born and raised in Belize, nor did he tell her that he'd explored every inch of the country already. His parents were rabid travelers, and there was rarely a weekend that he spent at home when he was a child. Still, an invitation was an invitation, and he had no problems keeping that line open in case he found himself in need of female company. Letting most of the women on board leave first, West finally strode out of the plane and into the tropical sunshine. Belize did not yet have an air bridge that extended from the plane to the terminal. As such, he descended the stairway with his carry-on and slid his dark glasses over his face. Smooth tarmac stretched as far as the eye could see. Huge commercial aircrafts and passenger jets rolled into place or prepared for takeoff. The tower was a bright red structure that pointed straight to the sky. Beyond the airport, trees shot out of the ground. They gathered in droves, defying the machinery beyond the airport's tall cement gates. Birds flew overhead, wings extended, a majestic display of nature thriving against the odds. Sweat beaded on his neck and West unbuttoned his suit jacket. He hadn't planned to wear this suffocating outfit on the trip, but he'd been caught up in a meeting and had only minutes to catch his flight. Doing away with the jacket, he flung it over his arm and strode inside. The immigration line wasn't that long, and he found himself at the window quickly. "This is a Belizean passport," the immigration officer mumbled when he handed over his documents. The woman had dark brown skin, thick dreads, and a nose ring. Her eyebrow arched with an unspoken question. "That's right," West said simply. "I'm Belizean." Red-stained lips twitched as the officer stared at him. West knew, with his pale skin, blue eyes, and dark hair, most folks didn't immediately pin him as Caribbean bred. He understood the confusion. Cultural diversity was the blood running through Belize's veins, but international media painted the country with a monolithic brush. He was used to the weird looks, especially when he revealed his heritage to those who'd only been exposed to the world through a computer or television screen. But he didn't expect this much surprise from a local. "I left Belize in high school," he explained, although he really didn't need to. "It's my first time back in over 10 years. "Oh, well, I hope you have a nice stay." The immigration officer handed his passport back, her smile a little more polite. He thanked her and wheeled his carry-on through the gate. A few paces into the airport, West stumbled on something big and colorful. It was a stuffed toucan bird lying on the floor. From the weathered beak and the scrunched left wing, it looked like a teddy bear that was well used and well loved. He picked it up and glanced around the busy airport, searching for the child who might have lost it. Though it wasn't yet summer, the height of tourism in Belize, the airport was crowded with travelers. Tourists pattered around in open-toed sandals, Hawaiian shirts, and faces cast white from thick sunscreen. They lugged heavy backpacks and wore leather bangles on their wrist. Locals mingled in the crowd, a million shades of brown and tan. Some wore professional clothes while others were dressed casually. Everyone looked as if they were heading somewhere, urgent, important, apathetic to a stuffed toucan on the ground. West's cell phone vibrated with a text. "Uncle Finn, here, where are you?" West gave his cell phone a crooked smile. The old man had actually arrived on time. Wonders never cease. Putting the cell phone to his ear, West called his uncle. Finn picked up on the third ring. "What's going on? I heard your plane already landed." West looked at the toucan bird and then started walking purposefully. "I've got something important to do first." "All right, take your time," Uncle Finn said. "You sure?" West asked. Uncle Finn assured him. "The lady in the ticket booth looked mighty sweet. I might swing back around and get her number when I drive through this time." West chuckled. "Good luck. I'll meet you out there when I'm done." His uncle answered back, "Don't need luck. I'm old, but I still got it." Laughing softly, West hung up with his uncle and stopped at a nearby gift shop. Woven bags, stitched by Mayan natives, hung from silver hooks. Hats, t-shirts, and shorts, all sporting some form of "I love Belize" slogans, trembled in the breeze blown by a dusty standing fan. "Hi," a Hispanic woman chirped from behind the cash register. She spoke in the exaggerated tone many locals used when addressing tourists. "First time in Belize?" West shook his head and broke into Creole. "Bon ya," which means born here in English. "Oh." Her eyebrows flew to the top of her head and she seemed at a loss for what to say next. He moved past her and grabbed a few things from the shelves, setting them on the counter. She watched him like he was some magical creature, but he didn't pay her any attention. After he'd finalized his purchases, West waited for the total. The price she quoted him was ridiculous, but he didn't blink when he pulled out his wallet. What else could he expect from an airport gift shop? As he thought about what to do with the toucan next, a female voice sputtered over the airport speakers. We've got a report of a missing toucan. His name is Mr. Chubbs." The announcer sounded embarrassed and stuttered over her words. "There will be a reward for anyone who can return Mr. Chubbs to the information desk." Wes stared into the stuffed animal's black eyes. "So that was your name?" Tucking the bird under his arm, he strode to the information desk and saw a frazzled mother kneeling next to a child about his niece's age. The kid wore a princess bathsuit and had her hair up in 2 pigtails. Tears poured from her eyes as her mother tried and failed to console her. The little girl's father spotted him first. Deep wrinkles carved his face, but they fell away when he saw the animal in West's grip. Turning to his daughter, he spoke in a voice filled with relief. "See, Lily, someone found Mr. Chubbs. Here." West knelt in front of the little girl and offered the bear. "Oh, I thought I lost him," Lily cried tearfully. She scrunched the bear tight, her big brown eyes still glistening. "I felt so bad," she said with a sob. "Nah, you didn't lose him," West said cheerfully. "Mr. Chubbs left to buy you a present." He handed her a yo-yo with a map of Belize printed on the side. And he wanted a present for himself, too. He tugged on the t-shirt he'd put on the bear. It said, "You betta Belize it," in big green letters. Lily laughed at the bear's outfit. The parents shot him grateful glances. West smiled and told the family to enjoy their vacation. "Goodbye, mister," Lily waved. West waved back, smiling warmly. His niece, Bailey, would get a kick out of hearing this story. He'd taken a picture of the bear just to send it to her. All in all, it was a good day's work. West strode outside and the sun hit him like a laser beam. His fingers undid the top button of his shirt. As soon as possible, he'd fling the entire thing off. Uncle Finn's vintage convertible stood out in the parking lot. The old man jumped from the front seat and rushed to give West a hug. "It's been too long, West," he said with a hint of his British accent intact. Uncle Finn was a short, pale man with thick gray hair and a crooked smile. A world traveler, he'd settled in Belize to live out the rest of his golden years. His uncle grabbed the suitcases and tossed them into the back. His lean muscles flexed with the movement. "Did you get that ticket lady's number?" West asked. "Nah, she said she was in a relationship." West patted his uncle on the shoulder. "Dang it, that's unfortunate. There will be others." Uncle Finn rattled a bony finger. "Mark my words." West hopped into the convertible and grinned as Uncle Finn started to drive. The wind picked up and chased the heat of the afternoon. He stared at the passing scenery, noting all the changes in Belize. It thrilled him to see the ever-changing balance of forests to concrete. No matter how many new developments popped up, nature fought back, becoming twice as beautiful and brilliant. His eyes lingered on the Belize River that sparkled next to the highway. Mangroves hovered close to the edge, protecting the reef like a doting mother. "I picked out a nice restaurant," Uncle Finn announced. "They serve amazing oxtail." West's stomach gurgled. "Sounds good." When Uncle Finn parked a few minutes later, West pushed the door open, just as a woman walked past on the sidewalk. He narrowly avoided hitting her with the car door and quickly apologized. "Sorry, ma'am, I didn't see you there." She smiled at him. "No problem." The older woman was pretty with smooth brown skin and clear brown eyes. If not for the streaks of gray in her hair, he would have assumed she was close to his age. Something about her seemed familiar, but West didn't want to stare. He started to move off when the woman said, "Wait, I know you." She hurried to him, her grocery bags rustling. "You're West Phillips." When he gave her a funny look, she smacked her chest. "I'm Christina Stone, Giselle's mom." "Oh." West's eyes widened. No wonder she looked familiar. Giselle's mother beamed a giant smile at him. "I didn't know you were back." West remembered meeting her years ago and didn't think he'd made that good of an impression. But maybe he had. He smiled warmly. "I just got in today." Christina shook her head in amazement. "I saw Giselle last week and why didn't she tell me her boyfriend was back in Belize?" West scrunched his nose. "I'm sorry. Boyfriend?" Uncle Finn turned to him, laughter in his voice. "You're dating someone? Why didn't you tell me?" West stammered. Mrs. Stone spoke confidently. "He's been dating my daughter long distance. They had a relationship when they were in high school and broke up, but I guess they never got over each other." "Isn't that sweet? Good for you, West." His uncle nudged him with an elbow, a sly grin on his face. "Is that why you came back to Belize?" West blinked, still confused. That's not it at all." Uncle Finn laughed. "Look at him acting shy." Christina grinned eagerly. "Are you too busy? Have you had lunch?" She didn't give them a moment to answer. "You must come with me today. I've got a chicken in the oven. The rice and beans is ready. Come, come, come." Uncle Finn happily agreed. "Lead the way." West turned and watched them stroll off together, feeling like he'd missed something important. Mrs. Stone seemed to think he was still dating Giselle, but he hadn't talked to her in years. What on earth was going on?
Chapter 4. Are we squealing over Ong Sung-hoon's new song? Yolanda lifted a flash drive. Or are we drinking today? She dangled an unopened bottle of wine from dark fingers. Because my baby daddy is acting up again, and I could go either way. Giselle stepped back and admitted her friends in. What's on the flash drive? Yolanda's grin turned wicked, making her hazel eyes sparkle in the sunlight. A fan cam of Ong doing hip thrusts at his latest concert. Thank you very much. Giselle snatched the flash drive from Yolanda and danced into the living room. LaToya plucked the wine from Yolanda. I need a drink. She fanned her face, flashing long nails painted bright pink and sharpened to points at the tips. Hard week? Giselle asked LaToya, fetching wine glasses from the kitchen. I get that humans basically suck. I mean, I really do. The things families, the things families do to each other, it's insane. Giselle nodded in a silent, true dat. LaToya continued, it's becoming clearer and clearer to me that people only care about themselves above everything else, over morals, over decency. And I get it. It's human nature to be evil. That's why social workers will never run out of cases. LaToya sighed and threw a pudgy arm over her face. But when your bosses suck too, that puts a strain on everything. It's like we can't get a break. Did your fears come true? They really cut the budget for your program? Yolanda asked. LaToya's eyebrows formed an angry slash over her dark brown eyes. Those jerks reassigned us without a single warning, and guess why? Giselle exchanged a look with Yolanda. The other woman just lifted her shoulder in a shrug. LaToya rolled her eyes so hard it would probably pop out of her face if she wasn't careful. Because it was a program started by the previous administration, so they wouldn't get any recognition for it. The stupidity, I tell you. Latoya acknowledged Giselle with a nod when a wine glass slid her way. If I didn't have Gen 10's latest single in my ears yesterday, I would have popped off at my supervisor. Giselle sighed. Gen 10's a lifesaver. They keep me sane hella times. Latoya slid off the couch, as if her body couldn't handle the soft cushions. Sounds like you have a story, she said. Most recently? Giselle huffed. Their new song was playing when a group of teenage boys made fun of Marcy's wheelchair. Those little jerks, Yolanda huffed. Latoya's face scrunched with disgust. You should have thrown a smoothie at them. Hell, you should have thrown a whole blender. Girl, I didn't want to get beat down, Giselle said. Those boys looked mean, but Marcy was so chill about it. She even got them to buy smoothies from us. Latoya shook her head slowly. That girl is stronger than me. I'll drink to that, Yolanda said, lifting her glass high. Latoya guzzled her wine and then dropped her head on top of the coffee table, moaning pathetically. Giselle patted Latoya on the back. If it makes you feel any better, I heard Gen 10's subunit is making a comeback. That would make me feel better, Latoya said, peering up from beneath a cloud of curls. Yolanda squealed. Did you see their latest teaser? My Lord have mercy. She bit down on her bottom lip. I thought they could only pull off the pretty boy thing, but they're going full-on sexy now. I only saw 30 seconds of the teaser, but there were whips and chains and flames. I know they're coming for my heart, Hunty. Right? Giselle squealed. Latoya grinned too. Giselle's stress disappeared as they began to joke and holler about their K-pop biases. If anyone would have told her that she'd find women in Belize who loved K-pop as much as she did, she would have told them they were crazy. In the Caribbean, reggae, soca, and dancehall were kings. Radio stations sometimes branched out to play EDM and even country music, but Giselle had never heard the radio playing a K-pop song. It was a small miracle she'd met these women. Their weekly meetings had become extremely precious to her life and her sanity. Did you say something about Tay-Tay's daddy? Latoya asked Yolanda, reaching for the popcorn that Giselle brought out. Yolanda sighed. She was the oldest of the group and an unapologetic fashionista. Giselle had never seen her friend's natural hair because it was always done up in either braids or extensions. Yolanda loved purses, spa trips, and makeup tutorial videos. As nicely as she kept herself, they always knew when Yolanda was having trouble with her ex because it showed all over her face, no matter how much makeup she put on. Giselle frowned. What did your ex do now? Yolanda gestured with her hands, and the wine almost sloshed over on the couch. Let's just say, he's proving why I didn't want him in Tay-Tay's life. Giselle subtly moved the pillow with Yenta's face away from the wine glass's danger zone. Men are such trash, Latoya said. Giselle snorted. Tell me about it. I'm never dating again. Yolanda tilted her head. Unless Ong Sung-hoon is my boyfriend. She smiled. I swear, if I ever find out that Ong Sung-hoon is into black girls, I'll fly to Korea tomorrow. Giselle squared up. Girl, you'll have to fight me first. You think I wouldn't? Yolanda's eyes sparkled as she teased. Just because I grew up in the North Side doesn't mean I don't know how to throw a punch. Latoya burst out laughing. Like any of those stars would want girls like us anyway. Hey, we can dream. Giselle poked Latoya's generous behind with her toe. Yolanda took a sip of her wine. So, what's the latest with you, G? Giselle shrugged hopelessly. Nothing new to report. I'm still single. She counted it off by rote. Still trying not to go bankrupt with that damn food truck. Still trying to convince my mom I'm not crazy for loving K-pop. Oh, you poor thing. Yolanda lifted her glass in sympathy. Your mom's scary, Latoya admitted with a shudder. Makes me glad my mom doesn't give a rat's tail about me. I wouldn't be able to survive all that smothering. She means well, Giselle defended. And you want to make her proud. Yolanda jutted her chin down. Which is why you put up with her overstepping her bounds. That won't happen anymore, Giselle said. I have the perfect plan to get Mom off my back. I promise you, she won't be criticizing my bachelorette lifestyle for a while. At that moment, Giselle's phone rang with a call from her mother. She showed Yolanda and Latoya the screen. Yolanda lowered the K-pop song blasting from the speakers, but Giselle still walked to her bedroom and closed the door before answering the call. She didn't want Christina to hear a whiff of the Korean language. Growing up, her mom used to flip when she saw Giselle parked in front of the television watching Korean music videos. Stop listening to that ching-chong-chang nonsense, her mom used to say. Can you even understand them? It was better to just avoid the drama. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Giselle said. Christina squealed in her ears with an excited pitch that could shatter glass. Honey, why didn't you tell me your boyfriend was back in Belize? Giselle glanced at the poster of Ong Sung-hoon above her headboard. His thick black hair and dashing smile never failed to take her breath away. Had he come to Belize? No way. She would have known about it. West, her mom said. West is here. Here where? Giselle asked dreamily. Then the words registered, and horror slapped her in the face. She dug her fingers into the phone. West is where, Mom? Well, he's in my house right now. In your house? Giselle bellowed. Her body launched into action before her brain had fully grasped what the words meant. Grabbing her keys from the dresser, she wrenched her bedroom door open and flew past her friends. Where are you running off to? Yolanda asked. Giselle frantically gestured to the door. Lock up behind me. She rushed down the stairs, her slippers flapping. Gripping the phone tight, Giselle said, Mom, I need to know what you said to West. Tell me everything. Christina ignored her and spoke to someone in the background. A boom of masculine laughter echoed through the phone. It didn't sound like her dad. Giselle, I'm busy, her mom said distractedly. From the sound of your heavy breathing, you're either exercising or you're on your way. I'll set you a plate. Giselle trembled. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. But the line went dead. Cursing a red streak, Giselle climbed into her car and drove like a madwoman to her mother's house. The good news was, her parents lived only 10 minutes away. The bad news was, 10 minutes was more than enough time for Wes to pull her mother aside and politely ask her to stop referring to him as Giselle's boyfriend. Giselle gritted her teeth, swinging between total mortification and fear for what her mother would do when she found out the truth. Why is this happening? Giselle said fearfully. Her heart nearly lurched out of her chest when she saw a fancy convertible parked outside her parents' bungalow. Why on earth would West Phillips come back to Belize now? Her fingers trembling, She scrambled out of the car and ran into the house. The scent of baked chicken and freshly cooked rice and beans filled the air. Laughter filtered from the dining room. Giselle's mouth had gone completely dry. Taking that first step toward the voices seemed an impossible task. Should she just make a break for it? Flee Belize and move to Korea as she'd always wanted to do? Maybe she'd change her name to Gisan and rent a tiny dorm while working in a convenience store to make ends meet. "I think I heard Giselle's car," Christina said from the other room. Giselle froze. It was too late. She'd missed her window of opportunity. Swallowing past the giant lump in her throat, she pasted a grin on her face and crooned, "Why didn't you call me sooner, Mom? Honey, did you run here? Why are you so sweaty?" Christina brushed her hand over Giselle's forehead. Her dark fingers felt cool to the touch. She craned her neck to see into the dining room. "Where's West?" "He's waiting for you." Her mother giggled. "He's so handsome and sweet. I fully approve, Giselle." Thanks, Mom." Hurrying into the dining room, Giselle stopped short when her gaze slammed into Wes. His lips quirked up in a crooked smile of welcome. Suddenly, she was back in high school, and the most popular guy on the basketball team was glancing her way. Her heart pounded so hard it almost burst.
"Hey, sweetheart."
West strolled casually around the table and wrapped her in a hug. She nearly swallowed her tongue in shock. "West! You're... wow. You're here."
"Yeah."
His eyes twinkled wickedly. That grin would have been sexy if it wasn't tinged with so much mischief.
"I decided to come and visit."
He lowered his voice, but it was still loud enough for everyone to hear.
"Rather than just flirting over the internet."
Her mouth hung wide open. She squeezed his arm. "Mom, could you excuse us for a second?" Face burning with embarrassment, Giselle looked into West's dark blue eyes and hissed, "We need to talk."
Chapter 5. Giselle dragged him down the hallway and into a room. The door slammed behind her, punctuating the silence. She hadn't looked him in the eyes since they left the dining room, not even once. West tried not to make his amusement too obvious. It felt cruel when Giselle's horror was so palpable. Instead, he drank in the details of her, took the picture she presented now, and compared it to the pretty teenager he'd once known. Like Belize, Giselle had changed, but not in the ways he'd expected. Had she always been this curvy, this dainty, this beautiful? Giselle still wasn't looking directly at him, but West didn't mind because the view from the back was just as impactful as the front. Her hair was scooped up in a floppy bun with curls sticking out of it however they pleased. A tight green blouse clung to her curves, and shorts revealed every inch of her lean legs, running down to trim ankles that boasted a thin golden bracelet with some kind of Asian charm on it. Sexy. Abruptly, Giselle dropped his hand like it was a snake and stepped away. She was still giving him her back. Her chest was heaving, and her shoulders were hiked all the way to her ears. If Wes thought she would welcome the touch, he'd probably slip his arm through hers and hold her close again just to keep her from fainting, or making a run for it. Fortunately, he could read a room, and everything about the gorgeous woman screamed, "Back the hell off." Giving her some time to get herself together, West glanced around the office. He took in the large windows letting in plenty of sunlight, the turquoise walls, the desk, chairs and fake ferns. A strange lettering in the wall by the cabinet caught his eye. He realized it was a heart carved with Giselle's initials and someone named Kim Beckho.
Okay.
Giselle finally turned around. She pulled her lips in, took a big breath that had her nostrils flaring, and repeated the word.
Okay, this is, okay.
He gave her a crooked smile, his eyes darting over her face. Giselle, just take a breath. You look like you're about to pass out. Her eyes sharpened, but she couldn't maintain the facade and folded over. Grabbing her knees, Giselle gasped.
There's a good chance I'm hyperventilating.
Need some help? He advanced, an arm outstretched. She swayed a bit, took a step backward to get away from him.
I'm really okay.
Okay? He laughed a little.
I'm glad you think this is funny.
She straightened, and her lips inched up in a small smile. It's hilarious, he said.
Hilarious. Good.
She paused, tilted her head.
That's...
Okay? He finished for her. The smile on her dark face widened, and West had a flashback to high school when he'd first caught sight of Giselle Stone's grin. It had literally stopped him in his tracks and snatched his heart out of his chest. He'd stood there and gawked across the basketball court, just stared and stared at her. West had never seen such pure joy on a girl's face, ever. The girls he messed with back then were sophisticated but cutthroat. Their grins were tainted with knives, which they hid behind lipstick and sharp laughter. And, honestly, that was the kind of girl he'd been into. One who could make a man purr when she got her hands on him. One who could make him bleed when she wanted him to pay. Dangerous. Wild. Down for anything. West had been caught with his pants down plenty of times behind the gym when he was in high school. But those girls were all the same. Transitory, enthusiastic, yet damaged. There was a wariness in their eyes, a hardness to their smiles. Like the world had done its worst, and they were trying to hide the scars but failing. Like they would cut at anyone who called them out on the pain. They were the easiest for him to read, to use and discard. If there was one thing West Phillips liked more than life itself, it was a bad girl looking for a good time. Good girls, on the other hand, were high maintenance, and always got carried away with romance, with pretense, with cotton candy dreams that were usually all made up in their heads. He avoided them with a passion because he hated desperation. It turned him off, made him feel guilty after he'd put himself back in his pants. He didn't like the film of expectations on his skin, the sensation that girls were clawing at him like a lifeboat, like someone drowning. They'd both drown if he tried to save them. He'd been a teenaged boy with a conscience, but it wasn't like he'd choose abstinence over getting off. And it wasn't like he'd choose the innocent girl over the one who'd get down on her knees in a locked boys' bathroom. At least he never thought he would. But then Giselle happened. Giselle's smile happened. And everything changed. She was sunshine and gumdrops and hope in the good of humanity. She was everything he'd thought the world would suck out of someone his age. Her never-ending well of enthusiasm was too much for him to believe, too much for him to ignore, too much for him to handle. But he hated letting a challenge go. So when he saw Giselle Stone beaming on the bleachers, West had dared himself to see how much of that sunshine he could take. Turned out it was a lot. Giselle became his first steady girlfriend. He dated her the entire last semester of high school before his parents yanked him out of Belize and flew him to the US. 6 months was not enough time for him to claim her heart. She'd been distant with him, slightly wary. He'd never gotten the sense that she believed he truly liked her, but she entertained his attentions anyway. He'd left Belize with fond memories of Giselle. In fact, he had way more memories with her than any other girl he'd slept with. It wasn't until he became an adult that West realized what they'd had, though not the sex-fueled, bleachers-rocking, gossip-filled drama of his previous relationships, was just as fulfilling in a different way.
Why'd you help me out, West?
Giselle asked, her voice low and her smile bleeding into something quiet and unconfident.
Why did you lie for me?
With the memories of their high school relationship fresh on his mind, West found the answer easily. Because we're friends.
You and I are friends?
Her eyes widened. Are you saying we're not?
We haven't spoken in 10 years. We used to date, but that doesn't make us friends.
Her brows tightened until they almost met in the middle. "Oh?" He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "Then should I go and tell your mother the truth?"
No!
She pounced on him. An uneasy grin inching across her face, she sang,
Where are you going, friend?
Giselle bumped his shoulder.
Buddy?
Another bump, this one harder than the next.
My high school amigo?
He laughed. "What's going on? Why did you tell your mom you were dating me in the first place?"
Because my mom is insane, and she thinks I'm going to die an old maid.
You? He gave her another once-over. The innocence he'd smelled all over her in high school was more subtle, but definitely still there. Even so, he couldn't imagine she'd be able to stay single for long. She had a rocking body and a great smile. Those big brown eyes alone could make a man turn his entire life around just to please her.
There are some things we don't see eye to eye on, and Mom's solution for what she thinks is my problem is a man. Well, marriage, but I'd need a partner for that first.
Giselle let loose a sigh so big the curtains on the windows curled forward. West advised, "You can go along with it to humor her. Who says you have to get married to the guy she picks out for you?" West strode to the desk and leaned against it. Stretching his legs in front of him, he crossed his feet at the ankles. Giselle shook her head.
I'm not interested in dating right now. I have a lot going on, and a man won't make my life better. It'll just complicate everything.
She gestured to the ceiling.
Plus, I'm fighting her on principle. I resent the fact that I need a man to be happy.
West pointed out, "Which is why you made up a story about having a man and being happy." She scrunched her nose.
Whose side are you on?
West chuckled. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A girlish voice called from the hallway.
Giselle, Mom says it's bad manners to stay locked up in a room with your boyfriend. She says you should at least leave the door open.
Tell Mom we'll be right out, Marcy.
Could you hurry up? We're waiting for you and the food's getting cold.
Marcy answered. "You heard her. We should get out there." West jutted his chin at the door.
I'm really sorry about this,
Giselle said. "It's all right. I don't mind playing along for one afternoon."
Really?
"It's fun." Her eyes twinkled.
I see you haven't changed. You're still as mischievous today as you were in high school, West.
"Some boys never grow up." She laughed.
And that's exactly why this relationship will start and end after dinner.
Giselle's smile made her entire face glow.
Thank you for this, West. I really mean it.
She stepped into his arms and gave him a hug.
And it's really good to see you again.
Her body was soft against his. Her bun tickled the underside of his chin. As she hugged him, time slowed. His throat closed up and refused to let him breathe. His vision turned spotty. His chest burned. He pushed her away and shook his head to clear it. Seeing Giselle again had scrambled his brain and made him feel like a teenager. West wasn't in Belize to stay. He was leaving the moment he resuscitated his family's hotel. Like Giselle, he had no time for a relationship either.
Shall we do this?
Giselle linked their fingers the way she used to when they were dating. It was natural, fluid, familiar. As familiar as the dirty thoughts charging through his mind. Why was every innocent touch from Giselle Stone making his chest palpitate? Giselle threw the door open and yelped. Marcy, Giselle's little sister, was still outside. She flung a Cheshire cat grin his way and whispered hotly,
What were you two doing in there? Something I should know?
Nothing you need to worry about.
Giselle edged past her sister.
I thought you were hungry.
Her sister leaned forward in her wheelchair.
I am hungry, but I smell a scandal.
Giselle rolled her eyes.
You need to stop watching those true crime detective shows.
If you didn't do anything, then why is he blushing?
Her sister pointed out.
Who's blushing?
Giselle asked. Her sister smiled gleefully.
Your boyfriend.
Both women turned and looked up at him. West cleared his throat several times and rubbed the back of his neck. He shouldn't have cut his beard. Now that blasted stain could rush right up his neck whenever it felt like it. But shoot, when was the last time he'd blushed? He couldn't even remember.
Are you okay?
Giselle asked, inching closer to him. So close he could smell her flowery perfume. It had a hint of something tropical in there, a whiff of coconut or jasmine or... Goodness, she smelled good. Had she always smelled this good? I'm more than okay. West squirmed, desperate to throw the attention off himself. Just fine. He grabbed her hand again and took the lead, mumbling, "Let's get this over with."
Chapter 6. Giselle wasn't sure, but West seemed slightly withdrawn during lunch. Of course, he smiled and plied Christina with compliments. He laughed at all her dad's dry jokes. He paid rapt attention when Marcy prattled on about the upcoming Special Olympics. West Phillips was physically here, but he wasn't mentally here. She wondered where his mind kept going. What kept putting that frown on his face and that slight discomfort in the quirk of his brow? Was he uncomfortable faking a relationship even for one dinner? The thought troubled Giselle immensely. She hated being inconsiderate to others and felt responsible for barging into West's life and unleashing her mother's chaos. Right after dinner, she made up an excuse about West being tired from his flight. It was a get-out-of-jail-free card, and West grabbed it like the lifeboat it was.
I wish I didn't have to go, but I need to get started on our hotel as soon as possible.
West explained. A man on a mission. Her father dipped his head in approval. I like it. West smiled.
You're welcome to drop by any time. I could use your expertise with the construction, sir.
Her dad melted into a puddle.
And Marcy, you're going to kill it at the Special Olympics. Leave those guys in the dust.
Her sister laughed. Damn straight. West then turned his attention to Christina.
The food was great, Mrs. Stone.
He offered her a crooked smile.
I didn't realize how much I missed Belizean cooking until today. That was the best welcome home meal a man could get.
Oh, you sweet boy. Her mother returned West's smile with one of her own. Giselle smirked, amazed at how easily he'd won over her family. West's charm was just as lethal today as it was in high school. Back in the day, whispers of West Phillips' sweet-talking superpowers had filled the hallways. The saying went that West Phillips could charm snakes, police officers, and women. It was one of the reasons Giselle never took their relationship too seriously. A man that dangerous would crush her like putty. She didn't want her heart falling prey to him. Uncle Finn gave her a hug at the door. It was nice meeting you again, Giselle. His smile was warm, and she returned it brightly. A big flirt and a wholehearted adventurer, West's eccentric granduncle had always been her favorite out of everyone in his family. Get home safe. She waved as he walked to his convertible. West lingered on the porch and looked at her. Late evening sunshine poured through the trees gathered in the front lawn. Clouds puffed by, low enough to touch. With the sun at his back, West's face was thrown into shadows, but she could still make out his handsome features. Thanks for coming today, she whispered. West's eyes moved over her, somehow more intense and piercing than before. In a moment, she remembered what she was wearing, a tank top and a pair of old shorts that she'd owned since high school. She hadn't been thinking straight when she blew out of her apartment. At the very least, she could have put on some lip gloss. Feeling self-conscious, she bit her bottom lip and glanced away.
It was great seeing you, Giselle.
West's voice was deep and smooth. She could imagine herself listening to it as she fell asleep. She whispered, "You too." West came in for a kiss on her cheek, but Giselle misunderstood and went in for a hug. What followed was a strange, head-bopping freeze dance that ended when West chuckled and took the lead. Bringing her into his chest, he wrapped his big arms around her and closed his eyes.
You are something else, Giselle Stone.
"I'm going to take that as a compliment." She gave him a little squeeze, trying to ignore his sexy cologne and the hard muscles beneath his dress shirt. West eased back.
I gave your mom my number earlier. She asked for it and I couldn't say no.
He brushed a kiss on her temple and whispered,
Fair warning.
"Appreciate the heads up." She croaked, shuddering from the intimacy of his lips brushing her skin. West stepped back, and Giselle suddenly missed the warmth of his body. It was such a strange reaction. Since when did she get this flustered around a man? Especially when her mother and father were watching. Swallowing past the lump in her throat, she stepped aside. West jogged down the stairs and got into the convertible. Uncle Finn beeped out a cheerful goodbye before speeding down the road. Giselle turned to her family, her voice high-pitched. "Well, that was fun. Did you two have to be so awkward?" Marcy scolded her, wheeling inside. Giselle faced her sister. "What are you talking about? You and West's goodbye hug was painful." Marcy rolled her eyes. "I thought it was quite chaste." Her dad rumbled. Kenrick Stone was a big, imposing man with a dark complexion and eyes bracketed by tiny wrinkles. He loved his daughters and his wife, and protected all three women with his every breath. "Exactly!" Marcy scrunched her nose. "You barely looked at West during dinner, and you didn't touch him except to push him out the door." "Is something wrong between you two?" Marcy asked. "Did you two have a fight or something?" "No, nothing is wrong, and we didn't fight. Why would you even think that?" Giselle's eyes darted back and forth guiltily. Marcy gestured with her hands. "If my boyfriend just came back from the States, I'd be all over him. Like, you wouldn't be able to pry me off him with a crowbar. I'd probably stitch my lips to his, if you can get my drift." "Marcy," her dad's tone was a warning. "What? It's true." She shrugged. Plates clopped to the table, and her mother ran up to them. "Is it because he's not interested in Giselle anymore? You mean, like he's over her?" Marcy asked. "What if he breaks up with you, Giselle?" Her mother's hands fluttered. "What if he came to Belize to dump you to your face?" Kenrick scowled. "Why would he do that? My daughters are the most beautiful girls in Belize. He'd be a fool to let her go." "Guys, please stop." Giselle groaned. Marcy wheeled forward. "Mom, should we invite him to my competition next week? Scout him out for ourselves?" "I was sure he'd be attending," her mother asked frantically. "Isn't he going, Giselle?" Her mother's head whipped toward her. The dining room fell into silence. Giselle tried not to panic. "No, he's not." "Why?" Marcy huffed. "Because he's busy." She said to her sister, "Dad, can you tell Mom and Marcy to stop being nosy?" Unfortunately, her father was not on her side. "Honey, I think you're at that age where settling down is a real consideration. If a man isn't serious about you, it's better to confirm it now, rather than later. You don't want to devote your heart and your attention to someone who doesn't deserve it. Marcy stroked her chin thoughtfully. I think he likes her. Giselle whipped around. Christina lit up. Why do you say that? He kept smiling at her. He laughed at everything she said, even if it wasn't that funny. I am funny. Giselle defended herself. Marcy just rolled her eyes. So maybe the problem isn't whether they like each other or not. It's that they don't know how to show it in real life. They spent too much time dating over the internet. Christina smacked a hand in her palm. See, this is what happens when you spend your whole life staring at a cell phone screen. You become antisocial. That's my cue to leave, Marcy said, wheeling away. You're leaving me here? Giselle said, reaching out to her sister. Take me with you. Her dad cleared his throat. I'm going to take care of those dishes while you women work this out. Dad! Giselle, he said in a patient tone, listen to your mother. Let's settle this once and for all. Christina strode to her purse. What are you doing with that phone, Mom? Giselle edged around the table. I'm calling your boyfriend and asking him to join us next week Friday for Marcy's competition. I told you he was busy, Giselle said, but it was too late. Christina was already on the phone, and West had already picked up. Yes, it's this coming Friday, Christina murmured, and Giselle stepped close to eavesdrop on the call. Giselle said you were busy, but we'd love to have you there. At least for Marcy's competition. Yes. Wonderful. I'll see you then. Giselle tilted her head to the ceiling and silently prayed for lightning to strike her. When God didn't see it fit to blast the room, she turned on her mother. Mom, why did you call? I told you not to bother him. Christina arched an eyebrow in a told-you-so gesture. West said he'd love to come. Giselle scowled. Walking out of the kitchen, she said, Since no one is bothering to listen to me today, I'm leaving. Lock the door behind you, honey, Christina called, batting her thick eyelashes in glee. Giselle stomped out of her parents' house, wondering how she'd free West from this obligation. Over lunch, she'd learned that he'd come to Belize to work. The last thing he needed was the Stone family piling on events and parties that he didn't sign up for. If she'd known things would have turned out like this, she never would have used her ex as a shield. Just then, her phone rang with a call from an unknown number. Giselle answered. Hello?
It's me.
West's warm voice filled the line. He really had such an amazing timbre, and the sound of it caused a smile to grow on her face immediately. She pushed her Bluetooth earphones in, started the car, and drove. I'm sorry about that call with my mom. You know how she is. Pausing at the lane, she flicked her indicator. You don't have to feel obligated to go to the competition. In fact, just forget about us altogether. Okay? Delete her number and delete mine too.
I don't mind going.
West, you being so nice about it will only make me feel worse.
I really don't, Gis.
Hearing the old nickname made Giselle's heart skip a beat. Everything is getting out of hand. Yesterday, you were a figment of my imagination. Now you're here in Belize, and Mom is calling you. How far am I supposed to push this lie?
If you're really uncomfortable, I won't go.
That's not it. she quickly assured him. I just feel bad for taking up so much of your time.
I sincerely don't mind. I like your family and I like having something different to do on the weekend. Plus, if Marcy's anything like you, she's going to be a beast in every competition. I know how seriously you Stone women take your games.
A smile flirted with Giselle's lips. Look, if you're still bitter about that Uno tournament back in high school...
You mean the one where you cheated?
He teased. I didn't cheat! Giselle squealed. He laughed.
I think it'll be fun to watch Marcy smash the competition.
Her heart swelled. Thank you.
No problem.
He paused.
And I was thinking, maybe we can hang out after.
Her eyes bugged, and she tapped her earpiece, sure she'd heard wrong. You and me?
Just as friends,
He clarified.
You can show me around Belize. Point out all the things I missed since I've been gone.
Her heart was beating so hard, it threatened to drown out the roaring engine. Duh. West only wanted to spend time with her as a friend. Friendship was all she could afford right now, too. Sure, she agreed. I'd like that.
Perfect. It's a date.
Her eyes jerked off the road as the innocent statement fluttered her pulse. Okay, she croaked. It's a date.
Chapter 7. West saw Uncle Finn's knowing smile and waited for the old man to comment. He didn't have to wait long. That was a little awkward. Finn wiggled his eyebrows. Have I taught you nothing about asking a woman on a date? Just drive, Uncle Finn. His uncle snickered. I remember Giselle, he said. The wind whipped his white hair all around. She was the only girl you brought home back in the day. I don't think you've introduced me to anyone since her. West tapped on his phone and put the Special Olympics date in his calendar. His week was booked, and he'd have to rearrange some meetings to make the time. He didn't trust himself to remember the date without an alarm. You've seen plenty of my old girlfriends, he murmured distractedly. I've seen them. In passing. But Giselle was different. Finn chuckled as he drove. I remember it like it was yesterday. You were sweating buckets in your school uniform and she looked so nervous. Did she? West asked. Uncle Finn nudged him with a bony elbow. You couldn't tell? Maybe you misunderstood. Giselle has always been reserved. Uncle Finn shook his head. Or maybe you didn't know her all that well. I could tell she wanted to impress me. Not because of me, but because of you. West grunted. Uncle Finn laughed at the memory. You said her entire name, both middle names, nicknames, and everything. I don't think I've ever seen you put that much effort into a relationship before. I haven't. West leaned back in his seat. Most girls didn't expect that much of me. His uncle arched a brow. Giselle did? Giselle does, West said, present tense. He'd only spent a few moments in her company, but it was enough to see that not much had changed. She was still the kind of girl his friends would call wife material. A woman you didn't mess around with until you were ready to bring her home to the family and settle down. Uncle Finn nodded and said, a classy woman. It shouldn't have surprised me that you got back with Giselle. I'm glad. I like her. West had planned to tell Uncle Finn the truth, but all this gushing over Giselle changed his mind. He'd keep it to himself until a better time. I hope you two work out the location difference, Uncle Finn added. I admire a couple who can do long distance, but it's impossible to keep that up forever. He slowed down at a red light. You plan on moving to Belize? Absolutely not, West said. I love Belize, but this place is too small for what I want to build. Uncle Finn scrubbed his bristly cheek. And Giselle doesn't seem ready to leave the country. You heard her little sister. They're putting everything into that food truck. West smiled fondly. They're stubborn enough to succeed, but it'll take some time. He stared out the window deep in thought. Everything Uncle Finn said was true. He and Giselle were ambitious people heading in different directions. Their paths had crossed for a short period of time, but it wouldn't be forever. He was leaving Belize as soon as he got the hotel up and running. That was reality. He couldn't afford to live in dreamland, even if being with Giselle made him feel like dreams could come true. Chapter 8. It was Friday night, and that meant traffic in downtown Belize City was deplorable. The Special Olympics had gotten a ton of coverage on the news, so most of the vehicles going downtown were heading in the community center's direction. He'd finally managed to find a parking spot, but this building was new and he'd never attended a Special Olympics before. He had no idea where to go. West spoke into the phone. "I don't see you, Gis." He swept his gaze through the crowd. Though he was a good head and shoulders taller than the average Belizean, this place was packed. Loud laughter caught his attention. He glanced to the left and saw a group of teenagers swaggering past. They reminded him of his younger self, and he knew instinctively that they wouldn't stick around the Special Olympics for long. When he was their age, he and his friends would ditch whatever school fair, musical, or play they were attending and drive to a deserted stretch close to the Caribbean Sea. They popped their doors open, blasted music, and drank way too much alcohol. By the end of the night, West would have danced with a couple girls and picked who he wanted to take back to his truck. He'd been a fiend in his younger years. He could admit that much. In his present state, pushing 30 and more focused on building his legacy than adding more notches to his bedpost. West's interests had changed. Work had become his adrenaline rush, his beer, and his dopamine. A good time was drinking alone, while going over spreadsheets and accounts for his family's hotel chain. Of course, he still loved socializing and a good romp in the hay. But having a different girl on his arm and in his bed every night had grown stale. He'd been itching for a new challenge, which was why he'd volunteered to resuscitate the hotel in Belize. Just then, West spotted Giselle. She was squished all the way in the corner of the crowd, obviously trying not to block the flow of traffic. His lips curving into a smile. He waved. "I see you."
Oh, there you are.
The relief in her voice made his heart tighten in a strange way. She started waving back. Moving as swiftly as he could, West stalked toward Giselle. She tilted her head back, black eyes sparkling like two diamonds in her face. She reached up and gave him a friendly squeeze.
Thanks for coming.
Of course. West's heart slammed against his chest as he held her loosely and battled the urge to dip his nose into her neck. What was that perfume? He needed her to stop wearing it because it was far too addictive. Giselle pulled back and he studied her. She had her hair straight tonight and it fell down her waist like a smooth black curtain. The white crop top was crisp against her dark brown skin. The checkered miniskirt paired with the military-style boots fit her personality like a glove. She looked hot. West wished he could give her a proper once-over, but her expression turned a little pensive and he focused on the conversation instead. "What's wrong?" he asked. Giselle wrung her hands together.
I wanted to know how comfortable you'd be with showing a little more affection in front of my parents tonight. My mom is suspicious, and I want to throw her off the scent.
She kept studying his expression.
It's totally fine if you'd rather not. I know this can get really awkward really fast, and you didn't sign up for all this.
"Gis." He cupped her cheek. She swallowed audibly. "Take a deep breath," he said. She inhaled on command.
Is that supposed to do something?
"Take another breath." She pursed her lips. His eyes caught on her mouth. Her lips were small but full. They were usually duo-colored, mostly dark brown with an inner pink tinge that was more apparent on her bottom lip than her top. Tonight they were one dark red color, soft temptation. West trained his gaze back on her eyes. "I'm down for a little role play tonight." An image of Giselle in a sexy little costume, spread eagle on his bed, filled his mind. He pushed it away. "Focus, West. This is sweet little Giselle you're messing with. Keep it PG." He dropped his hand from her face to link their fingers together. "Just be natural and follow my lead," West said.
How about you follow mine?
she shot back as he tugged her into the auditorium. West smirked. That won't convince anybody. Her eyebrows furrowed.
I can be romantic, you know. I've watched a million K-dramas.
Sweetheart, don't try to be something you're not. West chuckled. The fact that you use television as an argument only proves my point.
I have experience.
I'm sure you do, West said dismissively. Giselle huffed behind him, and West couldn't help the smirk that grew on his face. Teasing her was fun. Where are your parents? He asked, his gaze sliding around the auditorium. The bleachers were filled with families and supporters. In the middle of the auditorium was a basketball court that had been converted for the games. Kids in wheelchairs and on crutches wore colorful uniforms and headbands. He could feel the tension in the air as they prepared for the competition.
My parents are over there.
Giselle pointed to the bleachers all the way across the auditorium. He spotted Christina and Kenrick sitting on the bottom row. They were holding pom-poms and signs that read, "Go, Marcy, go." That's cute. He smirked when he saw the sign.
I talked them down from bringing Dad's giant African drums. Instead, Dad's going to make a ton of noise with his air horn.
West laughed and led Giselle over to her parents. When they got closer, Giselle looped her arm around his waist and hugged him from the side. He glanced down. Aren't you laying it on a little thick? She scrunched her nose mischievously and leaned her head on his chest. To her parents, Giselle crooned,
Look who I found wandering outside.
Christina waved cheerfully, looking youthful in a jeans jacket and long white pants. Nice of you to join us. Kenrick slapped West on the back. You two can take this seat. West moved forward. Sure. Giselle dragged his arm.
Thanks, Dad, but we can see better from up here. Right, West?
West cleared his throat. I think I should listen to my girlfriend. Kenrick boomed out his laughter. Smart man. Just say yes, dear, and everything else will go smoothly for you. Christina chuckled at him. West, don't let Giselle boss you around. She's the eldest, you know. It's already in her nature.
Moom, stop talking nonsense.
Giselle shook her head. Marcy wheeled toward them and her eyes lit up.
West, you made it!
She grinned and her arms moved at lightning speed as she rushed his way. How are you feeling? He asked.
I'm so nervous.
Marcy rubbed her hands on her Special Olympics uniform. He gave her a fist bump. You're gonna kill it.
Thanks.
Marcy said nervously. Kenrick patted his little girl on the shoulder. Do you want some water before the game?
Can I have a Gatorade?
Marcy answered her dad. Christina smacked her forehead. I forgot to bring your bottle from home, she said. West offered, I saw a concession stand when we walked in. I'll grab some drinks. Christina smiled. Thank you, West. Kenrick nodded his appreciation. Giselle, who was already mounting the steps to the second row of the bleachers, turned back.
Do you want me to come with you?
Nah, I got it. He smiled. You want anything, babe? Her lips curled down and his grin got a little more wicked. Interesting. Back in high school, Giselle didn't take to him calling her pet names. It looked like that hadn't changed with time.
I'm good. Thanks.
Giselle said. West jogged to the concession stand to get Marcy's drink. A woman in heavy eyeliner and big hoop earrings was working the counter. When she saw him, her entire focus narrowed in. He offered a friendly smile and she hurried over to take his order. West paid for the drink and the server stopped him, letting her fingers linger on his. You look familiar, she said. Have we met? Don't think so, West said, trying to get away so he could get the drink back to Marcy. Oh, you're West Phillips. She tapped her chest. Don't you remember me? He peered closely at her and felt a small spark of recognition. You're Zara Oren. She giggled. We used to make out at the park. Oh, right. He snapped his fingers. She'd been the first to teach him how to handle a woman in the back seat of a car. Before her, he'd only ever done it in a bed. Zara stared at him. You haven't changed at all, West. You're still just as handsome now as you were in high school. And you've gotten prettier with age, he said, smiling politely. The truth was, Zara looked like life had hit her hard. Zara fluttered her hands and glanced down shyly. Are you in Belize for long? We should catch up. Maybe revisit old haunts. He stepped back with a pained grin. I'm in the country for a bit. Zara's eyes filled with hope. Are you busy tonight? Because I'm free after this. Sorry, I can't. Oh? Did you come here with someone? A girlfriend? Zara asked. West tilted his head and mulled the question over.
Yes, he does have a girlfriend.
A familiar voice snapped angrily.
His girlfriend is my sister.
West's eyes widened and he spun to the voice. Marcy sat behind him, arms folded over her chest, nostrils flaring and dark eyes glaring with contempt.
Chapter 9. Giselle kept her eyes on West as he strode to the concession stand. How did he look so good in a regular button-down and jeans? With his hair all thick and messy and those dark blue eyes, she'd seen the wave of attention he'd received simply walking into the auditorium. Sure, some of it had to do with him being white in a predominantly black country, but to label all the stares as mere curiosity was unfair. West probably got the same reaction no matter which country he was in. Some people were just born beautiful. He's so sweet, Christina piped up from the bench in front of her. I know I've said this already, but I like him, Giselle. Has West talked about marriage yet? Christina leaned forward, excitement twinkling in her dark brown eyes. Giselle groaned. Mom! Kenrick patted his wife's hand. Christina, give the kids a break. Marriage isn't something to rush into. Her mother spoke loudly. I never said to rush. I just asked if they'd discuss the topic. Tossing her hair over her shoulder, Christina craned her neck to glance at Giselle. So, have you? Looks like Marcy and West are finished with the concession stand. They're on their way back. Giselle lifted a finger to point out West and Marcy. Relief raced through her veins when her mother took the bait and let the topic drop. As their attention snagged on her sister, Giselle realized that something was off. Marcy was rolling her wheelchair furiously toward the basketball court. West chased her down, his stride urgent and his hand outstretched. As she passed a garbage can, Marcy tossed the full and unopened Gatorade into the trash and cut West a dark look. Is something wrong? Christina asked, her head tilting to the side in confusion. Kenrick pursed his lips. It looks like they're fighting. Why would they be fighting? Christina asked. Giselle shrugged. Marcy could be a smart mouth at times, but West had 2 older sisters, so he knew how to handle annoying siblings. Besides, she highly doubted West would start a fight with anyone. From what she remembered of him in high school, he'd been kind and compassionate. A flirt? Yes. A rogue with the ladies? Double, yes. But under all that swag and sex appeal beat a heart of pure gold. It was his heart that had made her give him a chance, despite the fact that they didn't fit at all on paper. Marcy wheeled past the bleachers, shooting Giselle a loaded look before joining the other contestants. Giselle frowned, wondering what that look was about. They all turned and stared at West when he joined them. Her parents were silent, probably to be polite, but Giselle didn't have such restraint. Did something happen? She asked. West's eyes seemed troubled, and his smile was tight-lipped.
Nothing much happened. She's probably hyped about the game.
He shot a look at her parents before giving her a pointed stare that said, "Later." "Ah, I see." Giselle nodded. The competition began, and the announcer's voice boomed through the auditorium. A roar erupted from the crowd. Giselle grinned, snapping pictures of Marcy with her phone. Marcy's scowl was intimidating everyone. Her sister really looked like she wanted to kick her opponents' butts tonight. The games would be a piece of cake for her. When she glanced over at West, she saw a distracted frown on his face. "Hey." She put her hand over his. The way her heart skipped a beat when he naturally turned his palm over and interlocked their fingers was something she would take to the grave.
"I'm okay,"
he said, squeezing her hand.
"I'll tell you about it later."
Giselle was about to pull her hand away when she saw Christina observing them. She changed tactics immediately and scooted closer to West. He gave her a weird look. She laughed nervously and explained, "I'm so cold."
"Oh."
He turned and focused on the game. Her mother's eyebrow jumped. Giselle cleared her throat. "Honey, didn't you hear me?" West saw her mother watching and finally got it. Draping his arms around her, he dragged her closer and rubbed his thumb against her skin.
"Sorry, baby, I wasn't paying attention."
"That's okay." She played with his shirt, flicking the collar. He cuddled her closer and pressed a kiss on her head.
"I've been wanting to say this for a while, but you smell really nice."
"Do I?" She turned and sniffed her arm. West laughed.
"It smells like coconuts."
"That's not me."
"It might be your hair."
He leaned in and inhaled deeply. She shoved him with a laugh. "West, what are you doing?" West chuckled again, a sound that, for some reason, she felt all the way to her toes. His knuckles brushed her stomach as he slid his other hand around her.
"I don't think I'm the only one who hasn't changed much since high school."
He caressed her hip gently. Giselle was suddenly unable to breathe. West's heart-stopping smile, plus all the light touching of his fingers, made her stomach flip in a strange way. Their eyes locked and held. He touched her cheek, smiling like she was the most beautiful woman in the world. A hot flood of confusion spread through her chest. It was both thrilling and terrifying. She hadn't lied when she told West that she was more experienced than he thought. Back in high school, she'd been an innocent 17-year-old with overbearing parents who watched her like a hawk. But she wasn't in high school anymore. Right now, she was feeling some very adult sensations when West caressed her, and the fact that she wanted his touch in ways that weren't appropriate in public was slightly horrifying. Thankfully, a loud bang allowed her to focus on something other than West's captivating blue eyes. She saw Marcy rolling confidently on the court, and her big sister Pride stepped in. Shouting out her encouragements, she cheered Marcy to victory. The game was over before it had ever really begun. Whatever had lit a fire under Marcy's wheelchair made her leave her competitors in the dust. After the award ceremony, Marcy rolled over to them. She was breathing hard, and sweat had darkened several spots on her uniform. Christina grabbed her youngest in for a hug. "That was fantastic, Marcy. I've never seen you go that fast." Kenrick lifted his chin, his chest swelling with pride. "She's like me. We get that extra pump of adrenaline on competition day, and it makes us unstoppable." "Nice job, partner." Giselle flashed a thumbs up. West agreed.
"You were great, Marcy."
Thanks.
Marcy said stiffly, her eyes slicing through West like she wanted to cut him with a knife. Giselle picked up on the weird vibes between them, but she wasn't sure what to do about it. West made it clear that he couldn't discuss anything in front of her parents, and she figured it wasn't serious enough if he hadn't pulled her aside to talk about it yet. "Do you want to sit here for a bit and watch the other games?" Christina asked Marcy. Sitting down again, Giselle cuddled into West's side. Her heart pattered when he wrapped his arms around her. Once more, a rush of something not at all innocent made her stomach turn. Her reaction to his simplest touch made no sense. Well, it made a little sense. West was far too good-looking for a red-blooded female not to respond. Everything about him, from the chiseled jawline to his powerful stride, to his shirt sleeves folded just so to reveal the veins running up his arm, spoke of pure masculine confidence. Christina waved a hand in front of her youngest daughter's face. "Dear, why are you staring at Giselle and West? I'm still waiting to hear your answer. Do you want to stay and watch the rest of the games?"
Not interested.
Marcy murmured darkly.
I think it's best if we leave.
Giselle felt West stiffen and glanced up at him, noticing the obvious tightening of his lips. Her parents packed up, and Giselle helped them put all the gear in the car. She saw West hanging back and reached for his hand. Wrapping his arm around her waist with an ease that would have convinced anyone she'd done it all the time, she wiggled her fingers at her parents. "I'll see you guys later," Giselle said. Marcy stopped and glared at her. "Where are you going, Giselle? Come with us." Giselle knelt to be on eye level with her sister. "I promised West I'd hang out with him after the game." "Okay, dear. Have fun." Her mother waved. "See you, West." Marcy wheeled toward them. "I want to come too." "Marcy!" Christina frowned. "Don't crash your sister's date."
It's okay.
Wes said. Everyone turned and stared at him in surprise. He shrugged.
I don't mind.
He cast Giselle an inquiring look.
As long as you don't mind, Gis.
I guess not, she said hesitantly. Okay. Christina glanced between the three of them. Have fun. As her parents left, Marcy rolled closer.
Can my wheelchair fit in your back seat?
I don't think so,
Wes said.
But I'm driving a pickup tonight. It can fit in the bed.
Marcy sneered.
A pickup? Typical. Are you overcompensating for something?
Marcy. Giselle frowned. West offered a pained smile and strode to his truck. Stop it, Giselle scolded her sister when West was out of earshot. You're being rude. Do you even know what kind of guy he is? Marcy snapped back. Don't be such an idiot. Giselle pursed her lips. What is your problem? Nothing. Her little sister huffed and rolled straight toward West. A moment later, he bawled out in pain. Giselle whipped her head up and saw Marcy had parked her wheelchair on top of West's foot. Oops, Marcy said, her eyes dark and her voice sounding anything but apologetic. Didn't see you there. Giselle glared at her sister. Marcy was an expert in that chair. She couldn't remember the last time her sister rolled on anyone's foot. West limped to the side of the car, biting down on his bottom lip as his face reddened. She hurried to him. Does it hurt?
Not really,
he croaked. Wait, West. Maybe you shouldn't drive.
It's fine. It's not that bad,
he said.
I'll make room so Marcy can fit her wheelchair in the truck.
Giselle glared at her sister. Marcy just shrugged and rolled around the car. Despite her sister's bratty behavior, West was patient as he held the wheelchair so Marcy could make the transfer into his truck. While Giselle pushed Marcy's legs into the car, he folded up the chair and set it in the back of the pickup. Once they got going, they drove in silence. The air was thick with awkwardness, and Giselle wished Marcy hadn't come so she could ask West what on earth was going on. When they stopped at a gas station, Marcy complained of being thirsty. "I'll get you something to drink," Giselle said. She headed inside, bought what she needed, and hurried back to the car, slowing down when she heard West and Marcy in a heated discussion. "You don't deserve to be with my sister," Marcy was saying, her voice carrying loudly through the open windows. "I saw you flirting with that woman at the concession stand." Anger whipped through her voice. "You didn't mention being in a relationship once."
That's because...
"Because what?" Marcy snapped. West went silent. Marcy sounded more and more agitated. "Admit it. You don't really like my sister, do you? You're a big fat jerk, and I'm going to tell Giselle the truth."
Chapter 10. West had never been called out by a teenager before. Marcy looked like she'd punch him in the face at any moment, and he wasn't quite sure how to deal with her. She'd gotten the wrong idea about Zara. Though he tried to explain himself, Marcy didn't seem to be buying his defense.
I get that you're hot. And that's enough to blind most girls. Especially my sister. All Giselle does is watch K-pop videos and squeal over sexy Asian men.
West's eyebrows shot up. Giselle liked Asian men? Marcy kept going.
She's really trusting, easily distracted, and you two had a thing in high school, so she's not seeing clearly. But I've got a great view from my chair and my eyes are wide open.
Marcy hooked her fingers at her eyes and pointed them at him like claws.
A man who flirts with other women when he has a girlfriend is trash. And it's only a matter of time before he...
At that moment, the door burst open and Giselle flung a bag of drinks and snacks into the front seat.
"Marcy, don't say another word,"
Giselle said, breathing hard.
"Just wait a minute.
Giselle climbed into the car and slammed the door.
It's all a big misunderstanding."
Marcy rolled her eyes.
Really, Giselle? Really? You're defending him when he was messing around with other women?
"He can do that if he wants to."
Giselle snapped.
What?
Marcy looked like she wanted to take a bat to her sister's head.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how stupid you sound? I get that he's handsome, rich, and charming, but is he worth your dignity? Your pride? I can't believe you'd lower yourself to nothing for some guy.
Giselle thrust her hands out.
"I'm not lowering myself. Let me explain."
Marcy bellowed.
No, I don't want to hear it. You were raised just like me, Giselle. You were raised to believe that you are precious, intelligent, and worth a man's best. Dad showed us every day what a good man looks like. He is faithful to Mom. He's caring and selfless. He would die for her. She's his best friend, and he would never hurt or disrespect her. That is what you should be looking for. Not some
Marcy gestured to him.
joker who can't keep it in his pants.
"You don't understand, Marcy."
Is it because he's white and you're black? Do you think you have to let him walk all over you because he has blue eyes and you don't? Do you hate being black?
Her sister sounded horrified.
Is this some internalized self-hatred handed down from slavery days? Do you need to get therapy?
Giselle looked frustrated.
"Marcy, shut up and listen. We're not really..."
I don't want to hear it.
Marcy lifted a hand, palm up and lips twisted into a burning scowl. In that moment, Wes thought that Marcy looked exactly like Christina. Same dark skin, same dark eyes, same fierce attitude. Marcy scowled.
I get it now. I get why Mom's always been hard on you for that K-pop obsession. This is what she was so afraid of. You think everyone is like those guys who sing love songs for a living. You think the world is filled with good people.
The younger woman waved her hands like it was a stupid thought.
It's messed with your ability to view reality. You've turned into a pathetic desperado who would put up with a man's BS just to say you're in a relationship. I'm disappointed in you, Giselle. Really and truly disappointed.
Wes saw that Giselle was struggling to get a word in and tried to help. Marcy, if you could just take a breath and listen to your sister.
Don't talk to me, you disgusting cheater.
He winced.
Marcy, stop, please.
Trust me, Giselle. If he hasn't cheated on you yet, he's going to.
Marcy sent him a blistering stare.
I knew you were too slick, and that's fine. I'm sure you have a long list of women who'd be happy to lower their standards and be your little plaything for the evening. But my sister is not a toy you can use and discard for your own pleasure, so you need to back the hell off.
Marcy!
Giselle shrieked.
Wake up and smell the coffee, sis. West isn't serious about you, and it's better if you just kick him to the curb now before he...
Marcy, we're faking it!
Giselle screeched.
It's not real. Nothing is real. We're not really dating.
Marcy blinked, her lips frozen in a state of perpetual shock. In the dim light streaming from the car, he saw the wheels behind her eyes turning rapidly.
You... what?
Marcy wheezed.
I...
Giselle exchanged a nervous look with him. Turning to her sister, she mumbled,
I lied to Mom about being in a relationship.
You... lied?
Marcy mumbled the words like they weren't English.
Yes.
About...
Marcy gestured to him.
Yes.
Giselle nodded.
When I told Mom I was dating West, I didn't expect him to show up in Belize the next day.
Marcy shook her head.
I don't understand.
She glanced between the two of them.
What do you mean you're faking it?
Marcy breathed hard.
What do you mean you didn't expect West to show up in Belize?
Her voice climbed in pitch.
What on earth is going on, Giselle?
The gas attendant was peering into their car curiously. West cleared his throat. Why don't we drive somewhere quiet and talk this through?
That's a good idea,
Giselle said. West drove them to a park near the tourist village. Restless waves crashed against the seawall. Large, cobblestoned paths invited tourists to stop and take pictures in front of the sprawling Caribbean Sea. During the day, the area was packed with locals selling bracelets, stones, and other souvenirs out of tiny, colorful wooden huts. But at this time in the evening, most of the huts were closed, and only a few couples walked through the park. For 10 minutes, Giselle explained everything to her little sister. Marcy closed her eyes and groaned.
This is insane. I can't believe you lied to us.
Her eyes burst open and she gave Giselle a frightened look.
You do know Mom's going to kill you when she finds out, right?
Giselle said sternly.
She's not going to find out.
Marcy glanced at him. He saw a hint of sheepishness in her expression when she stammered,
So you're really not dating my sister?
No, but I wasn't flirting with that girl either. She's an old friend from high school and her question caught me off guard. I'm glad it happened, though. I'll be more prepared next time. Marcy stammered.
I guess I owe you an apology.
No need,
Yes, there is a need.
Giselle said fiercely.
West is helping me out because I begged him. He didn't have to do any of this.
She made a sweeping gesture to herself and to Marcy.
I roped him into a lie, and the last thing he deserves is to be judged and yelled at because of it.
Marcy hung her head.
I'm sorry.
Gis. West touched her hand, seeing how angry she was getting. It did something to him, hearing her take up for him and defend him like that. But West didn't want her to fight with her sister over it, over him.
No, don't try to brush this off. She rolled over your foot, Wes.
Giselle's nostrils flared.
Do you know how heavy that wheelchair is?
He smirked. I do. His toe was still throbbing from the weight of it. But she was protecting her sister, and I can respect her for that. He glanced back at Marcy and gave her a thumbs up. I mean it. I think you were awesome just now. Marcy gave him a sheepish smile.
Thanks, and I'm sorry for saying all those bad things about you, and for rolling over your foot.
No problem, West told her.
Do you need to go to the hospital?
Marcy asked. West shook his head. No, it's okay. I'm not hurt. The young woman glanced between the two of them.
So? How long is this ruse going to last? Because dating West isn't going to stop Mom. She's already humming "Here Comes the Bride" around the house. I heard her talking to her friend Mallory about wedding planners, too.
Don't remind me.
Giselle held her temples and rubbed.
I haven't formed a plan yet, but trust me, West and I will break up.
For some reason, disappointment cut through his chest. To hide the reaction, West's gaze flickered outside. The Caribbean Sea was a murky black that looked angry and foreboding beneath the moonless sky. Lights blinked in the distance, trying to pierce the shadows that danced over the water. But they weren't strong enough. The darkness swallowed them whole.
Whew.
Marcy sank into the back seat.
This is a dangerous game you're playing, Giselle. But don't worry, I won't tell a soul.
Giselle smiled at Marcy.
I appreciate that.
West glanced at his watch. Do you ladies still want to head somewhere?
Nah.
Marcy sighed.
I feel like a total heel right now. I just want to go home.
He pulled out of the park and drove to the stone house. There, West ran around the back to take out Marcy's wheelchair. As he passed, he caught Giselle squeezing her sister's hand and exchanging a soft word with her. Whatever she said made Marcy light up. West's heart warmed at the sight. He was glad that it seemed like they'd made up. After wheeling Marcy up the ramp and waving goodbye, he drove Giselle to her apartment. Giselle sighed.
Well, our secret's out.
I trust Marcy, West said.
I do too. Honestly, it feels kind of good to not have to pretend with her.
She swung her head and studied him in the darkness.
Thank you for coming tonight.
No problem. I had fun.
Even if your toes are probably broken?
If they were broken, I wouldn't be able to drive, he said with a smile. She laughed.
True.
He settled into easy silence. That was another thing he'd always liked about Giselle. Unlike other girls who felt the need to prattle on and on about nothing, she'd never shied away from the quiet. There was something peaceful about that, something settled and comforting. West didn't want to think too deeply about how he enjoyed Giselle's company and simply let the moment ride. When they were almost to her apartment, she gathered her things.
Call me if your foot hurts too much. I'll pay for the hospital bills.
I'll call you, but it won't be to pay for the hospital, he said. Even with all the drama that came with being her fake boyfriend, West definitely wanted to see Giselle again. She laughed, and it was a musical sound.
Oh, how's your hotel restoration going?
It's moving along, slowly, but I'm not too worried about the construction side. I'm more concerned about who should run it when I'm gone.
You don't have a manager?
I fired him, he said simply. Given the state of the hotel, that manager clearly wasn't doing his job.
Then hire someone else.
Giselle suggested. It's not that simple. I need someone who'll treat the hotel like their own. It's tough finding someone with those qualities. He thought of Henry Garbett, a rival hotel's manager and a respected hotelier in their circles.
What's that look?
Giselle wiggled a finger at him. What look?
You just thought of someone, didn't you?
Her eyes narrowed.
Someone you want for the position.
How do you know that?
Your lips quirked up a little. You do that when you're thinking about a challenge.
He smirked at how well she still knew him. There's someone I wish I could get, but he's more than a challenge. He's already got a position. Someone that good won't jump ship.
Did West Phillips just give up before he even started?
She swung her purse over her shoulder and flashed him a teasing look.
That's not the man I remember.
You think I should go after him?
He's the one you want, isn't he?
Wes stared at her, admiring her beautiful face in the soft glow from the street lamp. I think so.
Then go after him.
Her eyes glittered like velvet steel.
And don't stop until he says yes. Chapter 11. Giselle tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. It was Wednesday afternoon, and Marcy had kicked her out of the food truck. She didn't know what had come over her sister. Lately, Marcy kept insisting on trying things for herself and taking on more responsibility. Giselle supported Marcy's journey to self-sufficiency when it came to the Special Olympics, but manning the food truck alone was next level. Nightmare scenarios blazed through her head. What if the gas stove caught fire? What if Marcy got her hand stuck in the blender? What if some thugs realized an 18-year-old in a wheelchair was in a truck alone and came to hurt her? She started panicking and called Marcy immediately. Her sister didn't pick up on the first ring, or the second. Giselle started driving to the park when Marcy called her back. She sounded breathless. Sorry for missing your call. I was with a customer. She loved my smoothie and tagged us on Instagram. I just looked her up, and she has a huge following. Marcy squealed. I think this could be really good for us. Giselle smiled. That's great. She eased her truck on the side of the highway. Outside her windshield, tall buildings pointed to the sky. Wispy clouds sailed overhead, swimming easily in the blue horizon. The sun bathed coconut trees in a golden glow. Look, Marcy, I really don't think this is a good idea. Mom would tear my head off if she found out I let you stay in the food truck alone. Can you please reconsider? Marcy argued. We had a deal, Giselle. I won't tell Mom about your fake relationship, and you let me do this. No spying, no helping, no nothing. Giselle dropped her head against the steering wheel. She had found it strange when Marcy hadn't immediately tried to blackmail her. Sometimes little siblings were the worst. Marcy sighed through the phone. Go hang out with your friends. Giselle sighed right back. LaToya's still at work, and Yolanda took Tay-Tay to see his grandmother. She won't be back until later this evening. She could feel Marcy rolling her eyes when her sister replied, Go hang out with Wes then. West and I don't hang out. She groaned. Marcy, please, at least let me, Marcy interrupted sassily. I'm giving you a day off. What kind of person complains about that? I don't want a day off, Giselle said. Marcy huffed. Go watch the latest K-pop video or write fan mail to that singer you like. And stop calling every minute. I have customers. Click. Giselle stared at her phone and roared in frustration. Her sister was intelligent, beautiful, and ambitious, but she had a serious physical limitation. No matter how much Marcy wanted to be treated as normal, there were some things she couldn't do. Heart beating fast, Giselle toyed with the idea of donning a disguise and hanging around the food truck anyway. She started the car before deciding against it. Marcy would definitely get pissed off if she caught her going back on their deal. And a furious Marcy meant her secrets would start spilling out to Mom. She couldn't afford for that to happen. Rubbing her temple, Giselle debated what she should do next. Her stomach growled, and she rubbed it thoughtfully. maybe she should pop in to see West. Grab some lunch for them both. Just as friends, of course. There's nothing weird about that, right? She mumbled to herself, driving to a nearby food stall and ordering 2 plates of white rice and stew beans with stewed beef, okra, and potato salad. Friends brought friends lunch all the time. She couldn't count the number of days she'd stopped by LaToya's work to eat, and she frequently took Yolanda and Tay-Tay to the pizza shop. She and Yolanda gushed about the latest K-pop news, while the rambunctious little boy played on the slides and ate gooey cheese pizzas. This is totally normal, she kept telling herself as she drove to the hotel under construction and walked around the side. This isn't weird at all. Sweat made her fingers slick, and the food bags almost dropped out of her hands. Hauling in a deep breath of courage, Giselle stepped into the office. West's hotel was a seaside property that stood several stories tall. Coconut trees peppered the yard, waving their fronds cheerfully. The sound of drills and hammers filled the air. The receptionist gave her a suspicious look when she stepped inside. "We're not open yet," she said politely but firmly. "Please refer your inquiries to our website." I'm here to see West Phillips." The other woman's features tightened immediately. "You know the boss?" "Yeah, we're, friends." The woman gave her a once-over. She smiled awkwardly. Since they weren't truly dating, Giselle didn't feel right to introduce herself as West's girlfriend. She didn't want to cause any trouble for him in case he was enjoying the nightlife. A hint of dismay crept into her chest at the thought, but Giselle shook it away. She didn't own West. He was a young, handsome man with money. There were plenty of ways he could entertain himself in Belize. "Yeah." She cleared her throat. "We're just friends." "Wait here." Her smile a little stiffer, the receptionist walked down a hallway and up a flight of stairs. As Giselle waited, she pulled out her phone and wondered if she should text West to let him know she was here. She didn't want to disturb him, but looking back, she probably should have given him a heads up. The receptionist had her waiting for a long time. Assuming West was unable to see her, Giselle turned to leave when she saw the woman marching back into the foyer. "Mr. Phillips is very busy right now." She looked Giselle up and down snootily. "But he'll see you." "Thank you," Giselle said, stalking off. She had a feeling the receptionist didn't like her, but she had no idea what the problem was. Oh, wait, she did. Simply being in West's orbit painted a huge target on her back. Dating West back in the day had taught her how incredibly petty some girls could be. His exes and admirers had talked trash about her and went out of their way to be cruel because West had chosen her. Some things never changed. It was very likely that the secretary had a crush on West and felt threatened by Giselle showing up. "This is why you shouldn't date a guy who's too handsome," Giselle grumbled, noticing the office door at the end of the hallway. "Girls will always be after them." As she drew near to the office, Giselle heard West's voice. It sounded like he was on a phone call. She knocked softly and poked her head in. West had his back to her, and he was staring through a small window that overlooked the Caribbean Sea. Giselle saw the tenseness of his shoulders and heard the heat in his voice as he spoke. Whoever was on the other end of the phone call had West at the end of his patience. She looked him over, and her heart skipped a beat. West Phillips was seriously good-looking. Every part of him spoke to her, from his messy hair to the way his button-down hugged his shoulders to the slacks that tapered down long legs. She stepped into the room and a floorboard creaked. West spun and caught her eye. His lips twitched in a slight greeting as he pointed to the phone. Giselle nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "Yes, Mr. Garbett." West's tone, though polite, rang with impatience. "I understand that, and I think it's quite fortunate that you're looking for a new position just as my hotel is about to reopen." Giselle set 2 forks on the coffee table, her ears perking up. Mr. Garbett must be the one West wanted to manage his hotel. No. West sighed and glanced at her. Giselle smiled, giving him an encouraging nod. He shook his head and turned around again. "I promise you our hotel will be the best in all of Belize. We're looking to expand beyond Belize City, and you would have full control over all those branches. That's how much we believe in you, Mr. Garbett." The food smelled amazing. Giselle's stomach gurgled, but she didn't want to eat without West. "Sir." West's tone was brusque. "Just give it to me straight. Do you have a problem with our hotel or a problem with me?" He paused, listened. "Okay, so what I'm hearing is, you think I'm too young and unfocused?" Giselle cringed. That really didn't sound good. "Mr. Garbett," West snapped, "I assure you that I am more than capable, and a partnership between us would be completely unproblematic." He waited and sighed harder. "Sir, I resent you calling me immature just because of my age." Giselle opened her food container and started drooling. The portions at local vendors were incredibly generous. Coconut white rice glistened beneath a spread of flavorful stewed beans. She stuck her fork into the beef and almost moaned at how the spines tore right through the dark meat. That was it. She couldn't wait any longer. Giselle had her first spoonful of rice, beef, and beans halfway to her mouth when she felt West's stare on her. Guiltily, she dropped the spoon and glanced at him. "What?" His eyes lit up, and he excitedly strode over to the chair. "Mr. Garbett, I also believe very strongly in family, loyalty, and commitment. In fact, my girlfriend and I have known each other since high school, and we're still as in love today as the day we met." Giselle almost choked. West pressed a finger to his lips when she started to protest. "Yes, Giselle and I have known each other for years. In fact, I'd like you to meet her. No, not a restaurant. We'll cook you a meal." Giselle's eyes bugged, and she whispered, "West, I can't cook." "Don't worry, Gis. I'll be doing the cooking." He gave her a meaningful smile. "Yes, it would be an honor, Mr. Garbett. I think when you get to know me, you'll find that you have nothing to be worried about. Yes. All right, I'll see you then." West ended the call and winked at her. "Hey," he said charmingly. "Hey?" Giselle leaned back. "Don't hey me. That was Henry Garbett. He's the manager I'm trying to convince to join the team." "I gathered that much," Giselle said. West sat next to her, his eyes lighting up at the healthy Belizean dinner before them. "You brought food. Thanks. I'm starving." She smacked his hand when he reached for a fork. "We're faking a relationship in front of other people now? Gis, I need this deal." Wes turned to her, and his knees brushed hers slightly. Giselle's heart thudded hard against her ribs. Did he have any right to look that scrumptious when he was begging? West wrapped his arms around her waist and in a teasing voice asked, "Be my girlfriend for one more night, would you?" Giselle felt the warmth of West's hand and the sensation that hummed up her body when he accidentally brushed the bare skin revealed by her crop top. An electric current ran up her arm, and staring into his big blue eyes, she found her mind going blank. Forcing her gaze away from his before he could see the effect he was having on her, Giselle mumbled, "I guess that's the least I can do." West's eyes sparkled a deeper blue than usual. His gaze fastened on her face, and he leaned in. "Are you wearing makeup?" "What? No." She swallowed hard, her eyelashes fluttering as she thought of the brief moment in the car when she'd swiped gloss over her lips and powdered her face. It had been stupid and impulsive. She didn't really know why she'd felt the need to dress up at the time. Now she did. It was for that look, for that extra beat of eye contact, for this moment right here. "It looks nice," Wes said casually. Then his eyes returned to his food. Her face was on fire. Her heart was about to take off and run right out of the room, but he didn't need to know. She sucked in deep breaths and made a mental promise to keep her distance from West Phillips. His perfect mouth dripped sweet compliments like honey, but she wasn't the first flower to receive them. He was living, breathing temptation. She would keep her hands to herself and remember that this relationship was just pretend.
Chapter 12. After lunch, West showed Giselle around the hotel's construction site. She held her hands loosely behind her back, nodding at whatever he said and glancing idly around. West wasn't sure she was even listening to him. The Caribbean breeze buffeted his shirt, tearing at his hair and clothes with enough force to snap a button. The sea looked choppy today, reflecting the pristine blue of the sky. In the distance, yachts dotted the horizon with white sails fluttering in the wind. Giselle stopped and glanced back.
"Why'd you go quiet?"
"I wasn't sure you were still interested," he said honestly. West felt no compulsion to pretty up the truth or deceive her. For some reason, he felt comfortable enough around Giselle to not only prattle on, but to be totally transparent. And I tend to get carried away when I talk about this stuff, forgetting that not everyone gets it.
"Don't stop. Even if I don't get it, I like hearing your vision."
"Do you?" The thought pleased him.
It's rare to see someone this excited about their work, about the future. It's inspiring.
He appraised her in the bright afternoon sunlight. The tenderness in her voice took him by surprise and stirred a strange emotion in his chest. Giselle cast her eyes shyly away and stepped over a block of rubble that leaned sideways on the path.
"My family rarely stayed at hotels growing up.
She balanced on the rock and hopped off.
We only traveled to places where we could stay with people we knew for free. I've always been a little in awe of tourists who could afford to stay in resorts."
Her smile this time was a little more sincere.
"So I like seeing the inner workings of a hotel from someone who owns it. Makes me feel special."
Wes smiled at her. Hotels are supposed to do that. Make you feel like you're living somewhere exciting and exotic while bringing the comforts of home. He walked with Giselle toward the back of the hotel where the pool had already been retiled and grouted. He explained, "It's a fine line you have to walk, a balancing act between a change of pace and a familiar environment. It's almost impossible to please everyone."
"But you thrive on it."
She said, her eyes steady on him.
"The impossible. You always have."
"I do tend to gravitate to a challenge," West said, giving her a knowing look.
"Same old West Phillips."
He chuckled.
Did you always want to build hotels all around the world?
This life is all I've ever known.
I remember that your parents were always taking you away for the summer. You got to travel all over Belize, right?
I did. He bobbed his head. My parents had me late in life, so I felt like an only child living with two nomads.
Your parents sound fun.
She ducked when he lifted a coconut tree leaf so she could pass by. West spoke thoughtfully. They're ambitious people. Not really warm, but they gave me everything I needed. Giselle said. West could tell that she was feeling sorry for him. Don't do that. I'm not asking for pity.
I never said I pity you.
You didn't have to. He sighed. They might not have been traditional and cozy, but at least my parents left me an inheritance.
Money isn't everything.
How many people get to manage their own chain of hotels? West countered. Money is better than nothing. A lot better.
True, but it can't buy trust, commitment, or happiness.
West shifted his eyes away from hers. Maybe his childhood hadn't been filled with rainbows and butterflies, but it wasn't like he got damaged by that. He learned his place pretty quickly. For his parents, when it came to choosing between him and business, business came first. There was a point in his childhood when he'd resented them for their intense focus, but Wes saw that same habit growing in himself now that he was an adult. He tried not to take his personal life too seriously, but business was another matter. Every decision had consequences, and every consequence could spell the difference between failure and success. I don't blame them for the choices they made. I owe them for giving me the obsession I have with traveling and allowing me to do what I love.
It's just a building.
It's more than that. He gestured to the hotel that, even in its half-constructed state, looked impressive. After I die, my name is going to live on. People are going to come from all over the world, and they're going to stay here. They're going to live in the place I designed. They're going to experience a new culture, a new adventure, a new chapter because of what I built.
Okay, when you put it like that, it sounds impressive.
I can't imagine doing anything else with my life. Giselle faced him.
I understand.
Because of the food truck? He inquired, drawing closer to her. She bobbed her head.
I love working with my sister. She drives me crazy sometimes.
And West had to laugh because he knew that was true.
But I like that everything I need and everyone I love is within arm's reach.
He let his hand brush hers and said, "The world is so much bigger than that, Gis. Don't you feel like you're missing out on a big adventure while you're trapped here in this tiny country?"
I'm not trapped.
He cast her a disbelieving look. When was the last time you actually left Belize?
College.
That was what, 4 years ago?
I don't mind.
He rolled his eyes. Come on.
I'm a homebody. I like being close to family. Staying in on the weekends, just living a quiet life.
She gestured to the hotel.
Even when we traveled growing up, I always liked my own home best of all.
What's so good about home?
My bathroom is there.
West burst out laughing and she smiled with him. They went quiet again, and the sound of the softly lapping water against the embankment was all that broke the silence. West watched Giselle and couldn't kick the rising desire to hold her, to touch her, to stay connected to her somehow. He let his hands slide down her arm and took her fingers in his. We're really different, aren't we?
You're just finding that out?
She snorted. Wes took it as a good sign that she was unbothered by his fingers closing around hers. What made you choose a food truck of all things? West wondered aloud. I've wanted to ask you since I found out about it. That kind of business seems...
Beneath me?
Unlike you. It's like someone who always wanted to buy a house buying an RV.
The decision was a financial one. It was cheaper than buying a building.
Her lips tugged upward.
And there's a charm in it too. We can go anywhere we want to, and people will come and find us. We're not bound to one place.
That's technically traveling.
It's just moving around in one city, West. It's not that serious.
But it's a start. He squeezed her hand. There's a little rebel in you somewhere.
That's different.
Not really. He leaned a fraction of an inch forward. Just admit that you're a bad girl underneath it all, Giz.
As soon as you admit that you're a softie, underneath it all, too.
She whispered. The silence stretched. Giselle stared into his eyes, her smile creeping away as awareness settled between them. His eyes lowered to her lips, and he moved a little closer. They were friends, just friends. But the ferocity of wanting Giselle made him forget why that was important. His mouth was just about to touch hers when his phone went off. It was Ramona, reminding him about his appointment after lunch. He quickly ended the call, but it was too late. The moment was shattered. Giselle took a giant step away from him. There was no blush on her dark skin, but he could tell that she was flustered by the way she avoided his eyes and kept chewing on her bottom lip.
You sound really busy.
She cleared her throat, dark fingers hovering over her purse.
I've taken too much of your time.
There's still a few minutes until I have my meeting, Wes said, surprised by his own reluctance to let her leave. He enjoyed her company way too much and wanted to spend a few more minutes with her.
I have to get back to Marcy,
she said, still looking away. Then at least let me walk you to your car. West could tell that Giselle wanted to argue, but one look at him and she kept her mouth shut. What are you doing tonight? He asked, keeping his pace leisurely as he escorted her to the parking lot.
Some friends are coming over to my place.
Friends? His ears perked up. Guy friends?
No, some girls who share my K-pop obsession.
Wes let out a relieved breath. Why that should matter to him, he didn't really want to inspect. For now, he decided not to think too deeply about anything and just enjoy the moment. What's K-pop? Is that like a cake or something? Giselle froze.
You don't know what K-pop is?
He shook his head. She gasped.
If you want to know, come to my apartment tonight at 7.
She pressed the alarm fob for her car. West opened the door for her, holding it aside so she could pass him. Giselle started to get in and then she stopped and looked up.
We take K-pop very seriously, so make sure you come tonight with an open mind, or we will kick you out.
Got it. He saluted her, finding the intensity in her eyes sexy as hell. Giselle broke into a smile that betrayed her excitement.
Don't judge me too hard when you see my place, okay?
Sunlight sparkled in her grin. The wind picked up one of her curls and tossed it over her face. Looking straight into those dark brown eyes made his gut twist. West struggled to distance himself from her gaze, but she reeled him in. Her mouth, her eyes, her body, his temptation. His eyes lowered to the collar of her blouse before he forced himself to stop and draw it back to her eyes. She trusted him not to be a jerk, and he wanted to be a better man for her. Giselle was so much more than a pretty face, and West had always known that she deserved more than someone only interested in screwing around. It wasn't his intention to mess with her, especially when their conversation had highlighted just how impossible it would be to stay together. I'll see you tonight, West said softly, keeping his distance no matter how hard it was. Giselle waved, crouched into her car, and drove away. West watched until her vehicle was a small blip in the distance before heading back to the makeshift office shed next to the hotel. His steps were slow and thoughtful. The lunch with Giselle was well outside his typical comfort zone. He couldn't remember the last time he'd sat and had a simple meal with a woman, or talked about his legacy, or enjoyed a conversation that didn't end up with either of them getting naked. The more time he spent around Giselle, the more West wondered whether the affection he felt was pure nostalgia or something more. Could it be more? The answer to that was a resounding no. They were pretending to date, friends in a fake relationship. Just because he was drawn to her, it didn't mean he could give in to those impulses. He needed to get his head on straight before he ruined a friendship. And a woman. That was becoming more and more precious to him.
Chapter 13. LaToya. LaToya had never been much of a liar. She wasn't capable enough to keep all her facts straight, and she didn't have the creativity required to make a story up on the fly. She wasn't even that great at deceiving herself. Which was why it felt like her mind was going to combust when the cute Asian guy at the grocery store smiled at her, like a flirty smile, followed by a question about what she was doing Friday night. LaToya didn't understand the question, or why it was directed at her. Her eyes did a slow sweep over his lean body and handsome face. Yup, he was definitely Asian. She lifted her hands and stared at the dark skin on the back of her arms. Yup, she was still black. Unlike Giselle and Yolanda, who made their Asian preferences quite clear, LaToya considered herself a pragmatic person. She adored K-pop as much as her friends. She went giddy over the stars who danced to her favorite songs. She melted into a flailing puddle of goo when she imagined the Asian heartthrobs were singing to her. But that was a fantasy. It was a pretty world that existed outside of reality. A lie. Just because K-pop idols sang about loving all their fans, it really didn't mean that they'd love all their fans. There was a hierarchy of attraction that went beyond the language and cultural barrier. No one liked to talk about it, but the facts were clear, even if they weren't acknowledged. Asian guys didn't marry black women. LaToya believed in the cold, hard truth. She wouldn't deceive herself into thinking that guys outside of her race would check for her. Sure, some interracial romances happened. And sure, a few of them worked out. But the rarest kind of interracial pairing was the Asian and black couple. There had to be a reason for that. Reasons she didn't want to jump to when, she was pretty sure, the hot Asian guy was only being friendly because of her big order. Her supervisor had assigned her to a new department. The program was geared toward the vulnerable population in Belize City, namely, the homeless. LaToya was in charge of taking inventories of all the shelters around the city and making sure that they had the basic necessities such as toilet paper, soap, and underwear. They were buying in bulk, and the government was spending a pretty penny to support the program. Maybe when hot Asian guy saw her, he saw dollar signs rather than black skin. That had to be it. Why else would he be the opposite of the usual curt, stone-faced attendants who interacted with locals as if they were a hindrance? Why else was he looking her in the eyes and smiling? There was no way he was flirting with her. She glanced at his eyes, almond-shaped and adorably monolid, and then glanced at her own black skin again. Yup, she wouldn't overthink this at all. Clearing her throat, LaToya smiled politely. I'll be busy Friday night. Thank you. She told him. There. She wouldn't simper or squeal because the man who looked like a K-pop star, was he even Korean, paid her a little attention. She had more self-confidence than that. Tugging her purse strap higher on her shoulder, LaToya was about to turn and walk away when hot Asian guy pressed his fingers into her shoulder. Unleashing another sultry smile, he said, "You enjoy your evening." She blinked rapidly, staring hard at his face. This was beyond her imagination now. Hot Asian guy was definitely flirting with her. Why else would he brush his fingers across her shoulder like that? Why else would he prolong eye contact? Her mind grew even more muddled as LaToya struggled to accept this turn of events. She wasn't sure if she should flirt back or tell him off for touching her without her permission. On one hand, she was down to date outside of her race. Watching so many hours of K-pop had given her a real appreciation for coloring outside of the racial lines. But on the other hand, it had built up an almost unhealthy and unrealistic infatuation with all Asians when, deep in her heart, LaToya knew that men were men no matter what kind of skin they were in. Hot Asian guy was still staring at her as if waiting for her to say something. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Nerves tightened in her stomach. When LaToya had thought he was just being friendly, it was much easier to act as her normal self. Now that she was almost certain he was checking for her, she felt disjointed and awkward. "Oh, She could hear the blubbering, slurring words escape her lips and could not stop them. You too." She bared her teeth in a semblance of a smile and rushed out. Heat climbed her cheeks and embarrassment shadowed her like chewing gum on a shoe. LaToya scrambled to a park bench near the grocery store and plopped into a seat. The setting sun cast a golden bronze over the treetops. Cars drove past in a rush. She resisted the urge to thrust her arms up and kick her feet like a child throwing a tantrum. LaToya was seriously starting to question her mental health. Since when had she lost her courage, her bravery? Since when did a random guy make her feel so twisted up inside? She didn't even know his name. Licking her lips, LaToya took out her compact mirror and flipped it open. Her reflection revealed a woman with thick cheeks, a curly black weave, and dark brown eyes. She'd always been on the curvy side, not thin enough to be considered skinny, and not thick enough to be considered heavy-set. She'd always loved her curves and thought it made up for a face that was pretty average. Normally, she did her makeup to hide her flaws and make her feel more confident, but she'd skipped the routine today, not expecting a hot Asian man to be flirting with her out of nowhere. LaToya groaned and glanced back at the grocery store. Should she walk back in and ask for his number? Just then, the bus chugged to a stop in front of her. Relief pounded through her veins. If he flirts with me the next time I see him, I'm definitely asking him out, she told herself. LaToya gathered her purse and plodded into the bus. After settling into a seat all the way at the back, she leaned her head on the window and smiled. She couldn't wait to tell the girls later. LaToya dipped her chin up and down. Yolanda gave her a fist bump. "Girl, respect." "What did you say?" Giselle asked. She was sitting primly on the edge of the sofa. Every so often, her eyes slid to the door and then back to them. Giselle was fiddling with her phone, too. LaToya scrunched her nose. "I told him I was busy." "That's it?" Yolanda winced. LaToya admitted to her friends. "At the time, I was shell-shocked that he was even talking to me." Giselle's eyes narrowed on LaToya like a dog with a chew toy. "Why were you shocked that he was talking to you?" "Because—" LaToya stirred her spoon in the ice cream. Yolanda's tone turned firm. "Because what?" "You know why, girls." LaToya hemmed and hawed. "No, I don't." Giselle slapped a hand on her hip. "Girl, don't tell me that you were acting all shy because he's Asian." Yolanda pursed her lips. "Aren't you the one who's always saying that we should be realistic?" "Exactly. Reality says that he shouldn't be flirting with me." "Why the hell not? You're gorgeous." LaToya rolled her eyes. "Please." "Woman!" Giselle poked a spoon in her direction. "If I had your curves, I would be wearing low-cut shirts and leggings all day." She grabbed her chest. I'm lucky when these things can make a handful. Yolanda burst out laughing. LaToya just shook her head. Don't overreact. I didn't mean it like that. Giselle murmured under her breath. I just hate the thought that you think someone's better than us because they're a different race. K-pop isn't about building up a race as superior to another. It's reaching over the lines and showing us that we have a lot more in common despite our differences. Yolanda bobbed her head. What she said. Look, he just caught me off guard, okay? I don't have any deep-seated insecurities about my appearance or my race. Giselle narrowed her eyes. You sure? Definitely sure. Yolanda smiled wickedly at her. So you're going back to that store and getting his number? Absolutely not. Giselle groaned. Why? Because I'm not desperate. LaToya shuddered. And what if I'm wrong? What if I got the signals all messed up? I will not be making a fool of myself over anybody. Yolanda opened her mouth to argue when there was a knock at the door. LaToya jumped on the distraction, grateful for something else to discuss. Did you invite someone tonight? Yeah, but I wasn't sure if he would turn up. Giselle's expression was equally shy and excited. It's a he? Yolanda gasped. LaToya just shrugged. There was no rule against bringing someone to their K-pop meetings. If anything, she'd be thrilled to have more people gushing over her favorite bands and sharing the latest news in Korean entertainment. But the way Giselle had been glancing at the door all night, paired with the explosion of energy and smiles that accompanied this mysterious guest's arrival, told LaToya that this was no ordinary K-pop enthusiast. She and Yolanda craned their necks to see into the foyer where Giselle was letting in a tall, handsome man. A white man. But that wasn't what caught LaToya's attention first. It was the way that man was looking at Giselle, like she was the stars in his sky and the moon up above. Like he would hang on her every word and take her wherever she wanted to go if she just said yes. Her gaze slid to Yolanda, who seemed to have picked up on the same thing. Together, they burst out of the living room and stampeded into the foyer where Giselle was lingering with her boo. Hey there. LaToya wiggled her fingers. Giselle laughed, a soft, tinkling sound that was totally unlike her loud guffaws. She was definitely into this guy. LaToya could tell. Guys, Giselle introduced them. This is West Phillips. West, this is Yolanda and LaToya. Welcome to the club. Yolanda winked. Oh, I'm not here to join, just to observe. West's voice was deep and soothing. He cast another look at Giselle, and LaToya saw his smile inch up fondly. Giselle made it clear that I need to earn my way in first. Yolanda lifted her hand for a high five. That's my girl. Anything less, and they're pumping your womb with a kid they don't plan to take care of. Yolanda, Giselle hissed. LaToya bit her lip, watching to see what West Phillips would do. He started laughing and nodded. Words of wisdom. You must be the one who keeps Giselle in check. I'm the one who keeps her in check, Giselle said, chuckling. Don't get it twisted. I stand corrected. West smirked. Yolanda snorted. You gave in that easily, West? He hooked a thumb at Giselle. I've learned that this woman is always right, even when she's wrong. LaToya grinned. She liked this guy. Yolanda spoke the sentiment out loud. Oh, I like him, Giselle. Hooking her fingers around West's arm, Yolanda led him into the living room. Now, what do you know about the Hallyu wave and the original 5 shiny members. Wes looked at her like she was talking another language. As they disappeared, LaToya nudged Giselle in the side. "We have a lot to discuss, young lady." Giselle laughed sheepishly. "We're just friends. And I'm Cruella DeVille. Try that again." "Hey, guys!" Yolanda called from the living room. "Should we ease West into this or throw him off the deep end?" LaToya laughed and rubbed her hands together wickedly. "Start with Ong Sung-hoon, girl, and hold nothing back." She hugged Giselle and whispered, "We're going to ruin him." Giselle nodded, and together they strode into the living room to drag a new member into the obsession that was K-pop. Chapter 14. Giselle heard West humming Gen 10's debut song under his breath and felt nearly tipsy. She'd had a few glasses of wine. Not much, but enough to make the air smell a little sweeter and the moon shine a little brighter through the corridor window. The night wasn't over yet. Both Yolanda and LaToya were still inside, but West was bowing out early. Giselle shook her head as she stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind her. "Admit it. You're just trying to run because we're squealing over hot guys."
I'm not.
He slanted her a handsome grin.
I really do have an early meeting tomorrow.
"It's Saturday."
That was the only time our supplier could meet.
She pouted. "Fine, but you have to promise me you'll listen to all the songs we recommended. You need to know the basics before you can call yourself a fan."
I will, Giz.
He caressed her cheek, and she felt a spark of electricity slide down her body. "Did you actually like the songs?" she whispered. "Or were you just acting like it to impress my friends?"
I don't lie about the things I like.
His stare turned intense. Her heart trembled. "I believe you."
Do you really?
He tilted his head.
Because I don't think you do.
"Okay, I don't. But can you blame me? I'm going to need a lot more evidence before I'm convinced the great West Phillips likes K-pop."
I think it's fun and, cheerful.
"Is that a compliment?"
It's nice.
She scrunched her nose. "You're making that up." His blue eyes glistening in the light of the hallway, West murmured,
You're cute when you're drunk.
"I am not drunk." She lifted her fingers an inch apart. "I'm just a leetle buzzed." West laughed. She pinched his lips together, her heart jumping. "Don't laugh."
Why not?
"Because it makes my heart flutter." West groaned.
You're making it really hard to go, babe.
"Don't call me babe,"
You're acting like a baby, though.
he teased. "That means you think I'm whiny."
No, well,
He tilted his head and teased her.
a leetle.
"Hey!" He laughed harder.
You're adorable.
"Don't call me adorable either." She lifted her head. "That's just like baby."
Then what should I call you?
"Call me Giselle." He pulled her into a hug and rubbed his hand over her back. Without questioning or hesitating, she snuggled closer, instinctively wanting to be as close to West and his warmth as possible. Her hands rubbed the broad muscles of his back. Rising on her tiptoes, she buried her face in his neck and inhaled his crisp, minty scent. West continued to hold her, grazing his hands over her arms and sides. His palms were big and rough, strong and yet gentle. His heartbeat skittered against her cheek. His blue eyes, his toned stomach, his muscular arms under her fingertips made her feel needy and drunk. He was the one making her tipsy, not the wine. West's hand slid down her body, nuzzling her lower back. The warmth in her chest exploded into heat, igniting something in her body that was purely evocative and grown. His eyes caught hers, and Giselle realized that her breath had quickened. She was trapped in his gaze, and this time she couldn't quite convince herself that her heart wasn't involved.
Giselle?
He whispered, his voice slightly hoarse and his fingers digging into her hips. She chewed on her bottom lip, trying to remember why she should keep her distance and not wrap her arms, legs, and lips around this delectably gorgeous man. She kept telling herself to behave, but how could she when West was looking at her all soft like that, when he felt so good against her body? Get yourself together, Giselle. Deep in the back of her mind, she knew she needed to end these thoughts. So she blurted, "We shouldn't kiss each other." His eyes lifted to hers, his expression gaining intensity as his shoulders tightened. She cleared her throat. "I think it's pushing it. We don't need to sell the story that much."
Sell the story?
To your manager.
Oh.
His brows relaxed.
You're talking about tomorrow.
She nodded, and her head felt like it was rolling off her neck. Gripping his biceps to stabilize, Giselle murmured, "There's enough tension between us that we don't have to touch each other too much."
I agree.
West cradled her chin, so her head remained stationary.
But I want to.
What? She blew out a breath.
I say we have 3 kisses, nothing more, nothing less.
For what?
In case we need to do some more convincing.
He winked. Her heart was about to burst right out of her chest. If she wasn't careful, Yolanda and Latoya would charge outside, demanding to know what all that racket was about. West licked his lips before he asked,
Do you agree?
3 kisses with the gorgeous West Phillips? She'd kissed plenty of boys before. Maybe not as many as she would have liked, but it didn't have to mean anything. A kiss was just a kiss. Deal. He checked his watch.
I really have to go.
Okay, goodbye then. But she didn't release her hold on him, and he didn't step back either. Giselle cast about for any reason to prolong the conversation. What are you wearing tomorrow?
Huh?
We should coordinate. She smiled. I think that would be cute. He chuckled and squeezed her cheeks.
So you're allowed to use the word cute, but I can't?
It's different when it's me, she answered.
Giselle, you're going to be the death of me. You know that, right?
Maybe. She hiccuped. As if it took immense effort, West stepped away from her and said,
I'll pick you up tomorrow after my meeting.
What for? She blinked, missing the warmth of his body.
To get an outfit.
For you.
For you.
He smiled.
For us. You said you wanted to coordinate.
I don't need you to buy me an outfit. Her eyebrows crinkled. Giselle didn't have a ton of fancy clothes, but she could make do on her own, and she refused to depend on a man for anything. Even if the food truck wasn't doing too well, she could certainly afford to handle her own business.
I know you don't need it, but I want to.
He rubbed her arms.
It's the least I can do to repay you.
You don't need to repay me. I'm the one who started this lie and roped you into a bunch of family dinners. You can ask for a lot more than one dinner with your manager and his wife.
But I won't.
He took another step back, his eyes lingering on her.
I'll call you later.
I won't let you pay for anything, West, she warned him. He just turned on his heels and walked down the hallway. I mean it, Giselle called. He gave a backward wave and disappeared down the stairs. Stumbling to her door, Giselle pushed it open and nearly yelped when she saw two dark faces peering at her. LaToya had her arms folded over her chest, and Yolanda had a big grin on her face. Giselle locked the door and leaned against it. It's not what you think. Yolanda wiggled her eyebrows. Because you're totally not interested in banging your friend. Giselle fell into the sofa as a poppy tune by Gen 10 blared through the speakers. It's obvious that West wants you too. Badly. Preferably naked. LaToya wiggled her eyebrows. That is not true. He sees me as a friend. Honey, he does not look at you the way friends look at each other. LaToya sat on her other side. You have to see that. I see something, Giselle admitted. Okay, that's a start. But West is only pretending to be my boyfriend to get my mom off my back. She sat up. And beyond that, he's only in Belize for a few months. Maybe a year max. Yolanda winced. Are you sure? Maybe he'd stay here if you... Nope. Giselle shook her head. He's got big plans. Big dreams. She thought of how excited he'd been that morning when he spoke of the hotel. How attracted she'd felt to him because of that ambition. The very part of him that had melted her heart was what would whisk him away. LaToya frowned. Giselle, you're making things harder than they need to be. Why can't you enjoy his company without overthinking it? Because that's the #1 way to getting your heart broken. She picked at a stray thread in her t-shirt. You don't understand, guys. West is like this with everyone. You should have seen the way girls in high school salivated over him. He gets chicks by simply showing up and breathing. So? Yolanda shook her head. So, I already went down this road. We dated in high school, and he left right when I was starting to trust him. I thought he'd keep in touch, but all I saw instead was posts of him with other girls online. Girls with... Her ire started up again when she thought of it. Their tongues down his throat, their hands in his pants. I mean, girls who were obviously giving him a better time than I did. Yolanda's lips tightened. That's weird. He didn't look like a jerk. Giselle sighed. That's the thing. He's not. Deep inside, he's this really nice guy who's sweet to my sister and my parents and would take the clothes off his back to help someone in need. I know. I was there in high school when he gave his shoes to this homeless guy. That's so sweet, LaToya said, batting her eyelashes. Yolanda sighed. Relationships are hard, but if you really can't see yourself with him long term, maybe you should try to, I don't know, put some space between you two. It's so obvious that you're into each other. And if it's doomed to end... What? No! LaToya shook her head. She should jump on him and ride it out for as long as he's here. Yolanda put her hands on her hips. Then when he leaves, he'll take her heart with him. At least she won't be sacked with a bunch of regrets, LaToya argued. Guys! Giselle sat up and breathed in deeply. Can you stop yelling? They did. Yolanda crawled on the couch with her and hugged her tight. No matter what, we just want you to be happy. Same here, girl. LaToya nodded. Giselle smiled. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. A few minutes later, Giselle saw her friends out and began to tidy her apartment. Picking up the empty popcorn bowls, wine glasses, and beer bottles, she studied the cutout of Ong Sung-hoon standing front and center in her living room. When West had seen all her K-pop paraphernalia, he hadn't teased her or made fun of her obsession. In fact, he accepted it all with a cool shake of his head and an amused smile in her direction. Her mother had pounded the fear of rejection into Giselle's head. No man would ever understand why she loved Asian music and culture so much. Christina warned her that any guy would think she was crazy. But West hadn't. She pulled her pillow with Yenta's face close and squeezed it to her chest. Though she'd started this pretend relationship feeling indifferent, the constant electricity that buzzed between her and West could not be denied. Her friend's advice swam around her mind, but she hesitated to choose a path. Moving toward West wasn't an option, but neither was moving back. She still had a ruse to run and a mother to deceive. Until she found another option, Giselle was stuck with her crazy gorgeous ex.
Chapter 15.
We're not shopping here.
Giselle sat stubbornly in the front seat of West's car, a pair of shades on her face and a stubborn expression tightening her full lips. If he didn't know her so well, he'd call her tone snooty. But he did know her, and this wasn't Giselle being a diva. They were sitting in front of the most exclusive boutique in Belize City. A doorman wearing a full suit and white gloves stood outside in the tropical heat. Another man was hustling around the stairs to open the car door for them. And that was just the service outside. Inside would be even better. West had already called and arranged a private showroom. He'd already informed them of Giselle's favorite drink, sweet tea with a hint of lime, and snacks, anything Oreo cookie related. He'd already told them not to worry about the budget and to show her something she would love. Everything inside was set. All they had to do was walk in. But West knew that was going to be the hard part. I already told them we were coming, he said, hoping to appeal to Giselle's intense consideration for others. She didn't even bat an eyelash.
You can go ahead. Just drop me off downtown. I'll find something in the market.
She checked her phone.
We can meet up for lunch in about an hour.
Just don't be stubborn.
West.
She mocked his tone.
I already told you that I'm paying for my own dress.
His lips curved up. She really was extremely sexy when she got stubborn. And I already told you that I'm handling it, West said.
I am not a gold digger.
Who said you were? He snickered.
I didn't agree to help you out so you could buy me things.
I'm aware. He took her small hand in his, but I'm still buying your outfit today.
That's unnecessary.
In your opinion.
I can handle my own bills.
Did I offer to pay for your bills? Oh, he so would. He would take over her rent if she asked him. In fact, she didn't even have to ask. West wanted to take care of this woman, and for some crazy reason, the more she resisted, the more he wanted to do for her. We can argue about this all day, Gis, but you're not going to win. We should hurry this up unless you want us to serve Garbett and his wife cold turkey sandwiches tonight. He checked his watch in a lingering show of concern. I still have to go grocery shopping and cook after this. Her nostrils flared.
I don't need a new dress. I don't need you to buy me anything.
Got it. He squeezed her hand. I heard you, okay? I understand. So how about this? We go inside and look around. If you really don't see anything you like, we don't get anything. I take you straight to the market and we get a dress for $60.
I can find one for 20.
Her smile was almost reluctant, but at least it was there. Okay, let's do this. West nodded at the valet who opened Giselle's door for her. She looked startled and thanked him nervously, casting a surprised look over her shoulder. West rounded the hood and took her hand again. Giddiness swam through his veins, and he realized he was more excited in this moment than he had been for a long, long time. Normally, West didn't put much thought into spoiling women. Throwing cash around was a means to an end. He didn't need money to get laid, and it was rare that he cared to flaunt his wealth lavishly, unless he was spending on his business. But with Giselle, he wanted to throw the bank vault at her. He wanted to shower her in everything money could buy. He wanted to be in every part of this process, to hear every little gasp, see every quiver of her eyes, hear every tremble in her voice as he pampered her. West more than wanted it. He needed it. The doorman admitted them into the boutique, and West had to tug Giselle through when she stopped on the front stoop and didn't seem that thrilled to walk in. Her eyes were on the gilded chandeliers and crystal decorations strung around the glossy white walls and black-tiled floors. West could practically hear the money worries gnawing on her mind. A slim woman with dark skin and a severe bun strode over to them. "You must be Giselle Stone." She offered a dainty hand. "Hi, I'm Shamira. Can you come this way, please?" Giselle's hold on his hand tightened. He pried her fingers off and gave her a little nudge. "Go ahead." "Sir," another attendant moved toward him. "This way." She showed him to a room off the side. There were thick carpets and black cubes parading as chairs. Golden frames hugged paintings of delicate Belizean flowers, hibiscus and birds of paradise. Gorgeous. West took a seat and fished his phone out of his pocket. He smiled when he saw that Uncle Finn had texted. "Uncle Finn, have you fallen off the face of the earth?" West. "Been busy." Uncle Finn. "Busy dating? It's fine. I know when I've been replaced." West laughed. His uncle was being a tad overdramatic, but West couldn't blame him. They were more like friends than granduncle and nephew. One of the reasons he'd been so eager to return to Belize was to spend more time with Uncle Finn. The man was getting older and wouldn't be around forever. But West hadn't banked on pretending to be in a fake relationship with his ex-girlfriend. That had changed his schedule significantly. "Uncle Finn, bring Giselle to San Pedro next weekend. I've got a couple empty rooms in the Stalwart." West typed, "I'll ask her." At that moment, the dressing room door opened. Giselle shuffled forward. West's jaw dropped and the phone almost slipped from his fingers. Giselle self-consciously tucked her hair behind her ear.
It's weird, right?
Weird? That wasn't the word he would go with. Absolutely. Mind-blowingly gorgeous, maybe? Stunning? Work of art? The words weren't enough. No words in the English language would do this dress justice, would do Giselle justice. The white fabric gleamed against her brown skin. The top was sweet and flouncy, with a sleeve that came out and around like a petal. The bottom was tight and short, a perfect balance of classy and sexy. Giselle did a little spin at Shamira's insistence, and his mouth went dry. His heart twisted in his chest. Heat flashed through every inch of his body. He could see all of Giselle's curves in that dress, and it was torture to keep his hands to himself. "She's petite but has such wonderful proportions," Shamira said, gesturing to Giselle. "You've got a natural hourglass figure." Hell yeah. West appreciated how much the dress was showing that off. "I like it," West said, his eyes charged into Giselle's. "But it matters more to me if you like it too." Giselle glanced back at Shamira. The attendant looked expectant. Swallowing so hard her throat bobbed, Giselle forced a smile.
Can you give us a minute?
Shamira frowned. "Are you sure? The dress might be hard to take off by yourself."
I've got it.
Giselle said firmly. Shamira dipped her head and stepped out of the room. Giselle stalked over, and West's eyes locked on the way her hips swayed. His throat constricted and made it hard to breathe. She wasn't even wearing heels yet. She didn't have her hair done. She was barely wearing makeup, and yet he had never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Giselle planted her hands on her hips.
West, I can't accept this.
His voice came out scratchy. "I didn't ask if you could or couldn't." Pushing himself to his feet, West towered over Giselle. "I only asked if you liked it." Glancing around, Giselle leaned closer and spoke in a horrified whisper.
I checked the tag. There were way too many zeros in that price, West. Way too many.
If her beauty didn't have him by the throat, West would have chuckled at how scandalized Giselle looked. Since she was killing him slowly with those sweet brown eyes, however, all he could do was croak. "You're getting the dress."
No.
"Yes." He turned away from her, inhaling deeply. "I'll ask Shamira to bring a few other things for you to try."
Don't you dare!
She hissed. His chest heaved. West was so close to backing her against the wall and using one of those 3 kisses she'd promised him. Yeah, he knew that was only for their ruse, but he really didn't give a damn. He felt the heat rising from Giselle's skin and feared that she'd try and prolong the argument. West squeezed his eyes shut. She was too intoxicating right now, and he felt almost drunk. He couldn't handle her sass on top of all that. To West's relief, Giselle huffed and stomped back to the dressing room. He heard the door smash closed and let his shoulders relax with a sigh. That was too close. He had to remember that Giselle wasn't some rando he took home after a night of schmoozing with his hotel investors. Had to remember that they were just playing pretend. Had to remember that he was leaving Belize. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month. But he was. Clutching his fingers into fists, West moved back to his seat when he heard Giselle grunt in frustration. Eyes alert, he stared in the direction of the dressing room. "Are you all right, Gis?"
Yes, I am.
She snapped. A moment later, he heard her grunt again. In a meeker voice, she said,
Actually, no, I'm not. I need some help with this dress.
It wasn't until West had already burst into the dressing room that he realized the help Giselle might have been referring to was Shamira's. But it was too late. He'd already opened the door. Giselle glanced at him with wide eyes. The dress's zipper was stuck halfway, an awkward angle on her back. He saw a flash of a solid black bra beneath the flaps. Nothing lacy, nothing the least bit seductive, and yet he couldn't stop staring at it. Giselle cleared her throat.
Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to take this off?
Hell yes, he would take it off, along with her bra and panties. He'd cover her with his mouth, with his tongue. Damn. He couldn't think that way. He had to stop. She was Giselle. Innocent K-pop loving Giselle. Too good for him. Way too good. Wes stepped closer to her and trained his eyes on the zipper. His heartbeat sped up when he found the clipper and tugged down. It didn't budge. He tried to apply more force, but Giselle grabbed his hand.
You'll break it.
She hissed, sounding frightened by the thought. The soft touch of her fingers made his heart palpitate. His eyes narrowed on her like a target. West let the heat wash over him, let it drown out the crazy thudding in his veins and the rush in his pants. Whatever feelings they were tiptoeing around, he needed to stop for a moment. He needed a taste of her. He was desperate for it. And after that, he'd see how they could get back to playing pretend.
Chapter 16. Giselle was hot everywhere. Not just her face, where West was staring intently. Everywhere. Her chest, stomach, and between her legs, too. Couldn't this boutique afford to put a fan in their dressing room? She needed cool air. She needed the air conditioner jacked to sub 40. She needed to ignore the sexy man hovering at her back, his hands on the zipper of her dress. But that was impossible, especially with the heat tripping through her veins. It was an unstoppable force, a craving that refused to be denied, pushed aside, or labeled as fake. It wasn't fake, not right now. Who was in this dressing room to impress? Who was the little shudder of need supposed to fool? Why was the little voice in her head that told her to back up, to draw closer, to rub against the warmth of West's body so loud? The silence pulled and stretched like taut guitar strings. The air turned thick as molasses, making every moment, every tick of the clock feel not quite real, like she'd been plucked out of reality and dropped into the middle of a scandalous fantasy. West's breath hit steadily on her neck as he stepped closer. Goosebumps crept to life, sweeping over her throat and down her shoulder. A shiver trembled her body, and she could barely keep her knees from buckling. Giselle tripped over her jeans as West tugged her around, placed his hands on her hips, and suddenly backed her into the wall. Her shoulder collided against something that jutted into her flesh. She cried out just as the bulb above them clicked off. West must have pushed her against the light switch.
Are you okay?
He asked in a low, tightly controlled voice. She nodded, trying to see into his eyes. It was dark. The light from the waiting room outside struggled to enter the changing room. The dull thud in her shoulder barely registered. Giselle's brain felt hazy, and she couldn't yet figure out what was going on or why this moment felt like it was a bubble about to pop. West gently eased her shoulders to the side and moved her away from the pointy light switch. When he pushed her back again, his hand was behind her, testing to make sure that it was solid concrete he was edging her up against. The tenderness in his movements, along with the gorgeousness of his blue eyes mere inches away, made her body buzz with longing. His hungry gaze captured hers.
I can stay where I am.
He whispered.
You let me know at any time and I won't come any closer.
Giselle kept her mouth shut. Kept it shut so tight that she didn't even blink. She could only gaze up at him with barely repressed longing. Why weren't his lips on hers? Why weren't his hands on her body? Had she ever needed someone's touch this much? Never. For a second, all she could hear was their breaths turning heavier and heavier. Strained, like one more exhale would leave their bodies devoid of oxygen. Wes leaned his forehead gently against hers. Smiling, he tucked her hair away from her face, caressing her cheek.
I'm going to use one of those 3 kisses now.
Whoa, what? Her brain kept stuttering. But how was she supposed to concentrate when his voice was all growly and sexy like that? Could any woman reason in a moment like this? His hands were back on her hips, his thumbs rubbing on the fabric at her waist as if he was entitled to caress her, as if he and her body had a conversation and he'd been given total access. The warmth from his touch sent spiking shivers to her core. Even in the dim light, his eyes glowed like jewels, like they were stealing radiance from the sun and burning from somewhere deep inside. West cradled her cheeks in his palm.
Giselle Stone.
He spoke her name in a husky timbre, leaning a fraction closer.
If you keep on giving me that hot look, I'm not going to stop at a kiss.
Giselle didn't mutter a word. She didn't even know what a hot look was supposed to be or how to flash it on command. Her romantic history didn't give her much room to practice seduction. Hello, listeners. To remain in compliance with YouTube's rules, this spicy scene has been removed. However, you can find all the juicy details by visiting niaarthurs.com/books to purchase a copy of The Ex Proposal. West's eyes moved to hers, dazed with desire. Her fingers tightened around his biceps as the cloudy lust gave way to a frantic realization. She was still wearing the expensive dress, a dress that had gotten crushed on the wall, pinned beneath a gorgeous man with sexy blue eyes, wrenched to just above her waist so that gorgeous man could have access to some rather private places. Giselle glanced down and saw the dress was wrinkled everywhere. It now smelled like passion, like something crazy, hot and forbidden, like something that would definitely get them kicked out of the boutique. In a panic, she exchanged a long look with West, who only smiled like he'd done this a million times before. Shamira's shoes appeared beneath the door of the dressing room. Giselle could feel the woman's curiosity. Horror made her slap a hand over her mouth and wince. But West? He looked calm and collected.
Shamira.
West called. Yes, I'm right here. Shamira answered nervously. He slid his credit card over the top of the door and spoke in a voice of practiced ease.
We'll take the dress. Can you please bring a bag and a change of clothes for Giselle?
Sure thing. Shamira took his card. Her heels clicked as she strode away. Giselle wilted against the wall. She should have felt relieved that she didn't have to do the walk of shame in front of the attendant. She should have felt happy that she didn't have to explain why she'd wrinkled this gorgeous gown. She should have, but she didn't. She felt dizzy, disoriented, and then really, really stupid. Because while she stood in the corner, half naked, wound up and out of breath, West looked calm, casual, and completely unbothered. Giselle pulled the dress up and tried to cover herself as much as possible, but there was no way to hide the shame that slowly crept over her. She could feel West watching, but she didn't look up. Slow, winding regret began to fill her and kept her head tilted down. Until now, she'd been West's friend. He'd respected her, enjoyed her company, all of her, not just her body. He'd been focused on her friendship and her character. But they'd crossed the line today. She'd thrown herself at him. And now, she was no different than any other notch on his bedpost.
Chapter 17. West noticed how quiet Giselle was when the attendant left. She didn't even complain when he paid for her new outfit. She'd simply pulled on the clothes without complaining about how expensive a simple tank top and jeans were. She walked past him and accepted the bag from Shamira, who wore a knowing little smirk on her lips. She waited by the door, her back to the both of them. Shamira spoke to Giselle, and the catch in her voice hinted that she knew more than she was letting on. I hope you, enjoyed your time with us, the clerk said. Giselle was stiffening up, so West quickly ushered her out of the boutique before the other woman could make another loaded comment. The valet brought the car around and opened the door for Giselle. She flopped into her seat and dropped the shopping bags on the ground at her feet, staring straight ahead. West got behind the wheel, but he didn't drive off. Instead, he turned and studied the woman at his side. Sunlight danced over Giselle's dark skin and deep brown eyes. His heart jumped and tightened when she wet her bottom lip, drawing the firm, dark pink flesh between her teeth and biting down seductively. The roar in his pants applauded the gesture, but the little wrinkle between her brows made him pause. West didn't regret what he'd done to her in the dressing room. He would do it again if she asked. He'd throw her in the back seat and show her that the way he'd made her feel hadn't been a fluke. But he didn't like the distance he felt between them now. And that made him keep his hands to himself. It was one thing to be shy, but this was another problem altogether. He wished he could figure out what she was thinking. Was it just embarrassment? The residual panic of Shamira suddenly showing up and interrupting? He thought he handled that well. He'd sent Shamira away without letting her get a glimpse of a post-devoured Giselle. It had taken a lot out of him to be calm and level-headed, but did anyone expect him to be either calm or level-headed in a situation like that? How could any man stay sane in the presence of a woman like Giselle? She turned him inside out with her guileless little moans and the surprisingly aggressive side she'd kept so well hidden. The way she'd kissed him back and tugged on his hair. He didn't know she had a little beast inside her. He liked it. A lot. West averted his gaze and started the truck, trying his best to focus on the road and not on the images of Giselle's bare skin and those hot looks playing through his head. It didn't work. Giselle's perfume messed with his brain. He could feel her presence keenly, every shift in her seat, every flutter of her thick eyelashes. West adjusted himself, wondering if he should have changed into a different pair of pants. It would take a while before he could walk properly, and he didn't want to send anyone running and screaming in the grocery store. He checked his watch. Shoot. He really didn't have time to go home and change. Instead, he turned the air conditioner on blast and hoped the cool air would relax his body enough to disguise the lasting effects of Giselle's touch. It was his own fault for stirring up a fire and getting burned by it. He hadn't wanted things to escalate that far in the dressing room. His goal had been to simply kiss her, free her from the dress and get out. But Giselle's breath started changing when he came around her. That flicker of awareness had entered her eyes, and he'd been crazy enough to push for all of her instead of stopping at just the crumbs. West glanced at Giselle's hand that was sitting stiffly in her lap. Her skin had been soft, like a petal. The memory of stroking her, tasting her, kissing her, and having that affection returned was still so unbelievable to him. His body count was higher than he could remember, but no one came close to Giselle. Her mere presence unraveled him. He couldn't get enough of her company, her laughter, her light, and when he touched her, she'd responded so eagerly, so tightly. He'd almost drowned in her. She didn't know how to hide her pleasure. West knew from the moment he put his mouth on her that she'd never enjoyed herself like that before. Pride swelled in West's chest. He had even more where that came from. He could work her so thoroughly that every bundle of nerves in her body said, "Property of West Phillips." "You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy." West took his eyes off the road and glanced at Giselle again. She still hadn't looked at him, hadn't said anything. He didn't like the awkwardness creeping between them, didn't like the obvious discomfort that grew like a knotted, tangled thread. They were friends before everything else, weren't they? That much hadn't changed. After a beat of silence, West cleared his throat and said, "About what happened in the dressing room."
I'll pay you back for the clothes.
She said stiffly, a smile on her face as she cut him off with that random declaration. West blinked once, then blinked again. She had a big fake grin plastered on her face, but something about the way she was looking at him. He didn't like it. He dug his fingers into the steering wheel. "We're not going to start this argument again, are we, Gis?"
Friends don't pay for each other's clothes, West.
She seemed to choose her words carefully.
And they definitely don't pay for each other's underwear.
West sucked in a sharp breath. Where was she going with this? "Some friends do that."
But not us. We're not the type of friends who do that.
His eyes were drawn to her mouth, that stupidly plastic smile, those eyes that looked like they were about to cry. It made his chest hurt. "Giselle, what's wrong?"
Nothing.
She inhaled a deep breath, and this time she managed to get her voice to match the fake cheerfulness of her smile.
I really like being your friend, West. And I don't want to lose that.
"Who said you were losing that?" His voice rang with exasperation. The feelings Giselle inspired in him, the severity of his longing for her, it was because he appreciated her as a person. Everything else was a bonus.
You're saying you make out with your friends?
She asked him point blank, and her honesty took him by surprise. "No," he said. He didn't have many female friends, but he definitely kept it PG with them. It wasn't like he needed to dip into his friend pool to get some action. West could get a cheap lay anywhere. He could have a girl at the snap of his fingers if he wanted to break someone in. There were a million different flavors in the world, and most women were easy to sample, having little to no expectations if a man showed he had a little money and some swag. But it wasn't like that with Giselle. She had to know that he both valued her friendship and wanted to tear her out of her clothes.
I think it's important that we don't muddy the waters.
Her voice was stern.
So things don't get awkward.
Muddy the waters? Him stroking her chest and making her moan was muddying the waters? Okay. Wes stopped at a red light. He lowered his gaze to her chest and stopped. If he moved his eyes any lower, he'd be thinking about her in the dressing room again, so he brought his gaze back to hers. She wasn't looking at him with adoration now, or even with attraction. He couldn't read her expression past that plastic facade of happiness, but he could tell that he'd broken something important. West's lungs burned and guilt smeared over his chest. His temporary insanity had damaged something he cherished. Kissing her in the dressing room had been spur of the moment, but he didn't want it to unravel everything they were. Giselle, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
I'm not.
What happened between us?
was random and meaningless.
Her words slammed into him, wiping his mind blank. What the heck? The cars behind him started to honk, and West jerked his chin forward.
People get carried away at times.
Giselle sounded like she was reasoning with herself as well as him.
But we don't have to make a big deal out of it, as long as it doesn't happen again.
Giselle.
It won't happen again, will it, West?
Her eyes were big and burning into him. His nostrils flared. I'll do whatever you're comfortable with.
Then I'm comfortable acting like it never happened.
Are you really, Gis? She nodded. He opened his mouth, stopped, realized he had nothing to say. Seriously, what the hell could he say to that? West shook his head. You're not upset, right?
Why would I be upset?
That didn't answer a thing, Giselle. Her voice rang with desperation.
At the end of the day, I still need your help convincing my mom I'm not an old maid in the making. And you need my help with the manager you're trying to hire. We still have that. Let's just focus on what we have to.
Fine. West frowned. If that's what you want.
I want to be your friend, West.
Giselle sighed.
I really enjoy talking to you and hanging out with you. I think you're going to meet a great girl someday, and you're going to be an awesome husband and father.
Her eyelashes fluttered.
And I want your kids to call me Auntie.
What? He snorted. Why are you talking about my future kids?
I'm just saying.
Her eyes softened and her lips quirked up. That look right there. It took his heart and flung it hard against his ribs. West had to turn his head away because he had a few thoughts about Giselle and his kids. Namely, that he wanted to pump her full of them. Her, not some random girl. But there she went, talking about him and someone else. She used to do that back in high school, too. Every so often, she'd comment about how nice he looked with some other girl as if he should be interested. As if him being with her was a joke, drove him out of his damn mind. They got to the grocery store and hauled a cart. He pushed the trolley behind her as Giselle bounced from one aisle to the next, helping him shop for ingredients. He couldn't help scowling at her upbeat mood. West felt totally off kilter. He remained moody and quiet for the next hour, flashing his credit card at the counter and paying for the items when they were done. It wasn't until he dropped Giselle home and started putting up the groceries that he realized what was so upsetting. We can be friends, can't we? He almost dropped the bag of rice he was holding. Damn it. Rejection. She'd pulled the same "I see you as a friend" line that he'd used in countless rendezvous gone wrong. Nothing could dismiss a clingy woman as sweetly as insinuating that you wanted to be friends. It left the door open for further favors, sexual or otherwise, without bothering to label it as anything more than a fling. This was the first time having that particular gun turned on himself, and it hurt like hell. West kept rubbing his chest, wondering why it felt like he was having heartburn. Maybe he should have eaten something before he picked up Giselle to go to the boutique. He grabbed his phone and considered ordering takeout. Then he started thinking about Giselle and wondered if he should send some food to her too. She was probably hungry and... hell. His train of thought had somehow rerouted to Giselle again. What had she done to him? Why couldn't he stop worrying about her? Why couldn't he stop wanting to see her and take care of her? West ran his hands through his hair and cursed in the silence of his kitchen. He had to get himself together or face Giselle's wrath. That stubborn woman had made one thing especially clear today. All she wanted from him was friendship.
Chapter 18. Giselle pulled her car to a stop in front of the sidewalk. A group of teenage girls stood in front of their smoothie truck. They were chatting happily as they waited for their drinks. Customers. The sight of them should have had Giselle hollering with joy, but not even the small evidence of an uptick in business could drag her heart out of the muck. It had landed there since the dressing room, and it didn't seem in a hurry to leave. "Here you go," Marcy said, handing the girls their drinks through the window. Giselle spotted her little sister's giant grin. The wind picked up and tossed Marcy's neat braids into her eyes. She brushed it back and looked her way. Giselle waved, knowing Marcy could see her through the windshield. Her little sister's grin got even wider. Grabbing her purse, Giselle swung it over her shoulder and got out of the car. The sky stretched out overhead, a bright and cheerful blue. Cars rushed past, filled with potential clients who could see the cardboard sign propped up on the grass, inviting them to quench their thirst. "Giselle's here!" Marcy swung her head around to yell at someone inside the truck. "I told you she didn't trust you to work with me." "Excuse me?" Christina Stone poked her head through the cutout and gave her daughter a blistering stare. "Why are you listening to Marcy? I didn't say I didn't trust you." Giselle shook her head. Marcy called her out. "Then why are you here?" The door of the truck swung open. Marcy gestured to her. "Come in." Giselle stepped into the cool shade. It was a tight fit with 3 people filling the space. Marcy's wheelchair alone made it hard to get around. Giselle pressed herself against the door so she didn't get into her mom and sister's way. "That's a cute outfit." Christina gave her a once-over before bending down to swipe the counter where she'd been chopping fruits. Giselle cleared her throat, trying not to think about why she was wearing this instead of her original blouse and skirt. Marcy's eyes lit up. "I'm borrowing that shirt." "You can have it," Giselle said weakly. "Really?" Marcy squealed. She nodded. Giselle didn't want any reminders of how stupid she'd been with West Phillips today. At least, she didn't want those reminders in her closet. A groan dragged her attention to her mother. Christina stood up and pressed a hand to her back. Sweat beaded on her neck and glistened on her brown skin. She had her hair swept up into a bun at her nape, and her lipstick was fading from a strong rose to a dusky pink. Watching her mother stretch, Giselle felt a pang of guilt. Despite Christina's protests about K-pop and her crazy attempts to get her hitched, Giselle knew her mother really cared about her. About Marcy, too. She was always available to help either of them when they called, and she was the first to turn into an animal if anyone dared to hurt her babies. Giselle would never forget how much Christina had cried when they heard of Marcy's diagnosis. It was the only time her mother broke down. Every day since, Christina worked tirelessly to make sure both her girls were taken care of. Giselle didn't want to stress her mother out with the truth. But maybe she should. Maybe she should come right out and tell her mom everything. "By the way, Mom, I made up a fake boyfriend so you could get off my back about K-pop. West and I are exes who haven't spoken since high school, and he only agreed to help me out because I begged him. But I can't do this anymore because I'm starting to want him for real, so I'd rather face your wrath than break my heart." Her mother would probably throw her through the food truck window and drive the car over her. Or maybe not. But anything she did would be equally horrendous, and Giselle was already in a low place. She didn't want to deal with her mother's lectures when the noise in her head was so loud. "Are you okay?" Marcy asked, her voice soft. "Is it—" She glanced at their mother and amended. "Did that play you were trying out for not work out?" "What play?" Christina quirked up. "Nothing, Mom, and everything is fine, Marcy." Giselle forced a smile. "I didn't know you were in a play, Giselle. How fun." "Yeah, I'm really good at acting. Big, fat lie. That conversation with West in the car? That was the biggest pile of BS she'd ever served anyone." Kissing him had not been meaningless. The fact that it had happened at all was huge. It normally took a lot for someone to get close to her, but all West Phillips had to do was swagger in from the States, and she was ready to throw her legs open. Heat coursed through her chest. Every brush of her hand, every kiss, every wild and explicit desire had risen from right there in her heart. West dragged out the crazy, impulsive side of her, but it would never go anywhere. Giselle knew that, knew it dearly. All that mattered now was not making a fool of herself. She thought she'd done a good job of playing it off. Her pride was still intact, and at the end of the day, that had to be worth something. "Oh!" Christina turned to Giselle. "Weren't you supposed to be helping Wes prepare for his big meeting with the manager tonight? Isn't that why you asked me to take your evening shift? I wanted to see you guys first." She smiled weakly. "Don't tell me Marcy was right and you really don't trust me." Christina joked, wiping the counter down with a cloth. "I've been cooking and dealing with customers since before you two were born." Marcy rolled her eyes. "Mom, please don't start the back in my day speech. It's too hot for that." Christina snapped the rag in Marcy's direction. Her little sister squealed. Giselle smiled fondly at them. She was surrounded by so many amazing women. Her mother and sister, as well as Latoya and Yolanda. Why did it feel like she was the most pathetic one out of them all? Giselle rested her head against the door and murmured, "Mom." "You and Dad were friends, right? Before he asked you out?" "Yes, that hard-headed Kenrick," her mom murmured with a shake of her head. "Missed all my hints for years before he finally saw what was standing right in front of him." Christina spread the rag out to dry and turned to her. "What about it? Imagine you found out that Dad had to go to the army while you were dating." Marcy's eyebrows jumped. "The army? That's a pretty specific hypothetical question. Is West going into the army?" "Mom, can you just answer the question?" Giselle folded her arms over her chest. "Suppose Dad went to the army and there was a huge chance he'd die in war." Marcy sniffed. "That's so sad." Giselle ignored her sister. "Would you have kept dropping those hints and hoping for more?" Christina placed both hands against her hips. "I would have kept dropping those hints if your daddy was going to die. Tomorrow." Giselle gasped. "Why?" "There are some men who want to love you but don't know how. And then there are some men who want to love you and come equipped. Your dad was the second type." "How did you know that, Mom?" Marcy's grin was wicked. "Did you see Dad's equipment early on?" "Young lady!" Marcy laughed at her mother's expression. Christina gave her daughter the stink eye, but continued, "I knew because he was taking care of me like I was his wife even before he was getting any." She pinched Marcy's cheek. "And when he made a promise to me, he kept it. And when he got angry with me, he never raised a hand." "Of course not!" Marcy snorted. "I tested him, threw a whole bunch of attitude at him, and then I watched how he responded. He showed he was patient, kind, and had self-restraint. He showed me he wouldn't be jumping around the entire garden if I ran out of honey." Marcy stuck out her tongue. "Too much information." Christina wagged her finger. "Now, a lot of women go on and try to nurture a boy into a man. They try to marry potential, you know? For what he could be in a few years, they suffer through who he is right now. But I never had to do that with your daddy, and that's what convinced me that I had to have him." "So you didn't get with Dad because he made you feel all—" Marcy gestured to her groin. "What?" Christina arched an eyebrow. Marcy shrugged and said, "Tingly?" Giselle chuckled. Christina looked appalled. "Is there a boy making you feel tingly, Marcy Stone?" "I'm just asking." Marcy looked embarrassed. "Tingles come and tingles go. And trust me, there are plenty of men who can rev a woman's engines. Same goes for men. Every woman's got something between her legs that can satisfy a man. That can't be everything in a relationship. If that was all me and your father had, it would have been better to stay friends." Giselle pushed off the wall, her heart pounding. "Say that again?" Christina blinked in uncertainty. "Which part do you want me to repeat? That if all you and Daddy had was sexual attraction, it would have been better to stay friends." Christina nodded to both girls. "Right. Well, we did have an attraction, and that part's important. But what I meant by that was—" Giselle broke in. "Friendship is more important, and it's better not to risk a good thing when there are plenty of fish in the sea." Christina's jaw dropped. "That's not what I said." "Yeah!" Marcy scrunched her nose. "That's not what she said." Giselle bounced on the tips of her toes, hope rising inside her for the first time all day. "No, I get it. I definitely get it." "I don't think you do, dear." "Mom, I have to go. Thanks for covering my shift." Giselle waved quickly and dashed out of the food truck. Her mother's words had only confirmed what she already felt. The answer to her dilemma with West Phillips was simple. She needed to get a boyfriend. West had only opened her eyes to a problem she had. It was obvious from the way her body responded that she wasn't as okay with being single as she'd thought. He'd revealed that she was very interested in having her engines revved. Very. If she looked at it that way, she should thank West for showing her that she was ready to take that next step. Giselle would have continued to let life pass her by without acknowledging that need. West Phillips wasn't the end-all of her romance. He was just the little spark that showed her the flame that could be. Giselle felt like doing a cartwheel. Her entire perspective had changed, and she was relieved from the guilt that had plagued her since the dressing room. Her mother was right. It couldn't be that hard to find a man who could get her all hot and bothered. West Phillips didn't have exclusive rights to her body. Anyone with the right procedure and patience could do the same. Their attraction wasn't worth jeopardizing their friendship and ruining their ruse. She could separate one from the other. Giselle hopped into her car and called West, tapping her finger on the steering wheel while she waited for him to answer. "Hey, West." Her voice was cheerful when he greeted her. "Where's your house? I'm coming over."
"Now?"
"In an hour or so. I want to help you cook." He cleared his throat.
You don't need to do that."
"I know, but I want to. It's a lot to do by yourself."
"It's really not that much."
His breath hit her ear. A memory of his mouth nibbling on that particular body part flooded her head and made her pulse skitter. She hauled such visions back like dogs rattling off their chains and locked them away. "We're just friends, remember?" "Text me the directions, Phillips." Her eyes fastened on the highway. "And then put me to work."
Chapter 19. Giselle wasn't wearing the dress he bought her. Wes still couldn't figure out why it bothered him so much, but it did. Everything about tonight was needling under his skin like a burr on socks. She'd dropped by his house earlier, acting as if she'd had a memory wipe and the past few hours had never happened. Her smiles weren't fake anymore. Her eyes were bright. She talked to him with not a hint of awkwardness at all. He tried to follow her lead and play it cool. They joked, they laughed, they danced to the music blaring through his Bluetooth speakers. While the food cooled, she left to the guest room to change and do her makeup. When Giselle emerged, she was wearing a dressy shirt and pants. She looked amazing. That wasn't the problem. What was the problem? West didn't know, didn't have a clue, but suddenly his neck got itchy and the stirrings of disappointment trickled through his stomach. Giselle stopped and spread her arms out.
What do you think? Too casual?
No, you look great.
Liar.
She flashed him another one of those big grins that made his stomach twist and hopped into a seat at the island counter. Drumming her brown fingers against the glossy marble, she said,
I thought that dress would be overkill for tonight. Besides, it got all wrinkled when we...
Her words drifted and a flicker of pensiveness flashed in her brown eyes. She hid it quickly and charged on.
I didn't want your guests to feel underdressed in comparison.
West leaned on the counter, his eyes narrowing on hers. That sounded rehearsed.
Did it?
Her gaze flickered away. He was close enough to see the color of her eyeshadow and the thick line painting her eyelids. Her lips were a soft pink shade, all one color again. The makeup enhanced her already stunning features and made him desperate to touch her. But he didn't. Instead, West said, You're not planning on returning that dress to the store for a refund, are you?
I'll return every cent to your bank account.
He couldn't help but chuckle. Since when were you so stubborn?
I could ask you the same thing. You used to be way more laid back in high school.
West lowered his voice. People change.
But not by much.
She straightened almost as if she didn't want to be so close to him. West frowned when he saw the distance rising in her eyes. It had been there all along, he realized, though she'd done a hell of a job hiding it by talking and behaving the way she always had. What he'd seen of her all evening was the truth. Giselle wasn't at ease in his company anymore. She was putting effort into acting relaxed, and sometimes it worked. Sometimes she convinced herself of it and forgot she was supposed to keep her guard up. But there were moments, like right now, when she couldn't hide it if she tried. Giselle turned slightly away from him, her curls expanding around her head and falling down her shoulders.
I should set the table.
She swallowed, her eyes moving between his and then away.
The Garbutts will be here any minute.
West let her go even though he really wanted to drag her into his arms and find a way to fix this. To go back to a time when she didn't have to dig deep just to smile brightly at him. He couldn't stand the fact that Giselle was here but felt so far away. West leaned against the counter, his shoulders bunching up around his ears. Should he talk to her? And say what? Hey Giselle, I know you want to be just friends, but I've been thinking that I want to take care of you for the rest of my life. I don't know what that means or how that's supposed to look since you're staying in Belize and I'm leaving, but deal with it. West ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Just then the doorbell rang and Giselle's footsteps pattered.
They're here.
She said, appearing in the doorway of the kitchen.
It's game time.
West frowned because he disliked that too. He didn't know why. He couldn't explain it. But everything about tonight was starting to get on his nerves. Giselle strode up to him and took his hand. She was looking at him expectantly, devotedly, like he actually meant something to her. He liked it too much, and it was irritating because she was so good at turning that mask on and off. Was she playing with him? Was that her plan all along? To get him involved in this fake boyfriend nonsense so he could get hooked on her only for her to throw the friendship card in his face? You sound like a maniac, West. He knew that. He did, but how could he stop it? The sensations flooding through his chest was a dam in the middle of breaking. There was no stopping the flood.
West?
Giselle stepped closer and peered into his eyes.
Are you okay?
Fine. He removed his hand from hers. Her eyes narrowed in confusion and he could sense her frustration bubbling to the surface.
Well, you don't look fine, so I suggest you figure yourself out before you ruin dinner.
Wes scoffed and marched ahead of her. You're being an idiot, he thought to himself. Giselle hadn't done a blasted thing wrong. It was him. It was all his fault for not having a damn clue how to handle one petite woman and those gorgeous smiles of hers. Swallowing his impatience, Wes stopped at the door and waited for Giselle to join him. She didn't hold his hand and he made no move to hold hers. After taking a breath, he opened the door. For now, he'd focus on getting through the dinner and then cross the other bridges, or maybe jump off them, when he got to it. It helped that Giselle and Mr. Garbutt's wife, Ruth, seemed to have one thing in common. Ruth spoke with a smile.
No way! I love that show!
She gushed, beaming across the table at Giselle.
I cried when the soldier got shot.
Giselle's hands waved wildly.
I bawled like a baby. I swear, my neighbors probably thought I was crazy.
West moved the glass of wine away from her elbow. She didn't seem to notice.
I didn't know you watched Korean dramas, Ruth.
I love them. Been a fan for years.
Henry Garbutt chuckled as he sipped his beer. Sometimes I'll come out to the living room and find her at 3 o'clock in the morning, her eyes bloodshot but glued to the TV. The big man laughed. I keep telling her, Ruthie, those shows will still be there tomorrow. You need to sleep.
Who needs sleep when there's a K-drama?
Giselle asked. Ruth slapped her hand for a high five.
That's what I always say. Sleep is for suckers.
The women giggled. Giselle leaned back and snuggled into the side of his chest. West glanced down at her, catching an eyeful of her curls and a smooth brown forehead. The moment the Garbutt stepped into the room, she turned into his doting girlfriend. Her hands reached for him without a hint of hesitation. She sweetly offered to share out his food and constantly gave him adoring looks between conversation. West had to keep telling himself to breathe. Her affection made it hard to speak, to think, to move. Though he knew it wasn't real, he soaked it all in like a plant in need of sunlight.
Let me ask you this, Giselle.
Ruth's eyes twinkled with mischief.
Between K-dramas and West, which do you love more?
Giselle turned and looked into his eyes, speaking without hesitation.
I've been in love with West since high school.
West choked on a breath, but Giselle didn't stop to let that statement sink in.
I have never met a more ambitious, intelligent, and determined man. Whatever he puts his mind to, he can accomplish.
West pressed a kiss to her temple, moved by her sweet words. His heart was pounding so hard that he was sure everyone around the table could hear it. He had to get himself under control. This was unfamiliar territory, and frankly, he was terrified of the strong feelings sweeping his chest. Wes knew what it was like to crave a woman, to peel her skirt up and get between her legs, to make her moan and cry and scream, and he wanted to do that to Giselle. He really did. Make no mistake about it. But he also wanted to keep that proud little glimmer in her eyes when she looked at him. Wanted to hear her soft sighs when he caressed her shoulders at random while they ate. Wanted to pour her wine and hear her laugh when she demanded he stop being ridiculous and pour a little more. Wanted her to talk to him all night about nothing and anything. He really enjoyed her company, and her quiet approval, whether she meant it or not, made an impact on him. Turning to Mr. Garbutt, Giselle smiled.
This man never runs away from a challenge. He's going to change the hotel industry if he has his way. I think it takes a manager of a high caliber to keep up with him.
Mr. Garbutt flashed him a grin. I'll take that into account. Thoughtful silence settled on the table. It was West's cue to say something profound, to wax on about the reasons Mr. Garbutt should give him a chance and sign the very generous contract with his hotel. Those words were jumbled in his brain, losing importance the longer West stared at Giselle. Her hands were intertwined in his, and her curls kept tickling the underside of his chin. She pressed a hand to his chest, and it chased the remnants of his sobriety. It was impossible to keep a clear head when she was so close, so soft, so damn irresistible. And that perfume of hers.
How about dessert?
Giselle's laughter was nervous.
Do you need some help, dear?
Ruth asked.
No, thank you.
Giselle cleared her throat.
West, can you join me?
He eagerly got up and followed her to the kitchen. Giselle dragged him out of the Garbutts' line of sight and whirled around.
What is going on with you?
She huffed.
I set up a perfect opening for you to talk to Garbutt about the management position.
Did you mean that? Giselle kept hissing at him.
It is incredible that Ruth loves K-dramas. Out of all the women in Belize, your manager is married to one of the few who enjoys Korean entertainment. All you have to do is close the deal.
He pressed her into the cupboards, his voice low. Did you mean it?
Mean what?
She snapped, staring up at him. West gripped her arm, preventing her from wiggling away. That you've been in love with me since high school. Giselle swallowed hard and glanced at the floor like it held the codes to a bank vault.
No, I didn't.
Dread pooled in his stomach, cold and prickly. Her words cut him to the quick. Giselle must have seen the shift in his expression because she quickly pointed out.
You didn't love me either, West. We were kids. We didn't even know what love was.
She shook her head.
I still don't.
Silence fell between them, thick and pulsing. Giselle pushed him back and hurried to the dining room, moving like she was being chased. West wilted into the cupboards, his head whirring and a strange, drowning sensation filling his body. Maybe he didn't know what love was back then. But right now, with Giselle, he was starting to find out.
Chapter 20. LaToya. LaToya stepped into the Asian grocery store with her eyes peeled for hot Asian guy. A week had passed since that strange and, frankly, confusing encounter with him in this very store. She had a feeling that the exchange meant nothing, but on the off chance that it did, she wanted to be prepared. To that end, LaToya had squeezed into a waist trainer and pulled on a lacy black romper. It was flattering but casual enough for a grocery store run. Showing off all her curves usually meant getting catcalled every 2 steps, and LaToya didn't have the patience for that today, so she brought along a cardigan just in case. All she wanted was proof that hot Asian guy's interest in her was all in her head, and then she'd move on with her life. The grocery store was crowded for a Sunday afternoon. She saw a few men eyeing her, but they weren't the guys she was looking for. Taking a grocery basket, LaToya placed it over her arm and began to browse, grabbing a few things to look like she belonged. After a few minutes of shopping, she realized that hot Asian guy was not on duty today. She tried not to be too disappointed about it. At least she could tell the girls that she'd given it her best. It just wasn't meant to be, she said with a sigh. LaToya turned and began to walk down the aisle when a man stepped in front of her. She gasped in shock and jumped, half her items skittering around her basket. Hot Asian guy glanced down at her, a smile tilting his pink lips. LaToya's heart bounced from her chest, all the way down to her toes. She swallowed hard, fighting the fluttering of her pulse that came, half from fright and half from excitement. "Hey," she said, sounding breathless to her own ears. "Hi." Hot Asian guy, she really hoped she could get his name now because she was getting real tired of saying that, nodded at her. "Can I help you?" LaToya measured his words over and over in her head. He wasn't asking her out. He was asking if she needed help with groceries. That was a perfectly reasonable request. She'd been walking around and around aimlessly for several minutes. Any alert store manager would have noticed her movements and assumed she wasn't finding what she was looking for. However, that didn't mean said clerk had to personally check on her. Surely that was a sign that he was interested. LaToya tilted her head and played with her hair. It felt scratchy against her fingertips and didn't curl the way she wanted it to. She would have installed a fancy weave if she had the time and money. But the truth was, she couldn't afford to purchase a $1,000 Brazilian hair package like Yolanda. She often bought the synthesized hair yarn from the stores downtown and made her own crochet. That way, LaToya saved on the cost of the hair because she could recycle the yarn, and she saved on installation. Flashing a confident smile, she stepped closer. "Yes, I was looking for something sweet." She lowered her eyelashes. "But I think I found it." He bobbed his head. "Okay, I'm glad you did." She waited for him to say more. He didn't. Instead, Hot Asian Guy turned on his heels and walked away. LaToya stared at him, her jaw dropping and her head spinning in confusion. Didn't he hear her? Was that line too subtle? She kicked herself as she dragged her basket like a reluctant toddler to the line in front of the cashier. Shame settled on her cheeks and made hot tears burn the back of her eyes. She held them back with all her might. This situation did not warrant tears. So she ended up making a slight fool of herself in front of the Asian guy at the grocery store. A lot of people were going through worse. She should know. She helped them every day. But no matter how much self-talking LaToya did, she just couldn't bury the pain in her heart. It had been a while since she'd been interested in anyone, and though Hot Asian Guy felt more like a fantasy than a real prospect, the excitement she'd gotten while thinking of him and imagining that he might really like her had filled her days with light. Pathetic as that might make her seem, she would miss that. Sucking in a deep breath, LaToya shuffled forward and set her basket on the steel counter. Quickly taking out the items one by one, she kept her head down. Just a few more minutes and she'd be done with this place. She could walk out of here and never come back. The great thing about Belize was they had tons of Asian grocery stores that all stocked the same products. She could change her route when coming home after work in the evenings and get her groceries at 100 different places. Plastic rustled close to her ears. She glanced to the side and saw Hot Asian Guy bagging her items and staring right at her. She blinked rapidly, embarrassed that he'd seen her distressed. She lifted her chin, paid the pretty girl behind the cash register, and snatched the bag from him. No way would LaToya let him think that he had bothered her. He didn't deserve that kind of power, even if it was the truth. Marching past him with her head held high, she finally let her shoulders drop when she got to the bus stop. Plopping into her seat, LaToya shook her head and let a disbelieving laugh loose. Stupid. She sighed to the afternoon sunshine. Acting like he even cared that you were huffing and puffing past him. That man don't care about you, LaToya. In a low mood and hoping for a sweet treat to lift her spirits, LaToya dug through the bag and searched for a chocolate bar. Her fingers tripped over a scrap of paper that didn't belong amongst her groceries. Stunned, she peered inside the bag and spotted the note pinned beneath her snacks. Fishing it from the depths, LaToya held it up to the sunshine. Her blood pressure spiked when she saw a telephone number scrawled over the torn paper. It didn't have a name under it or any other instructions, but she knew immediately who it belonged to. Squealing, LaToya kicked her foot and pumped her fist. An elderly couple passed by at that moment, catching her in the middle of her victory dance. She pulled her hands to her sides, but couldn't stop herself from grinning. Hot Asian Guy was interested. He'd given her a number to contact him. That meant that it was not all in her head. "Are you going to call him now?" Yolanda asked, an hour later as they all sat in Giselle's living room. Of course not. LaToya rolled her eyes. Girl, don't you know that you have to make them work for it? Work for what? You like him, don't you? Yolanda grinned. She doesn't even know him. Giselle grumbled. That's the point of talking, so you can get to know him. Yolanda said, using a lot of words when she could have just yelled, duh. What if he's a jerk? She'll find that out when she calls him. What if he only wants to use her? Giselle's stare hardened. You know? Like a fetish? LaToya cringed when that F word got thrown around. Once, her mom had accused her of having an Asian fetish. LaToya still remembered the horror she felt at the accusation. Not only because her mother was wrong, and she was so wrong, but because something she loved, something that brought her so much happiness, could be misconstrued in such a horrible light. Maybe he's not interested in a serious relationship at all, Giselle was spouting, and just wants someone to pass the time while he's here in Belize. LaToya cast her a curious look. Now that didn't sound like hot Asian guy at all. Are you okay? Yolanda asked. LaToya stared intently at her friend. Giselle had been grumpy all night. Not even a quick recap of the latest Gen 10 music video had been able to make her smile. LaToya would have asked her about it, but she'd been so eager to discuss hot Asian guy that she'd pushed ahead and gotten her story out first. Now she turned fully and smacked Giselle's meaty thighs. All right, babe. Tell us what's up. Giselle huffed. Nothing. LaToya spoke sheepishly. I apologize for taking over the spotlight. I saw you were in a funk, and I should have let you go first. Giselle frowned. No, you shouldn't have because I don't have anything to report. Yolanda tilted her head. The big green hoop earrings she wore dangled from her ear and touched her shoulder. On anyone else, an accessory that gaudy would have looked cheap. But on Yolanda, it looked like a fashion trend. She sighed loudly. Giselle, LaToya's right. You haven't been yourself. I didn't even see you peeping at Yenta's abs like you usually do. He didn't show his abs in that music video. Giselle defended. Yolanda pointed out, you squeal about it either way. She does, LaToya agreed. Plus, Yolanda continued, you're doing a total 180 on hot Asian guy. Last week, you were all about LaToya getting to know him better. Don't tell me you're jealous because I got an Asian boo and you don't. LaToya scrunched her nose in a light teasing manner. Trust me, I'm not jealous that he's Asian. Giselle paused, her thick eyelashes bouncing. But maybe I'm jealous that you have someone. LaToya threw her hands up. Hey, I don't have anyone. Right now, it's all a cat and mouse game. I don't know what he's playing at. There was a difference between being hopeful and being stupid. She wasn't in love with this random guy, but she wouldn't hide that his attention was flattering. And, like you said, it could still not work out. I hope it does, LaToya. Giselle squeezed her hand. You deserve that. Thank you. What's going on with you and West? Yolanda asked, her voice soft. LaToya shifted out of her playful mode, too. Giselle looked like she was going through something, and if K-pop couldn't fix it, it was serious. Giselle sighed. When he took me shopping yesterday, we kind of... Her eyes skittered to the floor. Kissed. What? LaToya barked out. Yolanda nearly fell off her chair. You kissed your fake boyfriend? For real? Yeah. Giselle nodded miserably. But we agreed it didn't mean anything. Did he say that? Yolanda snarled. LaToya scoffed. What a jerk! Giselle stared at the ground. I was the one who said it was meaningless. LaToya froze. You did? Yolanda tilted her head. Why, girl? Because... Giselle covered her face with her hands. He's leaving Belize, and I want to protect myself. I don't want to catch feelings for someone who isn't even going to stick around. I figured that was what he wanted too, you know. I mean, West doesn't do complicated or long-term relationships. It's not his thing. I figured we could just go back to normal, and he'd forget about it. But he didn't, LaToya guessed. He's different. I don't know how to explain it, but the way he looks at me is... Giselle raked a hand over her face. It's not like before. When we first got started, he flirted, but it felt friendly. Not this intense. He's gotten intense, she moaned. What do I do? He invited my entire family up to San Pedro this weekend. I have to keep seeing him, and it's driving me nuts. Why don't you just ask him point blank? Yolanda said. Walk right up to him and say, West, do you have feelings for me? Giselle looked horrified. No way. I think it's a good idea. If you think it's such a good idea, why don't you call Hot Asian Guy right now and ask him what he's trying to do? Giselle challenged. I will if you will, LaToya answered back. Giselle stuck out her hand and said, You have a deal.
Chapter 21. West was going to kiss Giselle senseless, but first he was going to toss her overboard.
West!
She whispered his name with a hint of breathless awe, making his neck burn and his fingers itch to hold her. Giselle was looking at him tenderly, like he was everything she'd ever wanted. He liked it. Too much. But he didn't know if it was real or if it was just a show for her parents. She cut him off after the dinner with Garbett. She hadn't called, hadn't texted, hadn't dropped by his hotel for a surprise lunch. They hadn't spoken since Saturday. 7 days. 7 days without hearing her voice, seeing her face, or touching her. Until today. They were in Uncle Finn's private yacht, joined by her parents and Marcy. Giselle was practically sitting on his lap, laughing and talking as if everything was normal. He was going to kiss her while throwing her overboard.
This is K-pop,
Giselle whispered, still staring at her phone. A moment ago, he'd taken her cell and shared the password for his curated playlist. A playlist that was full of the best K-pop he could find, ranging from the most obscure to the latest. It's not a big deal, he said, with an edge to his voice that stemmed from his embarrassment.
West!
She said his name breathlessly again.
These are a lot of songs. Did you really buy them all?
He cleared his throat, his eyes sliding away from her. You said it was better to buy the albums to support the artists. They'd had a long conversation about it the night he went over to her place and hung out with her friends. Apparently every sale counted towards the band's placement in the charts.
Yeah, but...
Her thumb scrolled the list.
There's no way you did all this in one night.
West didn't bother answering that because admitting he'd spent every day thinking of her while curating those sickly sweet K-pop songs was akin to turning in his man card.
Thank you,
she said. You're welcome. He allowed himself a moment to look at her. She was wearing a thin pink dress with buttons down the front. A white bikini top was under it. Her sandals had shells on them, and that sexy anklet with the Asian charm was wrapped around her left foot. Still not looking at her, West asked, should we plug it in?
To my headphones?
To the yacht sound system. Her little nose scrunch was adorable.
My mom hates K-pop.
Do you want to hear it? He turned to her. I'm asking you.
Yes. I will never turn down an opportunity to beat out to K-pop.
She ducked her head. He nodded and called out, Ms. Christina, I'm going to play a few of Giselle's favorite tunes from the speakers. Do you mind? Christina, who was sitting with her husband at the end of the boat, tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. He couldn't see her eyes behind those dark shades, but he heard the uneasiness in her voice when she asked,
What kind of songs?
K-pop, Wes said simply. Marcy burst out laughing. She wore a bathing suit under a white netted cover. There was a pouch on the side of her wheelchair that was heavy with suntan lotion.
No way! You dragged him into your obsession, sis?
Giselle winced and tried to tug her hand out of his. Relax. He interlocked their fingers and brought her hand to rest in his lap. Giselle said you might have a problem with it, Christina.
Don't you?
Christina asked. West could feel her intense scrutiny. I don't think my opinion matters. If Giselle likes it and it makes her happy, then that's all that matters to me.
I bet you haven't seen her apartment.
Christina yelled, loud enough to be heard over the wind. Giselle groaned.
Mom!
Actually, I have. Kenrick sat straight up. You have?
He came when Yolanda and Latoya were there, Daddy.
Giselle said in a dry tone. Kenrick frowned. And when did he leave? Before them, sir. Her dad relaxed.
You saw her apartment.
Christina sounded like she was rationalizing.
All the posters, the pillows, the cutout of that girly-looking Asian guy.
Giselle defended.
His name is Ong Sung-hoon.
Christina cringed.
And the Speedo. Have you seen that?
He chuckled. The Speedo is weird.
Right? Why would you want some Asian man's Speedo sitting in a place of honor?
Giselle smacked his arm.
That's not just any Speedo. It's a Gen 10 original. The lead singer wore that for his first Korean Vogue beach shoot.
Babe. Wes just shook his head. Giselle laughed.
Okay, maybe it is a little strange.
But I don't mind. West shrugged. Because her quirks, her flaws, her obsessions, they tell me who she is. They make her unique. It wouldn't be Giselle if she wasn't crazy about K-pop. Giselle pushed out her bottom lip.
That's so sweet.
A smile eased across Christina's face.
Put the music on. I don't mind. Just make sure it's fun.
Giselle's jaw dropped.
Mom, you always scold me for listening to K-pop. You never want to hear it out loud.
Look at where we are, Giselle.
Christina gestured to the waves. It was an incredible view. The Caribbean Sea stretched out for miles, a sharp turquoise that bled into the clear blue horizon.
This isn't my house. This is the open sea. Anything goes.
Giselle turned to him and mumbled,
All of a sudden, she's okay with K-pop?
Just choose a song and I'll hook it up. He laughed and pressed a kiss to her forehead.
This one.
Giselle bounced with excitement. He connected his phone to the system, and a moment later, a funky bass line flowed over the waves. He started mouthing the lyrics, and Giselle nearly busted out of her seat.
You know the lines to Yenta's solo?
It's one of my favorites, he said honestly. Wes didn't know a lick of Korean, and he was sure he was butchering the pronunciation, but it had a great beat, and he couldn't help getting swept in the energy. Giselle's grin nearly made his heart jump out of his chest.
Aren't you just full of surprises today?
She wound her arms around his neck and pressed herself into him, giving him a tight hug and whispering in his ear.
I don't know why you're doing all this, but I'm really grateful.
Wes dropped a kiss on her neck. Her scent filled his head and jumbled his thoughts. What he wanted, knew, and needed was not matching up. He wanted her as more than a friend. He knew that desire went deeper than a simple fling. He needed to remember that every day he spent in Belize was one day closer to the day he was leaving. Otherwise, he'd leave his whole heart behind, and that wouldn't serve any purpose other than to break him. So he looked into Giselle's trusting eyes and said, "What are friends for?"
Friends?
Her eyelashes fluttered. The word hurt like gravel when he pushed it out of his throat, but he nodded and croaked, "Yeah. Friends." Chapter 22. Uncle Finn's hotel was a sprawling structure painted white with lots of modern architecture and glass. Rather than building vertically, as most conventional resorts tended to do, he went flat and wide. The effect was a gorgeous villa surrounded by sand, coconut trees, and enough hammocks to provide shelter for a displaced army. Giselle was staying in Marcy's suite while her parents had their own. West was all the way in the servants' quarters, which was what Uncle Finn called his and the other employees' place of residence. They were tiny huts fitted with a bed, a kitchenette, and a bathroom for the on-site staff who didn't have a place of their own. West was torn about having so much distance between him and Giselle. On the one hand, sleeping under the same roof with her would have proven to be a temptation he did not have the strength to resist. On the other, he hated having to walk what felt like miles just to see her. After depositing his suitcases, West didn't bother with changing out of his thin shirt and swim trunks. He headed straight for the pool, nearing the sound of laughter and play. When he rounded the curve, he saw Giselle and Marcy in the clear blue water. Marcy wore floaties like fashion accessories. They were on both arms and on her legs, keeping her from drowning. His eyes moved to Marcy's sister. What Giselle wore? Well, it stopped him in his tracks. He'd seen a hint of that white bathing suit under her dress during the ride to the island, but now the dress was gone. He could see every inch of her brown skin as it toasted in the sun, changing from a mocha brown to a smooth mahogany. Giselle had tied her hair up into a bun, but the weight of the water was already tugging it down and curls were spiraling out of it. West stared at the water dripping down her lips and chest. His body roared to life as images of her in the dressing room flashed through his head. He sucked in a deep breath, forcing his thoughts away from that day. Giselle was standing next to Marcy, a steadying hand on her sister's back. Though she was laughing and playing around, the rapt attention in her eyes told him she was totally devoted to her sister's safety. His heart rearranged, and he felt another one of those unexplainable pangs in his chest. It was almost like getting shocked with a defibrillator, quick and intense.
West!
Marcy waved, catching him as he stared at them. Giselle's brown eyes flitted his way. Rather than welcome, they carried a hint of awkwardness.
Come in, West. The water's great.
Marcy beamed. He rubbed the back of his neck. You two look like you're having fun.
Oh, go on, West.
Christina stood. She was wearing a one-piece swimsuit with a towel wrapped around her waist. West caught the admiring glance Kenrick slanted his wife when Christina removed her towel. It was clear Giselle's father was head over heels for his wife. Christina's hands gestured back and forth.
I'll dip my toes in too. Gotta keep young so I forget about these aching joints.
Kenrick yelled. What do you mean, baby? You don't look a day over 35. Christina giggled. Suddenly, Marcy tossed a wave of water in his direction. West jumped back, but it was too late. Both him and Kenrick had already gotten doused. Marcy burst out laughing.
You might as well join us, Daddy. You too, West.
Here I go. Kenrick made a running leap into the pool and landed in a big splash. The ladies gathered around him, smiling and laughing. They all looked delighted. West watched them for a minute, stunned by the sight. His parents never expressed such joy, especially not around each other. Though they had crazy financial success, their personal lives were devoid of warmth and laughter. He'd never wanted their future to become his own, and so he hadn't thought about having a family at all. But right now, watching this family, he saw a wife who could still make her husband whistle and catcall like a teenager on the street. He saw two sisters who fought hard and loved even harder. He saw a unit who had more fun together than apart. He saw harmony, loyalty, and pride. And he liked what he saw. Enough that a part of him wanted it for himself.
West,
Christina tore him from his thoughts.
aren't you going to join us?
Giselle, go get him.
Marcy urged, smacking her sister in the back as she floated. Reluctantly, Giselle climbed out of the water. He sucked in a sharp breath when he saw that skimpy bikini bottom showing all that delicious skin. Kenrick cleared his throat. Ahem. Wes snapped his gaze back to Giselle's eyes. She stopped in front of him, dripping water on the poolside. One hand extended in his direction, his heart pounding against his chest. Wes took Giselle's hand and stepped into the pool.
Chapter 23. Everything West Phillips did was turning her on. It started with the way his hair curled in the sunlight after being doused in chlorine. The way his smile flashed a little dirtier when his fingers played with the straps holding her bikini together. The way he folded the sleeves of his dress shirt to reveal extremely sexy forearms when he joined them at the restaurant. They were having an early dinner around the table. Dusk was settling on the island, stretching across puffy clouds with hints of purple and navy. A soft breeze rustled the white tablecloth and made the wind chimes giggle. West's arm hovered over the back of her chair, a pale thumb sliding over her dark brown skin, back and forth, back and forth. And every brush sent a shockwave of pleasure flurrying through her stomach. Uncle Finn said something funny. It had to be funny because everyone was laughing. Giselle tried to force a couple chuckles, but she had no idea what the joke was. West casually picked up his beer and tipped it back. Giselle stared in wonder as his lips wrapped around the bottle and his throat bobbed as he swallowed. By the time he released his mouth from the bottle and swept an errant drop of beer with the tip of his tongue, she was practically combusting in her seat.
Giselle?
Someone called her name. Huh? Her eyes darted guiltily over the table as she tried to remember what they were discussing. West glanced at her, his gaze furrowed in that familiar, "You okay?" expression that was increasingly obvious. He'd been sending those looks all day, as if his every thought was about her well-being, her peace of mind, her physical and emotional safety. Maybe she was seeing something that wasn't there. Maybe his constant attention meant she didn't even know. Giselle was at her wit's end when it came to this man. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" her dad asked, his eyes narrowed. Christina tilted her head. "You look a little hot." Marcy grinned mischievously. "Maybe she's tired of hanging out with us." Uncle Finn chuckled. "She's on a beautiful island, surrounded by a stunning view." Marcy thrust her hand at the wooden exposed beams and the trees that huddled close like they had a secret to share. "And she hasn't gotten any time alone with her boyfriend," Kenrick teased with mock seriousness. "Why do they need alone time? There will be no alone time here." Christina swatted her husband's arm. "Babe, stop it! You and I had plenty of alone time when we were dating." Kenrick shook his head. "That is very different." "No, it's not." Christina shot Giselle a smile. "Don't feel like you have to hang out with the family if you'd rather go on a date, you two." The thought of being alone with West Phillips terrified her. Giselle's theory that any man could make her feel the things West did was falling apart by the seams. Over the past week, plenty of cute guys had stopped by the smoothie shop. Plenty. And they were all deliciously sweaty from a jog, muscles bulging and nostrils flaring as they caught their breath. Some of them were even shirtless, revealing toned abs that flashed like street signs. But watching those sweaty, half-naked guys had done nothing to her. Then she got a look at West Phillips in a wet t-shirt, and her loins went nuts. West's chair scraped the tiles as he stood and offered his hand to her. Blue eyes glistening, he whispered,
"Come on."
Giselle took his hand, falling into his gaze. There was something to be said about being on the receiving end of West Phillips' intense stare. It was as if no one else existed in that moment. Giselle caught her breath, trying not to swoon as she stumbled behind him. The scent of sunscreen was heavy on his skin. West had been applying sunscreen on a timer, smirking good-naturedly when her family, all blessed with rich melanin, had teased him about it. He'd stuck to his guns, and now his pale skin was just a shade tanner rather than turning completely red as Uncle Finn's had. They stepped beyond the restaurant and struck out down a sandy path. Giselle carried her slippers in the crook of her fingers. Wearing them was futile as her feet kept sinking into the ground. Plus, she enjoyed the feel of the sand between her toes. "Where are we going?" Giselle asked when she saw West leading her away from the path littered with tons of signs showing guests where to go.
You'll see,
He answered mysteriously, his blue eyes sliding over her with obvious appreciation. Warmth exploded through her chest. Giselle really liked the way West Phillips looked at her. He made it seem like she commanded every scrap of his attention, like he was ready to rescue her or turn her inside out if she gave the slightest hint of interest. The growing awareness that swept over her made Giselle feel like she was wobbling off a high beam. Scrambling to chase the flutters in her stomach, she hid behind conversation. "Thank you again for doing this, West. I know you didn't sign up for all the drama when you came to Belize." She huffed out a sigh. "Hanging with my folks every weekend wasn't part of the agreement. Thank you." He chuckled.
That's the 100th time you've thanked me.
"Because I'm grateful. I know we're just friends." He'd made himself extremely clear on the boat ride today. Enough so that she didn't feel the need to keep her deal with LaToya. How much more obvious did West have to be? He'd practically spelled out their relationship. West suddenly stopped in the middle of the path, and she almost bumped into his back. Nightfall descended around them, thickening the shadows, but his eyes were so clear to her.
Is that your new defense?
West whispered. She could hardly breathe. "What are you talking about?"
When we were dating, you used to talk about other girls all the time.
Her jaw dropped.
Is this the more mature version? Gratitude?
No,
I don't need you to thank me, Gis.
His tone was low, husky.
You smiling at me? That's all the thanks I need.
She gulped, hard. What on earth was she supposed to say to that? What did that even mean? Friendship? That was West Phillips' brand of friendship? Splinters of frustration stirred in her chest, but she didn't have the chance to let them fly at him because West tugged her hand. He fumbled with his phone and turned on the flashlight, nimbly leading her forward. After a while, West paused, took her flip-flops from her, and slid them on her feet. She held his shoulder for balance, her irritation skittering out into the Caribbean Sea when he said,
You're going to need these just in case. I don't want you to get hurt.
He held her hand and led her over rocks and fallen logs, careful to warn her when there was something she could trip over. His thoughtfulness, care, and gentleness spiked admiration in her heart, making her feel even more flustered. She would have shoved his attentiveness under the friendship banner if those moments of thoughtfulness weren't interrupted by him checking her out. Twice now, Giselle caught West ogling her cleavage when she bent down to look at where she was placing her feet. After, he'd wrench his eyes away and scowl at the dark horizon or at the trees crouching close. Giselle was utterly confused.
We're almost there,
West said, slanting another look at her body before redirecting his gaze. Warmth flushed through Giselle. She would be lying if she said that his appreciation of her body didn't make her feel hot, in every sense of the word. It assured her to know she wasn't the only one battling an insane attraction here. It made her think that they could do something about it. Something like what they'd done in the dressing room. She didn't really care what they called it, or even if they labeled it anything. All she needed was West to make the first move. Filled with anticipation, Giselle ducked under a palm tree leaf that West lifted for her and gasped in shock. A private beach met her eyes. Unlike the path that was pitch black, she saw tiki torches gathered around a thick picnic blanket. On top of the quilt, there were throw pillows, a basket, unlit candles, and wine resting in an ice bucket. She gasped, falling in love with the setup immediately. It looked like a picture straight out of a tourism commercial inviting newlyweds to spend their time in Belize. The coconut trees on the beach waved their fronds in gentle beseeching. The stars that shimmered overhead reflected in the dark water. The setting was almost painfully romantic.
What do you think?
His deep voice rumbled in her ear. It held equal parts pensiveness and pride. She moved her wide-eyed stare to his face. What is all this?
Something.
Something? She croaked.
Yeah, it's just something I threw together.
You are a big fat liar, West Phillips. He laughed.
Can you not overthink it and just enjoy it with me?
Friends. He gave her a playlist full of her favorite K-pop songs and called her a friend. He rubbed her thighs and teased her bikini bottom in the pool and called her friend. He planned a romantic picnic on a private beach and called her friend. What the heck? Giselle let him lead her to the blanket and sat. He'd definitely layered a couple comforters under this because she couldn't feel the hardness of the ground at all. The sound of the Caribbean Sea churning filled her ears, echoing the chaos in her heart. West sat close to her, but far enough away that they weren't touching.
I used to stay with Uncle Finn a lot.
His voice was quiet, and his eyes were on the Caribbean Sea.
My parents dumped me here when they had a business meeting they couldn't drag me to. I found this place one day when I was playing pirates.
By yourself?
There was no one else my age to play with.
He shrugged. Sympathy filled her as she imagined a young and lonely West keeping himself company. He poured the glass of wine and offered it to her. Their fingers brushed when she took it, and her belly twisted, sending a shock of desire radiating from her chest to her fingertips. West stared into her eyes.
I promised myself that I'd come back here someday with a friend. I would show them the magic of this island and I wouldn't keep it a secret anymore. The knowledge wouldn't die with me.
I'm honored, she whispered, reaching out and touching his hand. He slid their fingers together, and it felt so right that Giselle almost cried.
Thank you for making that dream come true, Gis.
She sipped her wine to keep from sipping his lips. West cleared his throat.
What about you? Is there anything you've always wanted to do that I can help you with?
The question was as wicked as the look in his eyes.
Maybe a game you always chickened out of?
I am not playing truth or dare. She laughed. We're not in high school anymore.
Exactly. You're older now, you shouldn't be scared.
Excuse me?
She laughed.
I wasn't scared.
I always had to do the dares for you.
Because you were a gentleman.
And you were a wimp.
He teased. Okay. She sat up. Let's play.
Really?
His eyebrows arched. But we'll do it differently. 1 round. I'll take truth and you take dare.
That's not right. Truth is way easier.
She snorted. Okay, we can switch.
Deal.
He nodded, his thick hair falling into his eyes.
Ask whatever you want.
Giselle paused. A question burned her mind and demanded to be free. She let it out. West.
Yes.
Do you have feelings for me?
Chapter 24. West Phillips never talked about his feelings. Well, as much as he could help it. He knew there were certain things a man tended to tell a woman when he was interested in getting under her skirt. I've never felt this way about anyone else. I can't stop thinking about you. I want a future with you. He stayed away from uttering such nonsense because, firstly, he didn't believe in leading a woman on. Building up expectations only to crush them later was a low blow. He liked throwing all his cards on the table, making it clear he was only interested in sex, and seeing if that deal was suitable for the woman he wanted to undress. Secondly, West had never found a woman who could tame him and make sticking with one person appealing. Women were just too irresistible, all of them, no matter their size, color, or shape. The brain in his pants didn't seem to have a type. He could walk right out of a hotel with one girl and feel the exact same adrenaline looking at another. Maybe that made him a dog, but at least he owned it. West never felt the need to pretend he was something he wasn't, until now. Now he was something else entirely. With Giselle, he wasn't pretending to be invested. This wasn't throwing out lines just to get her naked. He genuinely hadn't felt this way with anyone else. He couldn't stop thinking about her, or a future with her. Whatever that future looked like. Therein lay the problem. Whenever he thought too deeply about a future with Giselle, a big door shut in his face and he couldn't seem to get past it. She wanted to stay here, needed to stay here. He'd observed her with her family and noticed how close they were, noticed the way she was totally at ease, the way she smiled in utter contentment. Some people hated their family members and spent as little time with them as possible. Some people had a friend group, men and women their own age, to chill with and pull crazy stunts with. Apart from Latoya and Yolanda, Giselle didn't have any confidants outside of her family, and she seemed pretty happy with that.
West, you have to answer.
Giselle said, her dark eyes peering into his. He released her hand and backed away, hoping he sounded more casual than he felt when he said, "Of course." Her eyelashes fluttered in shock. "You were my first steady girlfriend. I wouldn't have chased you if I didn't have feelings for you."
In high school?
"It counts,"
I'm not asking about back then.
Giselle said, setting the wine down and glaring at him.
I'm asking about right now.
He was annoying her, but he couldn't answer that question. What was the point of admitting he had feelings for her? Would that change the fact that he was leaving? That she was staying? He had to think about Giselle. "Are you thinking about her or about yourself?" He pushed that voice all the way down. "You asked." I answered.
You were supposed to tell the truth.
"I did." She lifted her chin.
You deflected, and that deserves a punishment.
"Geez, I'd forgotten how competitive you were." He smirked. "Is this the real reason you didn't play truth or dare? Because you would have gotten crazy about winning?"
Maybe.
She shrugged it off. His eyebrow quirked. "Everyone thought you were a good girl." He leaned forward, his eyes dipping to her lips. "But I knew from the moment you agreed to go out with me that you had a little bad in you." Giselle's eyes trained on him, as dark as the sky and glittering like the stars.
I'm ready to dare you now.
"Aren't I supposed to dare you first?"
You didn't answer the question, so it's still your turn.
She wasn't backing down, and he found that stubbornness very appealing. He trapped her in his gaze. "Do your worst."
I dare you.
Her lips curled up heatedly, and his blood started rushing south.
To go skinny dipping with me.
A moment of shocked silence boomed through the night. Wes studied her thoughtfully, noticing the way her eyes did not waver. There was a challenge in her gaze, in the tilt of her chin and the curve of her dual-toned lips. "You sure about that?" he whispered thickly.
Oh, did I stutter?
Giselle leaned so close her breath hit his lips and sent a spike of adrenaline through his body, making breathing difficult.
Leave your clothes on the beach and get in the water, West. Hello, listeners. To remain in compliance with YouTube's rules, this spicy scene has been removed. However, you can find all the juicy details by visiting niaarthurs.com/books to purchase a copy of The X Proposal.
The cool breeze above paired with the cold Caribbean Sea made him even colder than he should have been. His bottom lip trembled and his teeth started chattering, but the Caribbean Sea's version of a cold shower was effective. He wanted to have this conversation while he still had the ability to hold a naked Giselle in his arms and think rationally. Gis. His fingers dug into her skin and his arms tightened around her. "You see that sky?"
You mean the cloudy one that looks like it might rain?
She mumbled. "That's the same sky. No matter where you go in the world, it's the same sky in France, in America, in Korea."
It's not the same sky in Alaska. They have the northern lights.
"That's not the point, Gis.
I was just saying.
Could you listen? Please?" She went quiet. He licked his lips, let out a breath. "Is there any part of you that wants to see that sky from different places?" He hoped she couldn't hear the need in his words, the way his heart was climbing out of his chest and floating her way. "You could go to Korea and stay for a year. You could meet all those stars you love." He pressed his cheek into her hair. "You could meet a bunch of new people and have new experiences. It's the same sky. It doesn't have to be Belize to be the same sky." She leaned into him.
I do want to go to Korea someday,
Hope rose in West's heart.
but only for a visit.
She sighed.
West, I love Belize. I love that I get up every morning and go to work in a truck that I own with my sister. I love that I can walk down the street to my parents. That Yolanda and Latoya visit me every Sunday to talk about K-pop. Belize belongs to me. I know the people. The people know me. They look like me. They talk like me. I belong here. This is my piece of the sky. It's not better than anywhere else, and I'm sure other places have exciting experiences. But this is mine.
Her words were exactly what he'd expected to hear, but they still cut him deep in the ribs, somewhere soft and totally unfamiliar with rejection. He nuzzled her neck with his lips, his heart full and stuttering around. "Giselle, I want to answer your question." West sighed. "But I'm not staying in Belize. It doesn't make sense no matter how much I look at it."
I know.
She whispered, and then she pushed out of his arms and hurried back to the beach.
Chapter 25. Giselle was miserable. Not even Ong Sung-hoon's high-energy playlist could keep her heart from sinking. It was all West's fault, his romantic gestures and his glorious body's fault. He had a nice one. At least it was nice in her own estimation. Provided that she'd only ever seen an undressed man once, and that had been a really disappointing experience. Her standards were low, but West's was elevated. And she'd been aptly stunned and immediately intimidated by the sight. It was her own fault for playing a game she wasn't ready for. The skinny-dipping dare was manufactured to stir something up. But she hadn't accounted for the soberingly cold Caribbean Sea or the soberingly cold conversation about their future. Not only had her seductive plan failed spectacularly, it hammered in the point that they were destined for two different paths, and left her with an aching need that demanded fulfillment. She groaned, turning her music down and burying her face in the pillow. How had she gotten here in this Westless hell? Yes, she was totally curious about that hard body and what it would feel like on hers. But it was so much more than that. And that more was absolutely terrifying. West's last words in the water implied he felt something for her, too. Everything he'd done suggested that. But his admission also suggested that he was holding back because nothing would change the inevitability of them going their separate ways. He was protecting her. Even when she was half crazed with lust and couldn't think straight, he was still considering her, being thoughtful of her, and treating her with tenderness and respect. Did she deserve all that? Did she really? Why didn't he just throw her wet body on the picnic blanket? Why go the mature conversation route? Giselle groaned again. Her headphones suddenly popped out of her ears, and she saw Marcy sitting close to the bed. The sun had colored her brown twists with strands of gold. Marcy's normally flawless brown skin was crisp chocolate. She wore a tank top and long elephant-themed pajama pants. "Did you need something?" Giselle sprang to a sitting position. Her mind shifted gears as she assessed how to lift Marcy if she needed to use the bathroom or shower. Giselle was always on alert for ways to make Marcy more comfortable. The impracticalities of taking family vacations became clear after her sister's diagnosis. Very few resorts catered to those with a handicap, and it had been one of the reasons Giselle didn't like traveling so much. Thankfully, Uncle Finn's resort had a room with a few handicap adjustments, but it was not nearly enough. Marcy shook her head. "I don't need anything, but it looks like you do." Giselle narrowed her eyes. "What is that supposed to mean?" Marcy chuckled. "I was sitting here long enough to watch you throw yourself into your pillow, curl up in a fetal position, and groan like you were being tortured." Giselle glanced sheepishly away. "Was I?" Her sister shrugged. "I've seen you react to K-pop in some pretty strange ways, but that's a first." "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you," Giselle said. Marcy rested her chin on her knuckles. "How was your date with West?" Giselle covered her face with her hands. "Don't ask." Marcy giggled. "That makes me even more curious." She looked at her sister through her fingers. "I went skinny dipping." Marcy choked on air. Brown eyes bulging, she stammered. "You... what?" "I saw West naked, and there was a romantic picnic, and a hot look, and truth or dare, and then we had a discussion about the sky. I don't know, and the water was freezing." Marcy raised a hand. "You need to stop and back all the way up. You saw your fake boyfriend sans pants?" "Sans, boxers." Giselle's heart thrummed. Marcy's grin was wicked. "So, what is he working with?" "That is not something I'm discussing with my little sister." Giselle's face burned. "And it doesn't matter because I am never seeing it again." "Why not?" Marcy frowned. "Because he's leaving Belize." The words snapped with irritation that wasn't aimed at her sister. It wasn't aimed at herself. Honestly, Giselle wasn't really sure who deserved her ire. It wasn't like West had duped her. She had always known he wasn't making a home here in Belize. Since the very first day, it was her own stupid fault for opening her heart to him again. "Well, okay," Marcy said with a shrug. Giselle blew up. "What do you mean, okay? That is not okay. Room temperature water is okay. My high school yearbook pictures are okay. West leaving Belize and possibly taking my heart with him is the very opposite of okay." Panic rattled her chest and her hands balled into fists. What's the point of starting if there's already an expiration date? Why should I bother pouring my energy into a relationship that's bleeding out from the start? Calm down. Marcy rolled toward the bed, her lips twitching in amusement. Giselle was too amped up. I can't afford to go down this road again, Marcy. It took me a long time to get over him when he left the first time. Tears pricked the back of her eyes. He was my boyfriend, but he was also one of my best friends. I missed him. She sucked in a breath. I can't afford to go through the adult version of that all over again. I really can't. No one is forcing you to do that, Marcy said gently. You're entitled to feel how you feel, all right? Giselle stared at her sister in suspicion. There's a big fat butt coming, isn't there? I have a few more thoughts, Marcy said. Giselle crooked her fingers in a come-on gesture and said, Go ahead and let them out. Marcy had proven to be a decent sounding board, especially in times of crisis. Besides, she could use another perspective. Her own thoughts were chewing her out. Marcy sat straight up. First, I think you're being slightly ridiculous. Giselle flinched at the harshness of those words. He's leaving. I'm not. What part of that is being ridiculous? Marcy huffed out a breath. Gis, if someone gave me the opportunity to use these dead things, Marcy smacked her legs, for only one day, I would take it. I would jump like a leapfrog. I'd stand on my tiptoes and kiss Daddy's cheek. I would do all of the chores around the house so Mom didn't have to do everything for me like she was my personal slave. For just one day. Marcy's voice cracked as she said, Everyone has an expiration date. Everyone. The moment you're alive, you've already made a contract with death. Giselle sniffed. That's morbid, sis. Marcy rolled her eyes and continued. Relationships have expiration dates too, even if you don't want to acknowledge them. Sometimes they end when the other person dies. Sometimes they end when the other person loses interest. But they all have to end. Giselle shook her head. That's different. Yeah, it is. Marcy bobbed her head. But at least you know going in, you don't get blindsided like a woman who finds out her man is cheating on her because she walked in on them. Or when a husband gets a phone call that his wife collapsed and died on the way to the hospital. Giselle laughed nervously. Have you been watching Grey's Anatomy again? My point is, Marcy slanted her a scolding look. If I had a chance to do what I wanted to do for just one day, just until the clock struck at midnight, I wouldn't waste a second of that opportunity. I'd treasure it more because I knew exactly when it would end. She smacked the handle of her wheelchair. If I could walk for just one day, Giselle, I wouldn't just stand. I'd dance until I collapsed. Giselle sprung off her bed and wrapped her arms around Marcy. I hope you know that I love you. Get off, Marcy said, pretending to struggle. I hate mushy talk. Go hug West instead. Giselle straightened and looked down at her little sister. Do you need to use the bathroom before I go? Should I put you in the bed? Do you need the remote or anything? Woman, Marcy rolled her eyes. I can survive on my own for one night. Giselle pointed. But the bathroom. Marcy waved her away. I'm good, and if I need help, you'll call Mom and Dad. Giselle said sternly. Are you crazy? If I call them and they find out that you're not here, it's going to be one awkward breakfast tomorrow. Marcy laughed. I'll call Uncle Finn. He's cool, and he seemed to know a lot about people with handicaps. Giselle chewed on her bottom lip, second-guessing herself. Maybe she should wait until Marcy fell asleep when she knew her sister wouldn't need her again. "Don't you dare!" Marcy gave her a little shove. "Fine, I'll call Mom. She won't freak out like Dad will. Happy? You promise?" Marcy lifted her hand. "I give you my word on your sung whatever's honor." Giselle grabbed her cell phone and room key. "I'll see you later." Marcy wiggled her fingers. "Enjoy getting out of your chair, sis." Giselle saw the amusement in her sister's eyes and the wicked glint in her smile when she whispered, "You get out of your chair so hard." "Go to bed." Laughing, Giselle darted out of the cabana and headed outside. She remembered Wes said that he was staying in the servants' quarters next to his Uncle Finn. Lost, Giselle tried to call his phone to get proper directions, but he wasn't picking up. As she started down the trail that, she hoped, led to West, the clouds above broke open. Rain poured harshly over her head. Giselle wrapped her arms around her body and shivered. She was only wearing a thin tank top and sleeping shorts. The fabric clung to her body, and wet puddles splashed around her ankles. Too determined to give up, she moved beneath a coconut tree and called Uncle Finn for directions to Wes's hut, yelling to be heard above the wind and the rain. "Thank you, Uncle Finn," Giselle said, grateful when the wise old man did not ask why she was looking for West this late at night in the pouring rain. Braving the elements again, Giselle started out with a clear path in mind and hopped up the stairs to the cabin Uncle Finn had mentioned. She hoped this was the right place, or one of the hotel staff would be very confused. Taking in a deep breath for courage, Giselle knocked on the door. Footsteps stirred inside. She heard a floorboard creak and a masculine voice ask,
"Who is it?"
It was Wes's voice. Adrenaline shot through her veins. Her heart was doing extravagant flips in her chest. The door opened and Wes stood in front of her, backlit by the glow of his small quarters. He froze with a towel in his wet hair. He wore long jogging pants and a white undershirt. A delectable sliver of his chest winked at her beneath the fabric, tan and strong. A hint of surprise lit up his expression, and his eyes drifted over her face.
"Giselle."
Then those blue eyes shot past her to the storm outside.
"It's raining."
Back to her.
"Are you okay?"
A spasm of electricity hit her chest, almost like a spike of adrenaline and panic all rolled up into one. It made her breathless and frantic and needy. Was there anything sexier than West Phillips? The answer was a giant no. Without hesitation, Giselle threw her arms around West's neck, feeling the droplets that still lingered on his skin from his recent shower. He smelled like soap and man, like something uniquely West. His arms came around her, and there was a hint of warning in his voice when he said,
"Giselle."
But she was wet, desperate, and ready to seize the day, no matter how long that day lasted. Her fingers dragged over his hair as she raised her head and kissed him. Giselle was getting out of her wheelchair tonight, and she would dance until the timer ran out.
Chapter 26. He was in love with Giselle Stone. The truth crashed into him when she did, her slender arms wrapped around his neck and her lips brushing against his.
Hello, listeners. To remain in compliance with YouTube's rules, this spicy scene has been removed. However, You can find all the juicy details by visiting niaarthurs.com/books to purchase a copy of The Ex Proposal.
Chapter 27. West held Giselle as she snuggled closer to his chest, her eyes closed and her breath falling into a steady rhythm. He had spent the last hour making sure she knew how wonderful she was, made sure he inscribed it on all the places that needed his touch. Through the filmy curtains over the window, he saw that it had stopped raining. Now the nighttime creatures were coming out in full force, their throaty songs filling the air with almost deafening music. West murmured her name. Gis. Her fingers grazed the back of his hand. What happened?
Huh?
What happened tonight? She let out a breath.
You want the play-by-play?
He stared at the back of her head, smirking. What?
It started with you grabbing my legs.
Not what I meant. He chuckled, falling a little harder for her in that moment than he ever had before. But that's cute.
Don't call me cute.
She turned in his arms and gave him a sleepy glare.
You asked what happened.
Don't you think I know what happened? I was there. Hell, he was a very enthusiastic participant.
Don't laugh at me. I haven't done this before.
Never? He tilted his head.
There was some guy in college who didn't know what he was doing.
Her words were mumbled sleepily.
Not like you do.
He kissed her, kept it fast and quick, just a couple presses of his lips to hers, then leaned away so he could see her eyes. On the one hand, he felt a flare of jealousy that someone else had touched his Giselle first. On the other, he knew he didn't have a right to judge because he had a long string of meaningless conquests rattling behind him. Giselle didn't seem bothered by his hesitance because she rolled closer, puckering her lips as if she wanted to continue kissing. West resisted her. He didn't know how much longer Giselle would stay with him before slipping back to her room, and he wanted to have this conversation first. No, he needed to have it first. I appreciate your honesty, but that's not what I meant. West nuzzled her neck. What happened that you showed up at my room? What changed tonight?
Oh.
She giggled self-consciously. That earned her another kiss. When West pulled back, he saw that Giselle's eyes were bright and wide awake. She turned fully to him, her hips lining up perfectly against his. A dark hand on his chest, she admitted.
I talked to Marcy.
Giselle shared the conversation she had with her sister.
It feels a little like falling off a cliff without a parachute, but I didn't want to think about reality.
Her eyes met his, glistening brown and full of vulnerability.
I just want to enjoy what I have right here.
It was the answer he would have expected, no, demanded from any woman who wanted a pass to his bed. No labels, no expectations, no promises. But his chest turned hollow when he heard those words pouring from Giselle's perfect lips. They didn't belong in the air between them, staining the night with their emptiness and shallow intentions. His eyes narrowed and he shook his head. I don't like that.
I don't care.
She said sassily.
I'm telling you what I was thinking.
Well, let me tell you what I was thinking. West leaned his forehead against hers, finding himself suddenly nervous. He didn't want to screw up the words and hesitated to share them. Giselle took hold of his fingers and traced a heart in the center of his palm.
I'm listening.
He was temporarily tongue-tied and had to struggle to get his mind back on track. I'm leaving. Her eyes sharpened and she jerked as if the reminder was a stab in her side. West kept his tone steady. But I'm not leaving immediately. The hotel needs at least another 6 months before it's up and running.
6 months?
She seemed to turn the time frame over in her mind. Then she relaxed and her eyes softened, watching him as if he were a test she needed to study for. I want to be with you as long as I can, Giselle. Her eyebrows furrowed.
Like a friends with benefits thing? You want us to hook up?
She chewed on her bottom lip, her nostrils flaring. It surprised him that she was even considering that. No.
No?
Abruptly, he asked, "What do you think about dating for the next 6 months?" The wrinkle in her forehead lightened a bit.
You mean, seriously?
He nodded.
For 6 months?
His heart caught in his throat as he explained. "I don't want to be the guy you call late at night when you're lonely, Gis. I want to court you. I want to pick you up with flowers for a date. I want to sit with you in restaurants and hold your hand. I want to text you in the morning and at the end of the day." He licked his lips, hardly believing he was getting excited at the thought of doing cheesy crap like that with Giselle. But he was. "I want to celebrate whatever holidays are between now and then. I want you to be my girl. For real. I want to go all in." Giselle's eyelashes were doing double duty because they kept fluttering. West's body ran out of air and he had to suck in a deep breath to stay alive. Had he ever been this nervous about asking someone out? Had the answer ever mattered as much as it did right now?
We'd be a couple? A real couple?
He didn't try to hide his smile. Yes, with presents for no reason and watching movies holding hands and all that other crap. She sighed.
It sounds nice.
Is that a yes? His chest rose and fell as he waited pensively for her answer.
You're still leaving.
At once, the softness in his heart vanished. I am. There was no way he could stay in Belize. He just couldn't make it work running all the hotels from one place. Her eyes drifted over his face. She leaned away just a few inches, but it was enough to make him feel cold inside. He saw the resolve in her expression and knew whatever she said next would be important.
I don't want to leave Belize, West.
I would never ask you to do that.
And I wouldn't ask you to stay either.
Her tone was hard and unyielding.
I don't want either of us to ask for that.
Of course not.
If it's 6 months, it's 6 months. No extensions.
Her eyes dropped to the ground.
I'll need time and space to get over you.
Breathing became much more difficult. Absent-mindedly, West tightened his hold on her as if already not wanting to let her go.
West, you have to promise. 6 months from now, we don't talk to each other and we don't see each other. Whether you come back to Belize to check on the hotel or not, you don't call me. You don't look for me. In 6 months, we're over. That's it.
West studied her face for a long time, noticing that she wouldn't bend on this point, and realized that it made him feel slightly panicked. What if we happened to meet? Belize City isn't that big.
Then you see me around. It's not like I can control that.
You expect me to ignore you?
I don't know, West.
She whispered, looking defeated. It won't be that easy to turn our feelings off. West didn't know why he was arguing with her. It was a decent plan that allowed them to make the most out of what they had, today. But he didn't want today with Giselle. He wanted every day, at least in some form or capacity.
I'm not going to cling to you, West, if that's what you're afraid of. You left me once, remember? I'm good at watching you leave.
The accusation hit his chest dead center and his eyes slid away from hers. Giselle sighed.
I'm sorry. I know that wasn't your fault.
She licked her lips and sat up. Her curls cascaded down her shoulders, wide and voluminous after all he'd done to her.
See, this is the reason I need us to cut each other off. Holding on will only prolong the pain and make things unnecessarily complicated.
When she brought her gaze to his, it was quiet and determined.
I want to do this.
I like you, Giselle. There. He'd said it. My feelings for you are... West ran a hand through his hair. They're more overwhelming and intense than anything I've ever experienced. She smiled softly.
I need you to promise me first. Before I say it, West, I need to hear it.
He hesitated, refusing to do it.
Tell me, West.
His heart bucked as he said, I won't hold on. When the time is up, I'll leave and I'll... He stumbled over the words. I'll never look back. She smiled at him, one of those beaming, the world is beautiful smiles that had stopped him in his tracks when he was in high school. She scrambled into his lap, kissing him intensely.
I like you so much, West.
Her brown eyes fluttered open.
I like you more than I've ever liked anyone.
West rolled her over and parted her legs, sweeping his tongue into her mouth as he prepared to show her just a bit more of how much he wanted her. Giselle looked up at him like she was his everything, and he lost himself in her eyes. This was good. This was a good compromise. Sure, he might be setting himself up for some serious heartache, but at least he had 6 months until he needed to worry about anything more than bombarding this incredible woman with all his love.
Chapter 28. Girl, you are glowing. LaToya pranced around her as they met on Sunday. Are you sure that's just a tan from spending the weekend riding the waves? Or is it because you were riding West Phillips? You so nasty, Yolanda squealed. Then she turned to Giselle with a serious expression. No, really. I need to know how that man looks shirtless. The more pictures, the better. Giselle laughed, eagerly filling her friends in on West's confession and their agreement. Despite their urgent pleas to be fed all the explicit details, Giselle kept her privacy about her night with West. To be honest, she was still trying to make sense of it all. Though she'd felt quite bold throwing herself at him, it hadn't taken long before Giselle realized that she was the student and West Phillips was the master. He was a playboy, so the way he'd handled her body should not have come as a surprise. But it did. The way he kissed, caressed, and touched her. He knew what he was doing. Those proud little smirks he threw her way when she was arching her back and begging for more told her he was enjoying himself too. That was a good thing because, at one point, she'd scared herself with all the screaming and moaning she'd done. Once, she'd wondered if someone else was in the room making all that noise. But it was just her and West, and the unspeakable pleasure he offered with his fingers and tongue. No wonder hooking up was such an obsession for everyone back in college. She felt like she'd go mad if she didn't get a repeat. In fact, she could not wait to get West Phillips alone again. That woman is such a goner, LaToya said, pointing to her face. Just go ahead and throw out Ong Sung-hoon now. He's no longer the only man in Giselle's heart. You guys, stop it! Giselle swatted at her friend. What about you? Did you call hot Asian guy? LaToya's expression tightened. No, I didn't. What are you waiting for? Yolanda placed a fist on her hip and glared. Girl, Tay-Tay's going to be in college by the time you call the man. Tay-Tay's in primary school, LaToya pointed out. Yolanda shook her head. And he's getting bigger every day. I swear, that boy shoots up like a weed. Every time I buy clothes for him, they don't fit 6 months later. She rolled her eyes. His daddy took him out shopping one time, and when I said Tay-Tay needed new clothes again, he made it seem like I was spoiling him. Like clothes magically grow with a person. LaToya frowned. Should we just go and beat up your baby daddy? Just get it out of our system? I'm down with that. Giselle punched one fist into her palm. And I know I could get Marcy and West to join in too. Yolanda laughed, a pretty sound that immediately made her face light up. I appreciate that, but we're not talking about me and my baby daddy right now. We're talking about LaToya and hot Asian guy. Giselle suggested, why don't you call him now? LaToya groaned. No way. In a sage voice, Giselle said, "Sometimes you just have to take the plunge, LaToya. You never know. It might work out." This girl had one island love affair, and now she's the relationship guru? LaToya rolled her eyes. "It was not an affair." LaToya shot right back. "You snuck around with him, so your parents didn't find out. The secrecy makes it an affair." Giselle scowled at LaToya. Yolanda snickered. "Don't take it personally, Gis." She tossed her long, curly weave over her shoulder. "LaToya's just jealous she didn't have the courage to do what you did." LaToya snorted. "Which is what? Screw my fake boyfriend in a hot and humid island cabin?" "We didn't screw." Giselle stuck out her tongue. "Why you gotta choose such a rough word?" "Oh." LaToya's voice went a pitch higher. "So it was soft and tender then, lots of candles flickering, an easy rhythm." She did a body roll and then fanned her face. "Is anyone else feeling hot?" Yolanda snorted. "Oh, goodness. Was it like that, Gis?" "I'm not going to confirm or deny these allegations." Yolanda hollered. "You little tease!" LaToya begged. "Tell us what you and Wes did last night, so I don't have to leave it all to my imagination. You don't want me to go there. It's a terrible place." "I won't say a thing," Giselle sang. "And West and I aren't faking a relationship anymore, so you're wrong on 2 counts. Yolanda pointed at Giselle's face. "You see that? You see how giddy she is? You could have that too, LaToya, but you'll never know if you don't call." "Fine, I'll call him right now." LaToya pulled out her phone. "You want to see courage? I'll show you courage." Giselle sat straight up, pushing as close to LaToya and the phone as possible. The room fell into tense silence as the women listened to the phone ring. LaToya's thighs were bouncing as her knee jittered. She placed a thumb into her mouth, chewing nervously. Finally, there was a click on the end of the line. "Hello?" a man's voice said. "Hello, this is LaToya." She paused and tilted her head. "I mean, you probably wouldn't know that because I never gave you my name, but..." Giselle smacked her forehead, her belly tightening with nerves on her friend's behalf. Yolanda gestured for LaToya to keep going. I was in the store a couple weeks ago and..." "I know who you are, LaToya," hot Asian guy said. Giselle's eyes widened and she put a fist to her mouth to keep from squealing aloud. LaToya looked like she was about to keel over. "Oh, great. That's great. I never got your name. I'm Leon." "Leon. Wow." LaToya swallowed audibly. That's a great name." There was a commotion in the background, and Leon said, "I'm working now, but I'll text you later." LaToya choked out, "Yes, I would. I mean, texts are nice." Giselle gave her friend a dubious look. LaToya cringed. Yolanda just fell over backward, laughing silently. "Talk to you later, LaToya," Leon said. "Bye-bye." LaToya hung up the phone and smacked Yolanda playfully. "How could you laugh at me? I was dying back there." Yolanda barked out another laugh. "Girl, you were so nervous. Your hands were shaking." Giselle pounced on LaToya and gave her a hug. "I'm so happy for you." "It's just a text. He hasn't asked me out yet." Giselle spoke with a big grin. "Don't worry, girl. He will." They were in such high spirits that they put West's new K-pop playlist on blast and danced around her apartment, having a concert all their own. By the time the girls went home, Giselle was absolutely exhausted. But when she picked up her phone, she saw a message from West. West.
Are you free tomorrow? I want to take you to dinner.
Giselle squealed and texted back her agreement. To her surprise, West called her. She melted into a puddle of goo when his deep voice rumbled in her ears. Hey.
Hi, Gis. How did your meeting with the girls go? Did they miss me?
They talked about nothing else, she said playfully. He laughed. LaToya got herself a date too. Well, sort of. She told him about hot Asian guy. To her surprise, West didn't sound that impressed.
You said he flirted with her in the grocery store and dropped his number in her bag?
Yeah. Her eyebrows tightened. What's wrong with that?
It sounds shady, Gis.
Maybe I didn't explain well enough.
You did.
Wes said.
Any guy I know who likes a girl won't play games like that. He'll ask her for her number. He'll pursue her. He'll set up a date as soon as possible.
Maybe he's shy, Giselle defended Leon. Maybe he's scared she's not into Asian guys. Men won't assume that a woman is down for interracial dating unless they have evidence.
What do you mean? A man who likes a woman will pursue her no matter what the color of her skin is.
Not everyone is as confident as you, West, she teased, getting comfortable in the sofa.
That's true,
he said proudly. Giselle laughed and continued talking to West until she lost track of time. It wasn't until she woke up the next morning with her cell phone lying next to her, completely out of batteries, that she realized she'd fallen asleep with him on the phone. After setting it to charge, she got ready for her day. When she checked an hour later, there was a morning text from West.
I can't wait to see you tonight.
She happily texted him back, her heart racing. She could practically feel his eagerness to be with her. He really meant it when he said he'd date her for real. West, I can't believe you're here. She beamed at him later that afternoon. He was wearing a white button-down, black slacks and loafers. His hair was getting battered by the wind, but the smile that he aimed her way said he didn't care. He was so devastatingly handsome, and her heart skipped a beat when he winked at her.
I thought I'd come get some energy.
Did you? She flirted. Crooking her finger, she smirked at him. Come here. West strode closer to the smoothie truck. Holding the edge of the counter, Giselle leaned through the window and gave him a sweet kiss. He made a pleased sound in his throat.
I hope you don't hand those out to just anybody.
Marcy laughed loudly. Only to customers who spend more than $20. She gave Giselle's bottom a smack. Giselle turned to glare at her sister. West laughed and made his order. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay for long. Giselle blew him a kiss, watching as he got into his car and sped away. Marcy folded her arms over her chest. You can't hide how much you like him. I've decided not to bother trying. She sat on a stool next to the blenders. I've decided I'm going to like him like crazy and get it all out of my system. That way, I won't have any regrets when he's gone. Marcy gave her a high five. Atta girl. Chapter 29. Giselle wore one of her favorite outfits for the date with Wes that night. A coral halter top, a pleated skirt, and combat boots. She felt both feminine and strong when she opened the door for him.
Wow.
Wes's eyes did a slow sweep over her.
Wow.
She glanced at the basket in his arms and burst out laughing. West, you didn't.
I did.
He answered her grin with a handsome one of his own and handed her the basket filled with K-pop items like light sticks, CDs, and signed artist booklets.
Shipping things from America to Belize is surprisingly quick.
Her fingers clasped around the basket, but she didn't even peer inside. Instead, she set it safely on the ground by the wall and dug her fingers into his shirt. I missed you all day. He pressed a quick kiss to her lips.
Not as much as I missed you. I picked up the phone 100 times to call you.
I only got one text. She kissed his jaw.
I didn't want to be pushy.
I'm an older sister. I love being pushy. Be as pushy as you want. Her mouth found his. They kissed and caressed until she had to stop to catch her breath.
We're going to be late for our reservation.
Even as he spoke, his eyes dipped to her chest, then to her lips, and his hand slid lower down her back. In that moment, West reminded her of a powerful machine, quiet confidence humming in his veins as he restrained himself from going too fast. Oh, she liked that so much. Tardiness is very... She grazed her hands up his arms and around his neck, pressing herself into him with just a step.
Is very...
He didn't move back, but held her tighter to him. I forgot what I was going to say, she murmured, caressing him. Hello, listeners. To remain in compliance with YouTube's rules, this spicy scene has been removed. However, you can find all the juicy details by visiting niaarthurs.com/books to purchase a copy of The Ex Proposal. Her name was a whisper on his lips, tender and reverent at once.
I don't know if you're testing me to see if I'll break or if you really...
His breath shuddered out of him.
I want it to be more with you.
She blinked. What?
You mean so much to me.
Wes said, his eyes boring into hers. He almost sounded angry.
You mean everything to me.
The confession wrenched the breath right out of her body. Her eyes dropped to the buttons of his shirt that she'd managed to undo. The determination in his eyes was too much to bear.
I want to do this the right way. I don't want you to be...
He released her wrist and stepped back.
I don't want you to think that's all you are to me.
I don't think that at all, West.
Good.
But I want you, and you want me, too. West tilted her chin up with his fingers.
I want to date you properly.
So, no? She pointed between the two of them.
I need you to see that you're worth more to me, Giselle. This is my way of showing you that.
His heartfelt words made her clench with need. Her body was a bundle of nerve endings waiting for his touch, and if she didn't get that in the next 6 months, Giselle would explode. Just combust into skin, bones, and lust. And it would be all West Phillips' fault.
Chapter 30. West felt like he was living in an hourglass. Time refused to stop, to slow down, to wait, no matter how much he begged it. The hotel renovation was coming along well, almost too well. He wished there was a way to postpone it. Some disaster that wouldn't cost lives or money, but would bring the construction to a halt, just for a bit. Every day that marched by was a day closer to leaving Belize, to leaving Giselle. That reality was always heavy on his mind, always pressing on his back, on his heart. He threw himself into courting her, spending hours talking, laughing, and kissing. Mostly kissing. Okay, more than kissing. A lot more. But he hadn't taken her to fourth base yet. and that restraint proved to be more and more difficult to maintain. 3 months of cold showers, rabid midnight gym sessions, and nights alone in his room had taken its toll. That frustration, paired with the ticking clock that accompanied every moment he spent with Giselle, was driving him nuts. He was not in the best mood when his secretary knocked on his door, but when she told him Henry Garbutt had arrived, West shot out of his seat, shocked and excited. The manager had asked for 3 months to think about the offer. Since West had been so absorbed by Giselle, he'd almost forgotten about that agreement. He wore a warm smile when Garbutt poked his head into the office. "Mr. Phillips," Garbutt acknowledged him with a nod. "It's good to see you." West strode around the desk and shook his hand. "Given you drove all the way down here, I'm going to assume you have good news." Garbutt spoke with an eyebrow arched. Sometimes bad news is better delivered face to face. West flinched. He had not been searching for any other candidates to manage the hotels in Belize. If Garbutt turned him down, he'd be stuck scrambling for a replacement. A replacement he knew wouldn't match up. "I'm eager to hear what you've decided," West said, sitting in the sofa. Mr. Garbutt broke into a smile. "I've come to accept the offer." West barely tamped down his whoop of celebration and pumped Garbutt's hand enthusiastically instead. "This is awesome news." Mr. Garbutt smirked, his dark eyes twinkling. The salary and benefits were quite generous, but, if I may be honest, it was seeing you and Giselle that really cemented it in my mind. "Did it really?" Mr. Garbutt nodded. "I saw the way you looked at her, and I remembered my early days with Ruth. A coconut could have dropped on my head and I wouldn't have noticed. I was so focused and committed to her." West smiled. "That perfectly describes what I feel." Mr. Garbutt continued, "And Ruth saw a little of herself in Giselle, too, a proud young woman who knows how to love fiercely, selflessly, and genuinely. And it helped that they both love those Asian dramas so much. I don't know what it is about those shows." The older man laughed, his belly shaking. West agreed. "Giselle is obsessed," he said fondly. Mr. Garbutt slapped his knee. "It's like the rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland. They just keep falling and falling." "It's cute, though." West grinned, thinking about Giselle. Mr. Garbutt wiped the smile from his face and cleared his throat, switching into professional mode. "I hope you don't mind that it took me this long. I needed to tie up loose ends and train someone at my previous hotel." "Is that what you did during the 3 months?" "Yes, I'd already made my decision to work with you since the night of the dinner." West's jaw dropped. Garbutt smirked. "I'm too old to be making rash decisions, and I don't want to work for someone I don't respect, but seeing you two together, I couldn't imagine a better pairing. I'm talking about you and me and you and Giselle." "Thank you." Mr. Garbutt nodded. "These old eyes have seen a lot, and they're not always right. But the moment I caught sight of you two, I knew you would be together for a long time." A lump formed in West's throat that refused to go away. "I appreciate that, Mr. Garbutt." The older man laughed. "No problem. Now let's sign this contract." They grabbed pens and made it official. West discussed the details with Garbutt for an hour and then saw him to the door. Once alone, West picked up his cell phone. He missed Giselle fiercely and yet hesitated to give in to that feeling. They were on the downward stretch now. Only 3 months were left in their agreement. What could he do to make time give him a break? As he leaned against his desk, his phone rang and he saw that it was Giselle calling. West didn't even let a second pass before he answered it. "Hey, beautiful," she giggled.
"Hey, handsome."
Her sweet voice was music to West's ears, and he closed his eyes. All the chaos in his head, the fears about their relationship's expiration date, and even the worries with the hotel faded at the sound of her voice. It was almost magic.
"Marcy kicked me out of the smoothie truck,"
Giselle said.
"She's on another one of her independent days."
"You sound worried."
"I don't like leaving her alone for too long. Anything could happen.
She'd let out a deep breath.
But I'm trying to stop being so controlling and let her have her freedom. By the way, are you busy? I could use a distraction."
"What were you thinking?" West leaned against his desk.
"I was thinking of stopping by your office and being your distraction. Her sultry tone made him grin.
How about lunch instead?
I was only kidding, West.
She laughed.
Well, partially.
He chuckled. I wasn't.
You don't trust me?
There was a breathless cadence in her question, almost as if it pleased her to think that he couldn't control himself around her. This woman. Wes shifted the phone to his other ear. I don't trust everyone else. We moved the office into the hotel and there are employees walking up and down.
Is the hotel ready for you to move in?
The playful tone was gone, replaced by worry. Yeah. It almost pained him to answer. The main floor is done. They both went quiet, thinking about what that meant. He swallowed his own discomfort and tried to get her playful mood back. Like I was saying, I can't let you loose when the workers are still on duty. They're going to hear us. He lowered his voice. You know you're not quiet.
I resent you for pointing that out, even if it's true.
She laughed and his chest expanded with the sound. West could be quite satisfied just hearing her laughter every day. Oh, wait, not every day. Just until the 3 months are over. He had to keep reminding himself of that, or it would be too easy to get swept away. I'll grab takeout and meet you in your apartment, he offered. Rice and beans?
And jerk pork, if they have any.
She said.
I'm feeling spicy.
I can tell, he joked. She laughed again and then they hung up so Wes could order the food. Minutes later, he closed the laptop on his desk, swapped his work boots for loafers, and headed into the heart of Belize City to pick up the food from Giselle's favorite vendor. The dark-skinned, buxom cook knew him by name now and struck up conversation when he appeared, chatting about the weather, it was hot, and local politics. She thought all politicians were corrupt and he couldn't really disagree. Finally, she handed over the food. The smell of the stovetop rice, stewed beans, and savory meat filled his nostrils. Giselle is going to love this, he said. You say that every time. She grinned broadly, flashing a gold tooth. When are you going to marry that woman? The vendor peered at him with black eyes that glittered in the Caribbean sun. Someone might sneak in if you don't lock her down. West nodded along. I would marry her tomorrow. It's convincing her to say yes, that's the problem. She threw her head back and laughed. With a pained smile, West headed to his car. On the way, he undid a button and tried to chase the unease skittering over his chest. The conversation with the cook had stirred up thoughts he battled with constantly. Marriage scared him. Marriage to Giselle did not. He'd finally found the one girl he wanted to spend his life with, but their dreams did not align. Was this some kind of punishment for all the mistakes in his past? He sighed and drove to Giselle's apartment. Before knocking on the door, he let out a deep breath and pushed his misgivings deep inside. Giselle could read him like a book, and he didn't want to torture her with thoughts of a future that was 3 months away. Just focus on loving her now, West. Love her as much as you can today and worry about tomorrow later. The door swung open suddenly and Giselle greeted him the way she always did, with arms thrown around his neck and her lips plastered to his mouth. Her soft body sent his into a raging salute that made her giggle.
Well, hello to you too.
She murmured against his lips, sliding her hands through his hair.
Smells good.
Thanks.
I was talking about the food.
She pressed another quick kiss to his lips and let him in. West ogled her outfit, a tank top and jean shorts that exposed her creamy brown legs. You're lucky I'm holding these bags or I would make you pay for that.
I know.
She winked and took one of the bags from him. He settled around the table, smiling as he watched her dance around her kitchen, taking out glasses and pouring drinks from the fridge. Her curls bounced with every step, and her lips were tilted up in a slight smile. Stunning. Giselle caught him staring at her and smirked.
How was your day?
He discussed Mr. Garbutt's meeting as well as his reason for accepting. Giselle beamed.
That's fantastic, West. I know how much you wanted to work with him.
I can leave the hotel in Garbutt's hands and rest easy.
He's that good?
Some people can't be trusted, you know. They don't have integrity or a good work ethic or they're flighty, but Garbett is worth every penny. I'm glad he's on our team.
Our team?
Her eyes twinkled. Yeah, yours and mine. He slid his hand over the table and took her fingers in his. She studied his hand, holding it close to her face and tracing the lines in his palm.
I like your hands.
My hands like you. She grinned again, then dropped her lips to the back of his hand.
This feels good.
He tugged her out of her chair and caught her when she stumbled, snatching her into his lap. There. That was better. Nuzzling her neck, he drank in her intoxicating scent. He still couldn't figure out why Giselle Stone smelled like paradise, but he figured some mysteries didn't have to be explained.
Sitting here, talking about your day in the middle of the afternoon?
She curled against his chest.
I like it.
I like you. He nuzzled her neck. She laughed.
That was smooth.
I try. They started kissing, but Giselle broke the embrace.
Before I forget, Yolanda's sister is having an art gallery opening tonight. She and her sister aren't close, so Yolanda's not going 10 yards of that event. But I thought it would be fun to check out the art anyway. Do you want to go?
He smiled against her skin. Did LaToya pull out on you?
She has a date with Leon.
Who's Leon? West traced circles on her inner thigh, finding it hard to follow the conversation.
Leon is hot Asian guy, remember?
Giselle opened her legs, her words mumbled and slurred.
Keep up, West.
His chuckle was dark. So, tonight?
No, right now.
Huh? His hands stilled. Her eyes burst open and she looked sheepish.
I mean, yeah, tonight. The gallery viewing is tonight.
I'd love to go. He slid his hand around her and picked her up easily. Is Ong Sung-hoon still in your bedroom?
Why?
She hooked her hands around his neck. I don't want him watching what I'm about to do to you, West growled, nibbling on her ear. She shuddered.
I put him back in the living room.
Good, West said. He gave Giselle a hard, open-mouthed kiss and whisked her to the nearest bed.
Chapter 31. Everything about her relationship with West Phillips felt urgent. She couldn't stop the frantic rush of get as close to him as possible whenever they were in the same room. It was frightening to her, and a little unnerving that her thirst for him didn't seem to be easing up. So far, West had been consistent in stopping her before they got too far. He would right himself, walk away, and dunk his head under the sink, letting cold water pour down his head. Or he would go out for a jog around the block, sometimes alone and sometimes with her. Every time he made her rush with pleasure, she felt it was absolutely unfair that she couldn't return in kind. But he was resolute. This was his way of proving his sincerity to her. He would show her if he had to die in the process. And it was killing him. She knew it. Giselle wasn't sure why he kept turning her down. Like this afternoon when they shared lunch in her apartment. All she got was a text saying he needed to cool off and was going back to work. They couldn't go on like this anymore. Either he stopped touching her altogether, which was a conclusion she outrightly rejected, or they stopped pressing the brakes and just went for it. To that end, she tagged along with LaToya on her shopping trip. Her friend was looking for the perfect outfit for her date with Leon, but they made a quick detour to pick out lingerie. LaToya also slipped a box into her purse and told her to keep a few in her bag and near her drawer, just in case. Tonight was the night. Giselle was ready.
What are you thinking so deeply about?
West asked, pressing a protective kiss on her forehead. They were strolling arm in arm through the gallery. Soft jazz music filled the air. White walls boasted framed paintings and abstract art that Giselle didn't understand, but that she liked anyway. "I'm not thinking about anything," Giselle said. She rested her head on his shoulder, sighing happily. She'd been doing that a lot. Sighing and smiling. His strong hand slid over her back, sending goosebumps everywhere he touched.
You look breathtaking tonight. Have I told you that?
Once or twice. She released a short laugh. Actually, he'd been plying her with compliments since he picked her up.
I wonder who chose that dress.
West whispered heatedly in her ears. "Whoever he is." She slid her hand down his tie, staring into his eyes. "I'm going to find some way to thank him." Her tongue darted out to wet her lips. His stare darkened.
Now I'm curious.
"You'll just have to wait and see,"
Can I get a hint?
he growled. She traced the loop of his belt. "You'll have to take this off." Her lips curved up. Hello, listeners. To remain in compliance with YouTube's rules, this spicy scene has been removed. However, you can find all the juicy details by visiting niaarthurs.com/books to purchase a copy of The X Proposal. West stroked her cheek.
I need to tell you something first.
"Tell me what?"
I love you.
The words poured over her like ice. West's blue eyes burned bright and brilliant.
I love you, Giselle. Chapter 32. He was breathing hard and clinging to sanity by a thread. Giselle's hunger made it impossible to hold back tonight. He didn't have it in him to protest anymore, to push her off, to act like he didn't go to bed wishing he could invade that tight little body. He planned on giving in for just a second. He only hoped he could pull himself back before it was too late. They were in a known hookup spot, surrounded by other cars filled with reckless couples having a good time. He'd been to places like this before. It wasn't deserving of her, or of their first time, but he wouldn't turn her away until he had to. Not tonight. That's why he had to let her know the truth. He loved her. He was in love with her. She was the air he breathed, and the reason he got up with a smile and a salute to her in the morning. She was sweet, kind, and more determined than any woman he'd ever met. He wanted her to be Mrs. West Phillips, wanted it more than he wanted anything in his life. But that wouldn't happen. It would never happen. So he'd settle for the next best. 1 month, 4 weeks, 28 days, that was all they had left. Giselle sat in shocked silence as his confession sunk in. He didn't give her too much time to process it. Now that he was free, Wes needed his hands on her skin. He used his strength to crush her to him and tilt her head for a deep, open-mouthed kiss. His hand slid under her dress, digging into her thigh as he held her in place. Her hand came up to caress his chest, and he didn't push it away like he usually would. He was done protesting her liberal body grabs. He needed it. He needed her tonight. The kiss got heated as she moaned and started grinding her hips on his. Through the corner of his eye, West saw that the windows had turned foggy. He dropped kisses on her jaw and neck. His hands roamed, embarking on a hungry exploration of Giselle's body. He harnessed the heat of her, sliding his mouth on hers with intensity and purpose. West's fingers hooked in the bands of her underwear, and he was jerking it off when Giselle pushed against him to break the contact. His mouth separated from hers, more shocked than anything. Usually it was him who did the retreating. Giselle was usually the one thrusting her hips into his hands and driving him out of his mind with her eagerness. West's ragged breath echoed in the car. Are you okay?
"Stop."
She swallowed hard, her head shaking from side to side. What's wrong? He was panting with excitement, a hand frozen on his pants.
"I can't do this."
Giselle's words were a bucket of cold water. If she'd slapped him, it would have stunned him less. She climbed out of his lap and he immediately missed the warmth of her. Pressing her feet into the floor mat, she shimmied her panties back in place and pulled down her skirt. He squinted at her face in the darkness, struggling to keep up with her sudden mood swing. His body loathed the change in focus, protesting hard against his zipper and trying its best to drown out his brain. She was tense, her chin, her jaw, her shoulders. Everything about this beautifully infuriating woman was clenched tight. "Giselle," he whispered her name, more breath than sound. "I need you to talk to me. I can't figure out what's wrong if you don't communicate." Her brown eyes collided with his. He saw tears glistening in them, and the distress that flooded his system shot a dose of sobriety through his body. "Baby, don't cry."
How could you tell me that?
Giselle hissed.
How could you tell me you love me?
His jaw dropped.
You're leaving in a month, West.
She snapped.
You're getting on a plane and you're getting out of Belize. We're never seeing each other again. What was the point of that?
Her anger shocked him. "I was telling you how I felt."
Okay, so you love me.
Her voice was far too harsh. So were her eyes that glittered in the darkness.
Then what? Does anything change?
"Giselle,"
I'm getting panic attacks.
she blurted. His back flattened against the door. "What?"
My vision gets spotty, and I can't breathe when I think about you leaving. It's gotten worse the closer we get to the end date. I keep telling myself to get over it, that I've still got time, that you're not gone yet, but it doesn't work. It gets miserably worse every time.
His heart bucked against his ribs almost painfully. "I didn't know."
Of course not.
She sighed and made a visible effort to wrangle her emotions.
I'm sorry for yelling. This isn't your fault at all. It was wrong of me to take it out on you.
She met his eyes, her own dripping with pain.
But I don't think I can handle this anymore. I don't think I can do this.
"This?" Wes choked. She swallowed and stared at her hands. A horrible thought dropped into his mind and he hated to give voice to it. Hated it so much that he let the silence stew while he gathered the courage. Finally, he breathed. "Are you saying you want to break up with me?" Giselle said nothing. Moonlight glistened on her brown skin and over her hair, which was all he could see with her head lowered. She clamped her fingers together and Wes started hoping like crazy, praying that this wasn't the end, that he could spend as much time as he could with Giselle.
Yes,
She whispered.
I think we should break up. Chapter 33. LaToya. LaToya was finally going to see Leon tonight. Dating was hard, but finding a time when she could meet him in person was even harder. Their first scheduled date, he'd canceled at the last minute. She'd swallowed her disappointment, peeled out of the outfit she'd spent a nice chunk of change on, and turned on a variety show featuring her favorite K-pop idols to numb the pain. LaToya hadn't been sure if she'd give Leon a chance after that, but he contacted her a few days later, saying how disappointed he was that he hadn't gotten to see her and admitting that he'd fallen in love with her at first sight. She'd been so shocked by his confession that she hadn't responded to his text for days. After consulting with Giselle, who was in a complicated but blissful relationship with her fake boyfriend, and Yolanda, who was in a complicated but strained situation with her baby daddy, LaToya decided to play it cool with Leon. She made it clear that she wasn't about a cat and mouse game. If he was really interested in her, then she needed to see that. And it seemed to have worked. He texted her every day, and then, slowly, they graduated to calling every day. She thought he was funny and nice, if a little reserved. Plus, she loved his accent and could listen to it all night. Actually, she had. And the pleasure it brought her started a few more adult phone conversations. She liked Leon a lot, though she hesitated to call it love. It was something close, but the fact that he kept putting off meeting in person was a red flag that she couldn't ignore. To be fair, there was always a good excuse, but LaToya was starting to think she was being catfished. If she hadn't seen Leon with her own eyes and recognized his voice over the phone as the voice she'd heard in the grocery store, she would have called MTV. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about that anymore because she and Leon had a date tonight. And it would be amazing. She hummed as she caught a taxi. Normally, LaToya wouldn't pay the ridiculous taxi fare, but she didn't want to wrinkle her dress. It was a snug-fitting halter-top gown that showed off her shoulders and arms. Lately, she'd found the energy to start exercising. Not too much. LaToya loved her curves and didn't want to lose her shape, but she had always wanted to tone up and never found the time. Dating Leon was the trigger that made her carve out the time. Though she'd done the work for herself, she really hoped he liked the results. Nerves churned in her stomach as the taxi dropped her off in the warehouse district. LaToya frowned, glanced at her phone, and then glanced at the driver. "Are you sure this is the right spot?" "I'm sure," he grumbled, staring straight ahead impatiently. LaToya stared at the green dot blinking over the map on her phone. Leon hadn't exactly told her where they were meeting. He'd only texted the address and told her the time to show up, but she'd assumed it would be a restaurant. LaToya's eyes swept the creepy street and the lampposts that flickered on and off. This place was the set of a mobster movie. One where the mob dragged their helpless victims away in a potato sack. She shuddered and called Leon. He didn't pick up. A curse on her lips, LaToya glanced at the taxi driver. She was about to ask him to stay here, but thought of the cost and changed her mind. Ignoring the alarm bells clanging in her ears, LaToya climbed out of the vehicle and watched it drive away. Taking her cell phone out of her purse, she sent a voice message to Giselle and Yolanda. "Guys," she whispered, "if you don't hear from me in the next 10 minutes, call the police." She sent the address and then took a fortifying breath. Looks could be deceiving. Who knew? Maybe Leon had a spectacularly romantic dinner inside the shipping container. Her heels clacked against uneven pavement. The door creaked loudly when she pushed it aside and poked her head in. It was dark with just a lone light bulb overhead. There was a bed and a table, but not much else. Throat dry, LaToya murmured, "Leon?" Something shuffled in the stillness. She glanced to the side and saw a giant man rising to his feet. He had broad shoulders that seemed to touch both walls at once. She screamed and turned to run, but thought of Leon. What if he was trapped? What if this guy had killed him? A voice in her mind said, "Who cares if he's trapped? You have to survive to tell the police." As she hesitated, she caught a glimpse of the stranger's face. He had a square jaw, a straight nose, and cold eyes that were wide and curved at the ends. It wasn't the fact that he was Asian that stopped her, although that did take her by surprise. It was the resemblance he had to her boyfriend, or more like her suitor. She and Leon hadn't defined their relationship yet. "Are you—" She turned, still wary. "Do you know Leon?"
"I'm his brother,"
the giant said. Her eyes widened. If she'd thought Leon was cute, his brother was fire. Tall and broad and manly in a way that would make anyone nervous, he wore a white shirt stained with car oil and loose jeans. LaToya licked her lips. Is Leon coming?
No, he's not.
Leon's brother paused. For a brief moment, his eyes flickered over her body, and she saw a hint of appreciation. Then he dragged his gaze back to her face, and his lips tightened like he was annoyed with himself. Or with her.
I think it's best you go home.
What are you talking about? Where's Leon? Maybe she was being stupid, but LaToya wasn't afraid anymore. This guy, although intimidating in size, didn't strike her as a criminal. Something about him felt steady, like a boulder that wouldn't move in a hurricane, like someone utterly reliable. He took a step closer, and immediately she felt a charge in the air between them.
Ma'am, if you want a serious relationship, I suggest you look for someone other than my brother.
Her jaw dropped. He moved outside and glanced back and forth.
Where's your car?
Out back, she lied. Leon's gorgeous brother seemed harmless, but she wouldn't give him information to prove she was alone and vulnerable.
You caught a bus?
He saw right through her. She frowned. It was a taxi. He cursed under his breath and then barked.
Come with me.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. LaToya folded her arms over her chest, noticing when his eyes dropped to her cleavage before he yanked it back. She tilted her head, drilling her stare into him. It had been risky enough to walk into that warehouse. She wasn't about to get into a car with this guy. Ever heard of stranger danger? His lips tilted up ever so slightly.
Fine. Call a taxi.
He leaned against the wall and crossed his massive arms over his chest. His stance told her he wasn't going anywhere until she was gone. You don't have to stay, LaToya said, trying to ignore the way his muscles bulged. He ignored her. I'll just walk out to the nearest bus stop, she murmured.
Nearest one is 10 miles away.
She narrowed her eyes. I wasn't talking to you.
I wasn't talking to you either.
That didn't even make sense. She huffed. That's not far.
It's dangerous.
I think I might be in more danger right now, she mumbled. His lips did that almost smile again before he tamped it down. With a sigh, LaToya tried calling Leon a couple more times. He still wasn't picking up. She was starting to feel stupid, and these heels were pinching her feet. Getting annoyed, she called her taxi service and got a message that there were no available vehicles. She called Giselle. Nothing. Yolanda. Nothing. At the very last of her rope, LaToya called her mom. She wasn't that surprised when the woman didn't pick up. She turned and darted a peek at Leon's brother. He had his eyes closed and his chin rested on his chest. Even though he wasn't moving, she could feel the energy coiling through him, almost like a panther crouching in the bushes. She turned around. How did you know where I was going to be tonight? His eyelashes didn't so much as flutter open. Her heels clicked as annoyance flooded her veins, and she charged toward him. Where is Leon? Did he send you to break up with me? In a fluid motion, Leon's brother straightened. It was such a controlled move. One moment, he was relaxed. The next, he was standing tall and looking down at her. She jumped, a hand over her chest, as her heart stirred in fear. What are you doing? Leon's brother jutted his chin at her.
Let's go. My car's this way.
Chapter 34. Did you actually get in his car? Yolanda asked on Sunday, her jaw dropping and all the popcorn kernels in her mouth sliding down her tongue. Latoya pursed her lips. First of all, that's gross. Close your mouth. Giselle smiled. And second, Latoya turned and glanced at her. I only told you my story because Giselle couldn't get through hers without crying. She promised to tell us what was wrong if I went first. Giselle sighed. I still don't want to talk about it. Do I look like I care? Latoya pointed a finger up at her face. I bared my soul and stupidity to you ladies. Whatever happened with you and West can't be worse than that. Giselle gulped, the lump in her throat gathering at the mere mention of West's name. Tears burst to her eyes again, drawn by the memory of his sincere words to her in the car.
I love you, Giselle.
She was losing her mind. He loved her, and she was a basket case. You're going to make Giselle cry again, Yolanda warned. Latoya huffed out a breath. Me? I'm going to make her cry again? I just asked a question, Yolanda hissed. She's going through it. Latoya lifted her head stubbornly. We all are, Yolanda yelled back. All right, so did you get in the car or not? Latoya raised both eyebrows. What does that have to do with anything? Yolanda scrunched her nose. Because you can't stop in the middle like that. She had her hair scooped back in a slick ponytail that slithered down to her waist. Paired with her hoop earrings and her white, sleeveless summer dress, she looked ready for a runway. Yolanda continued. This is why I only watch shows that are complete already. I hate waiting to hear what happens next. My life is not some show on Netflix, woman. Latoya scowled at Yolanda. Yolanda threw both her hands up. I'm just saying. Giselle laughed despite herself. It was a hollow sound that felt unfamiliar on her lips, but at least it was proof that she hadn't forgotten how. Since her conversation with West 2 days ago, she'd walked around like a zombie, alive but dead inside. Not even Marcy could drag a smile from her lips. It was only her friend's overwhelming craziness that lit a fire back in her. Fine, I'll talk, Giselle said. Stop quarreling. Yolanda wrapped an arm around Latoya's neck. This isn't a quarrel. It's a heated discussion. Latoya swatted her hand. Get off me. Yolanda laughed and straightened, lounging in the couch. She stretched her toned legs out and pressed her pedicured toes into the cushions. Are you sure you can handle this, Giselle? Let me know if I should grab the toilet paper in case you need to blow your nose. Latoya balked. Girl, I went looking for Kleenex and saw she'd already used up the whole box. Latoya blinked at Giselle. How much have you been crying? Giselle thought to herself. A lot. But out loud she said, It doesn't matter. She cleared her throat. I broke up with West. The shocked looks on her friends' faces would have been funny if her heart wasn't breaking all over again. A crease appeared in Latoya's forehead. But it hasn't been 6 months yet. Wait, has it been 6 months? Yolanda shook her head. No. Then why? Latoya demanded. Giselle heard her voice wobbling. He told me he loved me. Latoya spoke the words slowly, like a child trying to memorize a math formula. You broke up with him because he confessed that he loved you? I don't get it. Start from the beginning, Yolanda said, using that Mama will make it better tone. Giselle inhaled a breath of courage and told her friends about the panic attacks that she'd been having, as well as her attempts at hiding it. He's everything I've ever wanted in a man. Everything I didn't know I needed or even thought I deserved. West didn't have to tell me that he loved me. She stared at the ground. I knew. Everything he did showed me that I was it for him, that he would do anything for me, even if it meant putting himself last. LaToya asked, I don't get it. Why would any of that warrant a breakup? Because he's perfect for her, but he's not going to stick around, Yolanda said. Turning to Giselle, she cooed gently. This must be so hard for you, sweetie. I'm just going through it early. There was only a month left on our agreement anyway. But a month is a long time, LaToya said. Giselle answered, A month is nothing. LaToya studied her. Do you love him too? I do, Giselle mumbled. So much. LaToya leaned forward. Then why don't you leave with him? Yolanda smacked LaToya on her meaty thigh. Ow! The younger woman yelped and then said, It's a valid question. They're acting all lovesick and ridiculous. One of them just has to compromise, and all this back and forth will be over. Yolanda scowled. You want the woman to leave her dreams and home behind? I didn't say it has to be Giselle. He can do it too. But he won't, Giselle said. And I can't leave either. Why not? LaToya frowned. I would hate to see you go, but I hate seeing you in pain too. Yolanda spoke up. This pain is temporary. Baby, love is no fairy tale, and there's no such thing as forever with one person. Take it from me, Cinderella's dress turns back into rags real quick. She rolled her eyes. And when that happens, you need to make sure that you don't start to resent the prince for dragging you into his crap. LaToya argued, You can't assume that West is like your baby daddy. Yolanda disagreed. And you can't assume he won't get there eventually. Men aren't that complicated, LaToya. Deep down, they all say they want you in the moment, but it takes a hell of a lot for them to stay with one woman. It isn't in their nature. Again, West might be different. LaToya insisted. Yolanda fired back. Or he might not. But is that risk worth taking? What if Giselle leaves the safety of a family that loves her, friends that would die for her? She pumped a fist against her chest and flashed Giselle a determined look. I mean that, sis. Giselle smiled. And, Yolanda continued her rant, she leaves this awesome country that we live in to follow a man back to America where she'll be cut off from all her friends, her family, and everyone she knows. What if he turns out not to be the guy she thought he was? Where does that leave her? LaToya grumbled, her head down. I see your point. She sighed. So why don't you ask Wes to stay here? A tear slipped down Giselle's cheek. Even if he wanted to, I wouldn't ask Wes to stay for me. He's built for business. He's talked about expanding from hotels to amusement parks and... She blew out a breath. He's an unstoppable force, and this country is too small for him. LaToya rubbed her back. I'm sorry, Gis. I don't mean to stir up your wounds. I just want you to be happy. Me too. Yolanda crawled over to her and wrapped her in a hug. LaToya joined them. Giselle let herself melt into their embrace and spent the rest of the night crying and getting comforted by her friends. Chapter 35. The next morning, she woke up with a splitting headache and the beginnings of a cold. There was no way she could survive a long shift in the food truck, and Giselle called Marcy, asking if they could stay closed for the day. No way, Marcy said. You relax. I'll ask Mom to help me. Are you sure? Yeah. Rest up, sis. Thank you, Marcy. I know I'm being an awful business partner. Don't say that. What about all those times you covered for me when I had therapy? Giselle shook her head. That's different. Why? Because I'm in a wheelchair and you're not? Giselle groaned. Mars, you know that's not what I meant. Her brain felt like it was melting ice cream. She didn't want to argue with her sister right now. I'll catch up on some sleep. Call me if you need me. Marcy's voice softened. Feel better? Thanks. Giselle hung up with her sister and scrolled through her text messages. There were no new messages from West. Her heart throbbed painfully, but what did she expect? She'd made herself very clear. They were over. The tears started pressing against the back of her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. Too exhausted to cry another moment, Giselle went back to sleep. When she woke up, she saw a notification on her phone. Her heartbeat thudded. Her first thought was that West had texted, but it was only her mother instructing her to stop by the house for soup. Giselle didn't feel like going anywhere, but she also didn't feel like cooking for herself. After debating for a moment, she pulled on a ratty t-shirt, threw her crazy hair into a bun that was more frizz than curls, and headed to her mom's house. Giselle slapped the screen door closed behind her. Mom, I'm home, and I thought you were running the smoothie truck with Marcy. Christina appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on an apron. Marcy told me you weren't feeling well, so I asked your father to fill in and stayed home to make you soup instead. Her heart overflowed with appreciation for Christina. Giselle stumbled forward and wrapped her arms around her mother's waist. Her mother stumbled. Girl, it's too hot for that. Giselle moaned, tucking her head into her mother's chest like she did when she was a child. Christina settled her hands on Giselle's back and rubbed. What's wrong, baby? She thought about West and got emotional again. Tears slipped down her cheeks without her consent. It was her mother's fault. Christina made her feel so protected and loved that she couldn't hold the pain back. Her heart hurt like it was being put through a shredder, but at least she could bawl on her mom's shoulders. This was why she couldn't leave Belize. She loved her family too much. She'd be miserable without West, but she'd be miserable without her folks too. Giselle, are you crying? Christina asked. There was a knock on the door at that moment. She straightened, sniffing loudly and wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Are you expecting someone? Giselle asked. Yes, I called West to see if he was free for lunch. Her eyes widened. You what? I invited West.
Mrs. Christina?
West's voice made her insides twist into knots. Giselle shot a panicked look at the front door and accused. Since when did you and West hang out? He's not just your boyfriend, Giselle. Christina scolded. From the moment you introduced him to the family, he became one of us. And if I want to have lunch with my future son-in-law, then... Giselle pulled at her hair. Her lie had become a truth, but Christina still didn't know about the roots of her relationship with West. Now her mother was dragging West back into her life when she was trying to move on from him. Wait, is that why you're crying? Christina chewed on her bottom lip. Did you two have a fight? Shaking her head, the older woman tutted. Giselle, you can't solve your problems by crying and running away. You have to be an adult and talk things through. Your father is my best friend, but even we have our bad days. If there's one thing I've learned, It's that working through your issues together will only make you stronger. Giselle lunged for her mother when Christina turned to the door. "Mom, get back here." Giselle lunged for her mother. Christina shook her off and strode determinedly to the door. Throwing it open, she chirped out a bright, "West, welcome! Come in! Come in!" Giselle ran down the hallway like a deer running from a lion. Was it pathetic? Sure. Was it immature? Yes. But she couldn't face West. Not like this, with her eyes puffy, her hair uncombed, and a ratty t-shirt showing just how miserable she'd been over the past 2 days.
"These are for you,"
West said. Christina exclaimed, "Oh, what beautiful flowers!" She heard plastic rustling. Squeezing her eyes shut, Giselle chanted in her head, "Please don't tell him I'm here. Please don't." Christina's voice rang loud and clear. "Giselle's waiting for you back there. Why don't you two talk this out so we can sit down and have a nice, calm lunch?"
Chapter 36. Losing Giselle Stone was not an option. That was the conclusion he'd come to during their 2 days apart, and it was why he'd agreed to show up when Christina Stone invited him to lunch. He had only 1 month left with the love of his life, and he had to find a way to convince her to give him that time. Wes thought he would be getting advice from the Stone matriarch. Instead, he was granted access straight to Giselle.
She's probably in her old room.
Christina paused.
Well, it's the office now, but it's either there or the bathroom.
"Thank you." West slanted her a smile. She patted his shoulder.
I don't know what's going on with you two, but I hope you work it out.
Lifting her fists, she cheered him on.
I'm rooting for you. Mama wants a grandkid.
"I'll see what I can do." West laughed. Christina's eyes sharpened.
Mama wants a grandkid after the ring on her daughter's finger. You get me, West? Don't think I'm not watching you.
"Yes, ma'am."
Now go get your girl.
He nodded and strode ahead. "Giselle." He knocked on the locked office door. A backward glance showed him the bathroom, which was wide open. Unless Giselle was crouching behind the shower curtains, she had to be in the office. There was no response. He knocked on the door again. Nothing. West stepped back and saw a shadow blocking the slit beneath the door. The shadow moved, confirming what Christina had told him. Giselle was in the office. He sighed and leaned his head on the door. Crazily enough, West's heart drew comfort just knowing that Giselle was around. These past 2 days had been horrible without her. He couldn't concentrate on work, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. He picked up his cell phone 1,000,000 times to call her, but he always backed out because he never knew what to say. Like the sun, him leaving was undeniable. Her staying in Belize was too. There was nothing West could do to change that. Nothing. All he could do was hold her as tightly as possible while he had the chance. And wasn't that what everyone on this earth could do? Didn't they all have an expiration date of some sort? It wasn't the fact that separation was inevitable that drove people crazy. It was the moments before that separation. The regret, the pain of what if, the "I wish I'd done more" that caused brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, and children to bawl at funerals, to throw themselves into the casket and hold on, to make a ruckus and beg to be buried with their loved one. They didn't love as hard as they could while they were alive, and the regret was chewing them up inside. Wes didn't want to carry an ounce of regret when he left Belize next month. He didn't want that for Giselle either. There was only one way to fix this. One way. He closed his eyes and spoke softly. "I know you can hear me, Giselle. You don't have to say anything, okay? Just listen." He paused and sucked in a deep breath. The solemnness of their breakup and the confession that she'd been having panic attacks weighed heavily on his mind. "Leaving will hurt. It will," West said. "But if these past 2 days have shown me anything, it's that going forward without you will hurt even more." He heard her sniff and wondered if she was crying. West's heart banged with longing and he pressed his palm on the door, wishing it was her skin he was touching. I understand that what we have isn't conventional, and it's not perfect either. He licked his lips. I understand that it's difficult to think of us separating, especially when things are going so well. He thought he heard something scratch on the other side of the door. West closed his eyes and pictured Giselle pressing her face against the entrance to hear him better. He raised his voice. I don't want to make your life worse, Giselle. I don't ever want to bring you pain. I just want to love you, as hard as I can, as much as I can until our time is up. He blew out a breath. Giselle, Something shuffled in the hallway. West whipped around and saw Christina spying on him. She had a hand on her chest and her eyes glittered with emotion.
Oh, that's so sweet.
He flashed her an uncomfortable smile and then leaned his forehead urgently against the door. Giselle, can you let me in? Still nothing. Your mom is out here, he added. The door didn't budge. West sighed heavily and stepped back. I came to Belize for business. I came to restore my family's hotel. That's it. You think I flew here intending to fall in love with you? You think I came here expecting that I wouldn't be able to live or breathe without you? You're the one who started this, Giselle. You're the one who should take responsibility for me.
What do you mean you didn't come to Belize for Giselle?
Christina asked. Do you hear that, Gis? Your mom is asking me a question. How exactly should I answer? West was aware that he was playing with dynamite, but he had no other options.
West?
Christina asked, arching an eyebrow. Giselle still remained hidden. West shoved his hands through his hair, letting the strands fall messily over his forehead as he said, You see, Mrs. Stone, Giselle and I... The door burst open and Giselle grabbed his hand. It happened in a flash. 1 second, he was standing outside the office. The next, he was being dragged inside. The door slammed behind them and he saw Giselle standing in a pool of sunlight. Her hair was up in a bun and her eyes were narrowed in annoyance. His heart pounded so hard at the sight of her that he was sure the neighborhood could hear it. She looked so good. She looked like home. He didn't know what home was, where it was. He traveled so much that he never felt that way about any of the places he'd visited, knowing instinctively that they were all temporary. He figured he'd know home when he saw it, and West knew it. When he saw her. A rush of relief and love shuddered through his veins. He gave into it, rode it like a stormy current on the Caribbean Sea. Giselle.
You almost spilled the truth to my mom. After all I did to hide this ridiculous fake relationship from her, you were just going to blow my cover.
She fussed at him, her hands on her hips and her mouth slanted in a more pronounced frown. He stared at Giselle, overwhelmed with all the emotions he'd tried tamping down after those 5 ugly words. I want to break up. Did she know how much hearing that had ruined him? Did she know he'd gone insane missing her?
Didn't I make myself clear in the car? Why did you show up when she invited you to lunch? You should have told her no. You should have made up an excuse.
He turned and locked the door. The click made Giselle's eyebrows surge up.
What did you do that for?
Her chest rose and fell erratically.
West Phillips, do not look at me like that. You don't get to look at me like, are you listening to me? This isn't going to.
West kissed her to quiet her, and also because he needed to. Needed to know that the breath dragging through his lungs was hers, and his. Needed to know that she was in his arms for just one more moment, one more day. But then she grew tense and pushed him away. She whipped around and rushed behind the desk as if she needed something between them. Her fingers trembled over her bottom lip, and Giselle stared at him with big brown eyes.
What are you doing?
She demanded, mouth glistening and feet flat on the ground like she was a soldier ready to fire at will. He struggled to follow the conversation when his mind was still reeling from their kiss, so he just blurted anything he could think of to keep her there. I dare you to be my fake girlfriend.
What?
I never got a chance to dare you in San Pedro, and your mom still thinks we're together. How do I tell her that we're not? Her chin rose and she glared at him.
Do you think this is a game?
I don't. His chest hurt and he forced air through his lungs to keep them from burning. But fair is fair.
I'm not extending the time.
Her eyes flashed.
You promised you wouldn't ask.
I'm not asking to extend. I'm asking you to finish out our agreement. His lips flattened, but only because he was trying not to smile at her. She looked dead serious and really pissed off.
I told you how hard this was for me, West.
She swallowed and all brevity fled when he saw the misery crossing her face.
I missed you so much. I felt like I would die these past few days. That's just a taste of what I'll go through in a few weeks. It wrecked me saying those words to you. I can't imagine saying goodbye again.
But we don't have to worry about tomorrow until it comes. He gripped her shoulders. Look, I didn't come here planning to see you, but now that I have, I can't leave without making things right. You promised me 6 months, Giselle, he reminded her. I'm daring you to walk that out. I'm daring you to face it with me, together, not on your own terms. She frowned at him like she was concentrating, or conflicted, or both. Abruptly, she said,
I love you.
His eyes widened.
I love you so much. I don't know how I'm going to live without you, and that's why I've been panicking. Because you've become so important to me so quickly that it terrifies me and makes me want to hide under a rock.
His heart was about to combust. He was sure of it. There was no way it could fit in his chest anymore. Giselle had crawled in there and found herself a place, found herself a home. She'd set up curtains and drapes and even moved in that cardboard cutout of Aung Sung-hoon. Wes started pacing because a month wasn't enough. A month was not nearly enough to be with her. What if I gave up the hotels? He stopped and stared at her, his chest welling with determination. What if I was just satisfied with one hotel? I could just work to make that one the best hotel in Belize and stop there.
I can't let you do that, West. You'd go crazy with boredom. I know you. I know that you thrive on challenges. You need to expand. You're amazing at it.
Her pretty brown eyes drilling into his, she shook her head. Giselle.
I'll finish this month with you.
She stared into his eyes, more stubborn than he'd ever seen her.
But after that, you have to leave. Chapter 37. The panic attacks stopped when she told West she loved him. Giselle felt like she was riding a roller coaster. Or maybe she was just on a different stage of grief. She'd spent the first 3 months astutely ignoring the fact that West was leaving. So, denial, check. She'd gotten angry with him for telling her that he loved her. So, anger, check. She'd bawled her eyes out for 2 days straight. Depression, check. And now that she was in the acceptance stage, Giselle sensed an almost brutal numbness descending on her. It was both comforting and oddly uneasy. But at least it didn't hurt. She was so tired of hurting. For the next month, Giselle glued herself to Wes's hip. They spent their nights together, curled up in the bed. Sometimes they watched K-dramas. Sometimes they watched K-pop. Sometimes she didn't bother watching a screen and just watched him instead. But most of the time, they kissed and caressed, clinging to each other like the ship was going down. West was even busier with the hotel's grand opening party, a party that she knew she wouldn't be in the frame of mind to attend. He had a million details to deal with, but he always found the time for her. He brought her and Marcy lunch every day, without fail, along with dessert and a tiny note expressing his love for her. He called her intermittently through the day, sometimes to get her opinion on the hotel's decorations, sometimes just to hear her voice. He showed up when she needed him, even if he was in the middle of a business call. Giselle had been horrified when she saw West outside the food truck a few days ago, chest heaving and eyes bulging because he'd heard she'd burned herself on the electric stove. Her love for him grew more and more every day, but it was about to hit a ceiling. Time was up. 30 days used to feel like a lifetime. Now it felt like a moment. In a blink, it was gone. And only one day was left. West held her hand as he drove them around Belize.
What do you want to do?
You don't have a plan? Her eyebrows hiked. Another thing she'd learned about West was how much he liked to control his schedule. Earlier that month, he'd sent her a link to a shared calendar and told her to fill in her free days. Next, he presented her with a list of adventures that included scuba diving in the Blue Hole, a road trip to Orange Walk, a trip to the Belize Zoo, a day perusing the Belize Museum, and a horse-drawn carriage around the park. "These things are so touristy," she'd complained when he dragged her around Belize.
I think it'll be fun.
West had his way, as he always did, and she ended up having a lot of fun, as she always did. But tonight, rather than looking keyed up and excited, West seemed withdrawn. It was as if he could no longer drum up the facade of happiness. Or maybe the fact that he'd already bought his ticket for his flight out tomorrow had made everything feel real. Giselle rubbed her fingers over his knuckles, her heart thrumming with pain. "Do you remember the first time we talked in high school?"
Of course I remember.
His perfect lips curved up.
You took my breath away.
A soft look entered his eyes.
I saw you laugh, and I remember thinking, I have to know this girl.
She smiled, having heard that story from West many times before. "You came up to me and I was so surprised. I kept glancing at my friends, wondering if you were about to prank me."
I remember that.
He chuckled.
I thought you were going to run away.
"I almost did." He laughed, and the sound made her pulse pick up. "I didn't believe someone like you would like someone like me," Giselle admitted.
Which is ridiculous. I'm the one who's lucky that a punk like me got a girl like you to even look his way. I still can't believe you agreed to go on that date with me.
"I didn't know if you'd pour red paint on my head like in Carrie," she giggled. "So I wore an outfit I didn't mind getting ruined. And I went out expecting the date to go horribly wrong."
But it didn't.
"No, it didn't." She brought his hand to her lips and kissed it. "You were funny, smart, and sweet, and you were also a perfect gentleman."
I didn't want to be.
"Of course not." She rolled her eyes.
But I don't know. You've always challenged me to be a better version of myself, and I think that's why I couldn't get enough of you.
He stared at her with quiet awe.
Even if I chase you for 100 years, Giselle Stone, I still think I'd find more reasons to fall in love with you.
A lump formed in her throat as she said, "You asked me what I wanted to do tonight." He nodded and slowed the car down in front of a red light. She stared at his handsome profile. His square jaw, straight nose, the full lips that could kiss her to the doors of paradise. She whispered, "I booked a hotel room." His eyebrows flew to the top of his head. She saw his reaction and tried not to let her own nerves show. Her heart was pounding, but she didn't falter. There was no desperation in her voice, no urgency, and no panic when she said, "You've shown me that you love me." Her hands slid down his thigh. "Now, Let me show you. Chapter 38. Sunlight filtered through the room, sidestepping the dress shirt sprawled on the floor next to a pair of red peep-toed pumps and a crumpled purple blouse that seemed like it had been hauled and pulled. Past the loafers resting awkwardly on its side and the dress pants half strung on the edge of the bed. Giselle stared at the sunshine creeping into the room and told it to go away, to run and hide. The dawn had some nerve, showing up this quickly. Didn't it know she was about to lose the man she loved? Didn't it know her life was never going to be the same? But the sunshine didn't care, and kept on growing until it blinded her. Until every inch of the hotel room was burning with it. Her heart thumped against her ribs, but surprisingly, Giselle didn't cry. The tears would come, she was sure. They probably wouldn't stop for a long time. But for now, she focused on tiptoeing out of the bed without waking West and on pulling her clothes back on. Her movements were quick, but her body felt sluggish and relaxed. The echoes of last night's activities had loosened her limbs in ways she'd never imagined. Given how frantic she'd been when they got to the hotel room, she'd expected West to respond in kind. But he hadn't. He took his time with her, loving her with such exquisite tenderness that tears came to her eyes. She'd never met a man like him and doubted she ever would. How could she say goodbye? How could she live without him? West moaned, and his eyes fluttered open. Sunlight turned his startlingly clear blue eyes to a sharp sapphire. Her breath caught in her throat when he sought out her body on the empty side of the bed. She slid her hand over his. "I'm here, West."
Gis.
He tugged her and pulled her on top of his chest, his arms wrapping around her.
You scared me. I thought you were gone.
"Is that why you set your alarm at such an ungodly hour?" she whispered. Early that morning, right after West had collapsed on her body after more rounds than she thought was humanly possible, they'd fallen asleep. He had snored through the alarm that blasted minutes later. She had not. West cringed.
You heard that?
His sheepish look was adorable. The messy hair and sleepy expression could make a woman assume he was innocent. She wasn't fooled. Giselle knew intimately what those strong arms and firm thighs could do to her body, and it was far from innocent.
I didn't want you sneaking out during the night.
His eyes were so beautiful, she could drown in them.
I was afraid I'd wake up and you wouldn't be here.
"I'm here." She kissed his lips, ignoring the stirring in her body.
But you don't want to be.
He sighed and released her.
I can feel it, Gis. I can feel you trying to put distance between us.
"It's better if we part here." He frowned.
You're not coming to the airport with me?
She shook her head.
Giselle.
West's tortured voice almost broke her, but she held true to her resolve. She hadn't attended the hotel's opening party with him. Giselle didn't want to step a foot inside that place, and she didn't want to see him off at the airport. "I won't be able to handle it, West." He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. For a second, it looked like he would argue, but all he said was,
Okay.
Giselle kissed his lips one more time, trying to memorize the feel of his skin beneath her fingertips, the taste of his lips on hers, and the scent that was uniquely West's. She pulled back. "I love you, West."
I love you.
She pushed off the bed, and he let her go reluctantly. "Have a safe flight." She could feel West watching her, his broad shoulders especially pale in the sunshine. He said nothing, and her heart broke because she realized there really was nothing to say. Ducking her head, Giselle hurried out of the hotel room and left West Phillips, and her heart behind. Chapter 39. Her family tiptoed around her. Strangely, no one mentioned West at all. Giselle didn't know if Marcy had told her parents about the breakup or not. She was simply glad to avoid an explanation. A month passed, and her birthday drew near. The last thing she wanted to do was celebrate, but her parents insisted. "You've been so down lately," Christina said. "I know you miss West, but it's time to rejoin the land of the living." It was the first time anyone had referred to the breakup since West left Belize. Giselle blinked rapidly, speechless. Kenrick squeezed her hand. "Let us do this for you, baby girl." Not in the mood to party, but in less of a mood to get badgered by her mother, Giselle just nodded. Chapter 40. LaToya and Yolanda picked her up to take her to the event. Both her friends looked stunning, and Giselle wished she could match their excitement with her own, but she was exhausted already and couldn't wait for this night to be over. "Girl, hold your head up. You're 1 year older now." LaToya swooped her hand through Giselle's arm as they teetered through the parking lot. "Did you really have to blindfold me?" Giselle asked, arms extended. "Yes," Yolanda sang and undid the blindfolds. "The answer to that is yes." Giselle was about to laugh when she saw the name of the hotel they were entering. Her heart dropped to her toes. "This is West's hotel." "That's correct," Yolanda said, "but it's your birthday party." A car horn chirped in the distance, and she glanced up. What she saw made Giselle gasp. It was a smoothie food truck, just like the one she and Marcy owned, except better, shinier, bigger, more appealing. And her dad was in the driver's seat. Giselle froze in shock. "What's going on? Why is Dad driving that food truck?" "Giselle?" Christina's nervous gaze slashed through her friends. "You're early." "Mom?" Giselle strode forward, her heart pumping. Christina squealed. "You're a little early, Giselle, but that's fine. Take a look at your gifts." "What?" Christina gave a dramatic sweep of her hand, and Giselle noticed the fleet of food trucks, shiny and beautiful in the parking lot. "What the? Where did you get the money to do that?" Giselle pointed at the trucks. "What's going on? How can you afford this?" At that moment, a fancy car with a bow on it drove into the parking lot. It was a sleek ride, but that wasn't what caught her attention. Giselle's eyes locked on the handsome man behind the steering wheel. It was West.
Chapter 41. Christina Stone was the best at keeping secrets. If West wasn't intent on keeping his fake relationship roots from her, he would have told her everything, and she would have taken it to her grave. As such, he went for the next best thing and began to plot his return to Belize with Christina firmly in his corner. His preparations started precisely 1 month ago, the day after he made love to Giselle. When she left the hotel that morning, West barely managed to stop himself from running after her. His insides were jumbled, and his head ached like crazy. Every move he made to catch a flight out of Belize felt wrong, as if he were stomping down a path that led to misery. He shared his thoughts with Uncle Finn on the way to the airport and got a healthy dose of wisdom. "I know you love her," Uncle Finn said as he drove. But one of the things that attracted Giselle to you was your ambition and dedication to your dreams. You can't lose yourself to have her, West. Don't you get it, Uncle Finn? She is my dream. That sounds great. It really does. But that's not enough, West. I know you. I know how much you love a challenge. What are you going to do when the hotel in Belize starts to bore you? Won't you wish you'd thought this through? It doesn't matter. It does matter. Having your crap together matters. If you jump into a river without looking, you could drown. But if you build a boat so you can cross, you'll protect yourself and the people you love. Get yourself in order, West. And then, get your girl. Those words rang in his ears like church bells, and West got to planning, not only his future with Giselle, but a future in Belize. He'd only intended to be gone a week, but those preparations ended up taking a month. Fortunately, the 30 days had given him enough time to get Christina Stone in the loop. Giselle's mother was his official Belizean liaison. Thanks to her, and Garbett, who was handling the hotel with finesse, all West set out to accomplish had met with success. Now he had one mission left. Convince Giselle that he'd made the right call. It was a task that would prove difficult if her shocked expression was an indicator. She instinctively stepped back when he parked the car, and West felt the beginnings of doubt bleed into his heart. Shaking slightly, he climbed out of the vehicle and his eyes locked on Giselle. She looked incredible in a blue dress that hugged her curves. Her hair fell down her shoulders in tight curls. West caught a glimpse of her little Asian anklet winking in the shadows and tried hard not to sweep her off her feet.
What are you doing here?
Giselle eyed him warily.
What's going on?
I'm here to deliver your birthday present. West gestured to the car. It was a shiny Benz with all the bells and whistles. He'd been on cloud 9 just thinking of buying it for her. In fact, taking care of Giselle felt 10 times better than thinking of things he wanted for himself. Spoiling her with extravagant luxury items made him extremely happy, and he was glad he'd taken Uncle Finn's advice to get his financial affairs in order. Now West could easily spoil Giselle until they were both old and gray. West spoke with a smile. Your mom mentioned that your car was in the shop and it needed too many parts to be worth salvaging.
I don't understand what's happening.
Giselle glanced from her mom to her friends, then back to him.
But I know this isn't our agreement, so what are you doing here?
She shuffled forward, her eyebrows pinched. I told you I...
Don't give me that BS.
Giselle lifted a finger, her eyebrows tightening to the middle of her forehead. Even though he could tell she was furious, West's heart bounced in her direction. He'd missed her so much. Just being able to stand in her presence felt like a massive privilege. The past month had dragged by, a slug rattling over rusted nails. Each day burned like hell. He'd wanted to hear her voice so badly that he played all her old voicemails on repeat. He checked her social media pages religiously and found silly ways to bring her up in conversation with Christina, just to hear how she was doing. He'd wanted to hear her voice so badly that he played all her old voicemails on repeat. He checked her social media pages religiously and found silly ways to bring her up in conversation with Christina, just to hear how she was doing. West was every mopey love song come to life. But it didn't matter anymore. Because the woman he wanted was here. She was here, and he was never letting go of her. West stopped right in front of Giselle and looked into her gorgeous brown eyes. I want to... He stopped, shook his head because the term want wasn't the right one. He started again. I need to stay here, in Belize. She gasped, her hand lifting to her mouth and her pretty dual-toned lips easing apart in shock. He smiled. Giselle, I love you, and I've spent the past month getting myself in order so I could come home to you.
But Belize is too small for you. It's too small to call home. You'll have to fly out every week to check on your other hotels, and that'll get tiring and expensive.
West smiled down at his woman. Belize isn't my home. He touched her cheek and lowered his voice. You are my home.
But West...
Her eyes filled with tears.
What about your dreams? What about all those hotels you want to build around the world?
I did some thinking and I realized that it wasn't the hotels I loved. It wasn't traveling or seeing the world. What excited me was the challenge. I love building something from the ground up, working through the hard knocks, the late nights, the red tape, and seeing the finished product. I like the process of building a business until it dominates its industry.
Exactly.
She blinked, and then it seemed to dawn on her, and she swung around, her eyes taking in the fleet of smoothie trucks he'd purchased. Those vehicles weren't cheap. He gave up shares in one of his hotels to purchase them. He'd also designed one of the trucks to Marcy's specifications, making sure it was wheelchair-friendly. The cost for that particular renovation was exorbitant, but it was worth it just to hear Giselle's sister squeal over the phone and thank him like crazy.
Those trucks. Wait, how did you...
It was your mom. He winked at Christina. The older woman cuddled into her husband's chest, watching them with tears in her eyes. West drew closer to Giselle. Christina was working with me all along. All the permits, the business registration, the bank deposits, anything I needed in Belize that required a physical presence, she took care of it for me. He paid her generously for her time. Christina was such a good worker that West thought he should hire her on a more permanent basis. We had some trouble in the beginning, but your mom didn't let anything get in her way, West whispered. She's kind of terrifying.
I know.
Her lips curved up in a disbelieving smile. For a moment, West said nothing and just stared at her. He would have been satisfied to do that all night if Giselle didn't speak.
But I still don't understand.
Giselle gathered a quick breath.
Are you saying you'll run the food truck with us?
Sort of. I'm going into the smoothie truck business.
You are?
Yeah, I am. Unable to stand the distance between her body and his, West wrapped his arms around her, desperate for her skin and warmth. I already talked to Marcy and she's down with being partners. The only person left is you.
I don't know. That's a huge deal. What if we're not good business partners?
There's only one way to find out. He lowered his head. But if you disagree, I'm going to flood your market with my own trucks and knock out the competition. It's much better for you if we join hands.
Take the deal, Giselle!
Marcy yelled from behind them.
Take that deal!
With a broad grin, he turned his head and saw Giselle's younger sister wheeling out to the parking lot. Like everyone else, she wore a fancy dress. Her twists were in an updo with 2 strands that fell prettily against her dark cheeks. A tear slipped down Giselle's eyes. She clutched his wrists and held on tight.
Will you be okay, West? Is it really okay for you to do this?
I've made up my mind. It's you, Giselle. I want to be where you are.
But what if you regret it?
Never. He shook his head. I want to study you like a good location. I want to scout you like a manager for my hotels. I want to build you up and support you like I did all those buildings in all those countries. I want to see you succeed the way I wanted my hotels to succeed. You are my greatest challenge, my biggest weakness, my only love.
Is this a marriage proposal or what?
Yolanda yelled. Latoya cupped her mouth and whooped.
Show me the ring!
Giselle waved her friends off, half laughing while tears still spilled from her eyes. West gently turned Giselle's head around. I thought a ring might be too much, but I would marry you, if you said yes. She laughed.
Let me soak all this in first, Phillips. You're blowing my mind right now.
He kissed her cheek and whispered, Wait till I get you alone. She giggled and clung to his shirt, burying her face in his chest.
I love you.
I love you. West stared into her brown eyes. I love you with every beat of my heart, Giselle Stone. She smiled and leaned in for a kiss. West held back at the last second. Is this a yes to our partnership?
It's a yes.
Her eyes glittered happily.
To everything.
Seeing his future wife, because he was absolutely putting a ring on this woman, smiling, took his breath away. As he stared at her, something inside West shifted. Actually, it was more severe than that. It was a hammer to the chest, a hurricane, a foundational rearranging. Ignoring all the friends and family that surrounded them, West gathered Giselle to his chest and kissed her.
All right, that's enough.
Calm down, you two.
Get a room!
That last one had to be Marcy. The cheers and whistles of their friends, along with Kenrick's death stare, prickled the back of his neck and warned him he wasn't alone. West pressed his lips to hers one more time and growled, "I want you."
I want you.
Her eyelashes fluttered.
I love you.
He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I can wait for an hour."
You expect me to sneak away from my own party?
She teased. "An hour." His voice was firm. "And then I'm getting you alone." She wrapped an arm around his waist and hugged him.
Did you really buy all those food trucks for me?
"Don't you know by now, Giz? I'd do anything for you." She looked at him with love in her eyes.
I'd do anything for you, too.
He arched an eyebrow suspiciously. "Get rid of the Aung Sung Hoon cutout." She kissed his cheek and giggled.
Except that.
He threw his head back and laughed, his heart full, now that he was home.
Chapter 42. LaToya. LaToya gazed up at a darling two-story house, already favorable to the wide front lawn, giant porch, and charming welcome mat that said, "If you're here, you're home." The little phrase reminded her of the romantic words Giselle and West had exchanged last month. Standing on the outskirts and watching them reunite had felt a little like watching the end of a movie. She'd never seen two people more in love and more incapable of keeping their hands off each other. They went inside to eat, but West didn't seem that hungry. At least not for food. His mouth was always sucking on something that belonged to Giselle, whether it was her ear, her lips, or her neck. Her sweet friend, on the other hand, had her hands on a very suspicious part of her boyfriend's body for much of the night, stroking and grasping like she was trying to start something right there in the restaurant. LaToya was sure they would have gotten a lot raunchier if Giselle's parents hadn't been right across the table. For what it was worth, they lasted for about an hour in everyone's company. After that, West made a stupid excuse about needing to check his car, and Giselle ended up skipping away to use the bathroom. She must have gotten lost on the way because she never came back. LaToya's phone rang at that moment, throwing her out of her thoughts. She picked up. "Girl, I was just thinking about you." "Really?" Giselle giggled, sounding happier than a K-pop fan with backseat tickets to Gen 10's concert. "I'm assuming you were thinking good thoughts. Actually, I was thinking about what you and West were doing when you disappeared from your party." Giselle snickered. "Dirty thoughts, then." LaToya grinned hard, shaking her head. If West had his way, by this time next year, Giselle would have a thriving, expanded food truck business, the most devoted husband with a noticeably growing K-pop obsession, and an adorable K-pop lovin' kid. She'd deserve every ounce of it. Most people would assume Giselle was stuck up given how pretty, smart, and well-off she was. But they'd be wrong. She was the sweetest out of their trio and definitely deserved all that happiness. "I know you're at work, so I won't be long," Giselle said, her tone sobering. "But I have a very serious question to ask you." "Yes, I'll be your bridesmaid." LaToya wiped the sweat on her brow with her fingers. Giselle burst out laughing. "West hasn't proposed yet." "He's proposed 100 times. I've heard him personally." Yeah, but he hasn't, like, proposed. You're waiting for him to get down on one knee? Giselle snickered. I'm waiting for him to tuck tail and run. Just in case, I'm going to give him some time to decide if this is what he really wants. Woman, that man would lie down in front of a train for you. What more do you need? I just don't want him to get trapped here and realize he's married to me and he can't leave, Giselle said. I want us to wait a year and see. LaToya sighed. All right then. It's your life and your decision. Thank you. So, what was the question then? Her eyes flitted to the window. She saw the elderly couple glancing at her and waved. And could you make it quick? I'm about to do a home visit. This American couple just moved to Belize about a year ago and already want to foster a kid. You sound suspicious. Actually, they have a history of adoption and foster parenting. I guess I'm just like you with West. I'm not sure if they'll stick around. Okay, let me hurry then. How do you feel about a trip to Korea? A what? LaToya hissed. Giselle cleared her throat. West said he wanted to do something for me. Didn't he just buy you a whole fleet of food trucks and a new car? Well, he hasn't gotten enough. LaToya gasped and said, Girl, how good are you in bed? That man cannot get enough of you. He likes me for my personality. Giselle answered primly. LaToya snorted. Giselle burst out laughing. Anyway, I told him I wanted to meet Ong Sung-hoon in person, or, at the very least, see one of his concerts in person. West found out he's having a comeback tour next year in Korea, and he booked the tickets. LaToya whirled around so the couple couldn't see her and lowered her voice. You better marry that man. You hear me, Giselle? Lock him down now. And hell yeah, I'll go to Korea. Girl, I'll crawl into a suitcase. Perfect. West will handle everything, so just set your calendar. I swear, Giselle, if you don't marry that man, I will marry him myself. You can try, Giselle teased. LaToya heard the front door swing open and hurried to whisper, I have to go. Talk to you later. LaToya switched into professional mode and turned around to jog up the stairs. When she got to the door, she was greeted with a firm hug. Hi there. A beautiful elderly woman with a wrinkled face and bright green eyes beamed at her. You must be LaToya, our social worker. That's me. She smiled politely, her heart softening when she saw the woman's warm grin. It wasn't good to judge a couple on appearance alone. Home visits were meant to objectively observe the foster parents. But she already liked Vivian Montgomery's vibe. Something about her felt welcoming and down to earth. Vivian spoke warmly. We feel so privileged to move here to Belize, and we think it would be fantastic if we could open our home to a child in need. From your files, I see that. LaToya's words crashed to a halt when she saw Leon step into the foyer. She blinked rapidly, sure she was hallucinating. But nope. That was Leon, the guy who'd ghosted her. Leon's eyes widened, and he looked like a deer caught in headlights. Vivian glanced over her shoulder. What's wrong? Nothing, LaToya said, hardly believing her eyes. She hadn't seen Leon since the night he texted her to meet him at the warehouse. She'd called and texted him several times, but gotten no response. She waited at the grocery store and found out that he wasn't the owner of the place as he'd insinuated to her. He had been working there. LaToya had been more outraged by him ghosting her than by him pretending to own the business. It left an angry wound in her heart that demanded closure. What woman wanted the man they'd been dating to disappear on them without an explanation? "Do you know each other?" Vivian's husband, Ben, asked, his eyes darting between the two of them. He had thick, salt and pepper hair and a mustache that was neatly trimmed. Leon's throat bobbed.
No, I've never seen her a day in my life.
His tone was unnecessarily cold. LaToya felt a lump form in her throat. She fought to remain professional, though her nostrils flared and her mouth itched to curse at Leon. His rejection damaged more than her pride. It stung her soul. She'd given him a chance, offered him more than she had to any other guy since her last serious relationship. She hadn't liked him because he was Asian. She'd liked him because he was funny and sweet. But maybe that was all wrong. Maybe she'd been stupid and desperate in his eyes. "Oh," Vivian said awkwardly.
Actually,
A new voice said,
she's Leon's ex.
"Cole!" Vivian gasped. LaToya's eyes widened and she spun around. Cole, a.k.a. the gorgeous man who dropped her home so many months ago, stepped into the room. He filled the space with his intimidating presence, those broad shoulders wide enough to carry the world. Her breath caught in her throat when his sharp gaze connected with hers. Again, she felt a trip in her chest, almost like her heart was being electrocuted.
But that's old news.
He drew near to LaToya and put a possessive arm around her hip.
Because she's mine now.
Her eyes nearly popped out of her head, and she stared at Cole like he was crazy. "What?" He wasn't looking at her. He was looking at his brother when he growled,
LaToya is my girlfriend.
"The end." Want to know what happens to LaToya next? Find out in the